Budget Estimates 2022-2023. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands in which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to my Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Minister Victor Dominello and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure of portfolios of small business and fair trading. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Department's website. The proceedings are also being recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings, and all witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. Witness wishes to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you that you and the officers accompanying you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Dominello, I remind you, you don't need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a member of Parliament. I'd also like to remind Ms Emma Hogan that you don't need to be sworn as you've been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. So for the remaining witnesses, starting on my left, I ask that you state your full name, position, title and agency and swear either an oath or affirmation, and the words of both have been provided for you.
Matthew Press, Executive Director of Compliance, Fair Trading and Safe Work. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Megan McCool, Director of Construction Services Group, Metropolitan, Safe Work New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Natasha Mann, Deputy Secretary, Better Regulation Division and also Fair Trading Commissioner and Head of Safe Work New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name is David Chandler and I'm New South Wales Building Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Bruce Lamont, New South Wales Small Business Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks. John Tansey, Executive Director, Policy and Strategy in the Better Regulation Division at the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and we are joined by the Minister for the morning session until 12:45 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. And in the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:15 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30. And during these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench only. And if required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. So I thank everyone for their attendance today, and we'll begin with questions from the opposition. I believe it's Ms. Usos.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, everyone. Ms. Hogan, when were you first made aware of issues with former Minister Patinos's behaviour towards staff?
Sorry, I thought your first question was going to be to the Minister. Can you be a bit more specific?
When were you first aware that there were issues with the former minister's behaviour towards staff?
There were some areas of concern that were raised with me probably in April, as early as April.
As early as April this year?
Yeah.
April 2022. And Ms. Patinos became a minister in December, is that correct?
That's, yes, from recollection,
Okay.
It was announced in December, yeah.
Yeah. And when those issues were first raised, was that in the in a formal complaint to you, or was that it was just a general discussion?
It was not raised with me formally, no.
Okay. But you became aware of it in April?
I became aware of some instances in April, yeah.
Okay. And did you take any action as a result of that, or was it just a discussion that was occurring at the time?
There was a couple of issues that occurred that my staff had raised with me.
Yeah.
As you would be aware, when there are instances that occur that relate to behaviours in the workplace or respectful behaviours in the workplace, there's different procedures that staff can follow. It doesn't always result, in fact, it doesn't always result in people making formal complaints. Sometimes they just want you to be aware of something. Sometimes they want you to take specific action. So I was made aware of a couple of instances. I took it upon myself to raise some of those instances with the former minister in early May.
So you raised them with the minister in early May?
Yep.
Okay. And these issues obviously continued?
There were a few different issues that had been brought to my attention, and so some issues did continue, some did not.
Okay. And I understand that these are very delicate issues, and so I certainly don't want you to be giving up any confidences, but are you able to explain the nature of any of those complaints that were raised with you?
Yeah, I definitely don't want to give a blow-by-blow account here of what I know. I
certainly not
don't
asking
think
for
that's fair to anybody involved.
Yeah.
There were probably two things, if I was to talk about it at a high level. One was concerns about respectful behaviour in meetings, and others was about some cultural concerns that have been raised with me about working in her office.
Okay. And were those concerns about working in her office about departmental staff who didn't want to be rotated through the minister's office as they normally are?
Yep, there were some staff who didn't wish to work in that office, but there were also instances where the minister felt that, it's at the minister's, maybe not discretion, but it's at the minister's, it's up to the minister as to what they need. And I think on occasion it was considered that we perhaps hadn't put the right skill set or right person in there. So I would say that was two-way.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms Hogan. Minister, I wanted to come to you. You were the lead cluster minister for customer service at the time when the previous Minister for Fair Trading was in the role, that's correct?
Correct.
And that gives you a total salary over $333,000, that's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And your chief of staff is in the top salary band, which means that he can be paid over $354,000?
I believe so.
Okay.
He's been with me for 10 years, yeah.
Okay. So, Minister, when did you become aware of these issues with the former minister's behaviour?
When you say issues, can you be more specific about that?
Well, there were issues, or I don't want to use the word complaints because I understand that the word complaint has a specific requirement under minister. So, when were concerns raised?
Let me say this. I did not receive, because you raise a good point around the wording, I did not receive any formal or informal complaints regarding the former minister's conduct towards her ministerial staff. Workplace complaints are dealt with by the Department of Premier and Cabinet, and where appropriate, escalated to the attention of the Premier and his office. The subsequent action taken by the Premier followed a discussion with the Secretary of my department, Ms Hogan. I was not privy to that discussion, and I was informed of the Premier's decision later that evening. I don't intend to make a further commentary on the matter, given it's already been canvassed extensively in the public domain, and because of the matters raised by Ms Hogan, that we don't want to aggravate or scare off other potential complainants from making complaints.
No, and I certainly would not want to do that either. I'm trying to get an understanding of the time period. And I mean, Minister, I'm interested in your role. You are the Senior Cluster Minister.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so did you have any role in were the complaints ever escalated to you?
No, I never received any formal or informal complaint.
Okay. Were there discussions with you about what was going on in Minister Patinos' office?
I never received any formal or informal complaint about bullying.
Okay. And obviously in your statement that you just referred to, or you spoke through, you said that the complaints were dealt with through the Department of Premier and Cabinet and the Premier's office. So there's no role for oversight in terms of this kind of behaviour from the Cluster Minister?
Well, if I received a formal complaint, then I would take steps in relation to it, but I never received a formal or informal complaint.
Okay. But what I'm interested in, Minister, is obviously Ms Hogan did receive, I hesitate to use the word complaints, I'm not sure we might get to that this afternoon, but there were issues that were raised with the Secretary, and then the Secretary then went to the Department of Premier and Cabinet and the Premier's office.
It's the direct reporting channel.
Okay, so then what's your role as the Senior Cluster Minister?
Well, it's to do with policy mainly. So, a Senior Cluster Minister is really there to shepherd things through Cabinet, through ERC, to make sure that the policies are aligned across the cluster. And in particularly in my role, because I was there in fair trading all those years ago, you have a broader oversight in relation to the whole of government reform. Because so often government and ministers are focused on their very individual channels. A cluster lead's supposed to take a bigger picture approach.
Okay. So Mr Chandler, in his resignation letter, outlined that there were some impasses in terms of legislation. Was that ever raised with your office?
No, not directly. No, not to my knowledge.
Did you get a sense of that, though? You just said that you were the previous minister. You understand that this is a pretty robust portfolio. There's lots of legislation. There was obviously a strong agenda within the building industry. Were you aware of that legislative impasse?
Look, I was aware that there were concerns in relation to a whole lot of things happening in the construction space, and I was aware of workflow issues, but equally, Ms Patinos was a new minister. I know what it's like to be a new minister. It's hard yards, and it takes some time to get your feet underneath the table, as it were. So, I offered to assist in any way I could in relation to workflow issues.
And what assistance did you provide in relation to workflow issues?
Well, again, I offered to assist in terms of, where I thought priorities could be, how communication channels could be improved. And I offered the assistance of my staff, because my staff has been around for a long, long time too. So my chief and deputy chief have been with me for 10 years each. So, they know how government works. And, I suggested that if anybody in Ms Patinos' office needs some, mentoring or assistance in relation to how to get things through the agency quickly, we'd be happy to help.
And did anyone take you up on that offer?
I think the Ms Patinos' chief of staff did reach out to my cause. I'm sketchy on the detail.
I understand. So I just want to be clear, though, on this, so on the 31st of July, and we'll probably come to that this afternoon, we've got plenty of time this afternoon, your involvement, Minister, was you were simply informed of that later in the evening, along with your other Cabinet colleagues?
When you say, what, informed by the Premier?
When the Premier sacked Ms Patinos, he didn't speak to you beforehand. Obviously, Ms Hogan was part of the
I got a call on the evening. I think it was a Sunday from memory.
Yes, it was. And that's...
Yeah, I got a call on the evening saying he's going to make this decision, or he's made the decision, and he's asked me to step in the role.
Okay. You obviously one of the high-profile issues, and we might come to Mr. Chandler. Welcome. I'm very glad to see that you're going to stay on in the role, Mr. Chandler. Minister, I'm interested to know, what did it take to get Mr. Chandler to stay on or to come back?
Well, according to Mr. Chandler, a physiotherapy session. But I think, in fairness, look, the relationship is between Ms. Hogan and Mr. Chandler. But I've been a public supporter of Mr. Chandler for a long, long time. I just think, he's got a very, very strong vision. He's very data focused, and that's what you need in terms of deep reform in the construction sector. So, I've just been a big supporter of Mr. Chandler from day one, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, obviously there was a range of issues that were outlined in the resignation letter, and I'll be upfront. I was calling for you to be reinstated, Mr. Chandler. We might have had our differences in the past, but I think there's an important program of work that needs to be rolled out. But there were some concerns that were raised in that letter. Did you address those concerns?
Well, again, the employment relationship is between Ms. Hogan and Mr. Chandler, and I'm not going to interfere with that. But I think Mr. Chandler appreciates that I understand the vision that he's driving, and I'm fully supportive of it. But you have to ask Mr. Chandler about that.
Okay, no worries. We've got plenty of time this afternoon. There was Mr. Chandler's resignation. Prior to that, there was the termination of Mr. Minns, who's now going to be reinstated into the Property Services Commissioner role, and we're happy that we're going to have the opportunity to ask him some questions this afternoon. Did you have to make any specific undertakings to Mr. Minns to get him to come back?
No. Look, similar to Mr. Chandler, I had discussions with Mr. Minns and Mr. Chandler in relation to, I wanted to understand their vision, their priorities, and they wanted to understand where I stood in terms of their visions and priorities. And again, I just think the work that both of them had outlined and their vision is the right way forward. So it was a pretty simple conversation.
And clearly now the former minister had gone, you had stepped into the role, they felt that confidence had come back.
Well, you have to ask them about what they felt.
But there was no specific undertakings. There was no guarantee that Ms. Patinos wouldn't come into the portfolio again if you win the election. There was no specific guarantee.
Oh, no. It was just an opportunity for both of these gentlemen to canvass their visions, their priorities, and wanted to see whether we're on the same page. But again, absolutely supportive of the direction. I think it's just nation leading what we're trying to do here, because it is complex reform, and to get really stuck into the weeds and the data and that transparency piece, no one else is doing it. So they absolutely have my full backing.
So, Minister, are you still planning on moving the Property Services Commissioner out of fair trading?
That's the proposal. Yep.
And where will it move into?
What's independent?
Into an independent.
That's the proposal.
Okay.
But the Property Service Commissioner, obviously we got a tight or a very heavy legislative agenda. So whether we get, I don't think we'll be able to get around to it before the election, but it gives the Property Service Commissioner time to further consult with the industry in terms of what the finer details of that look like.
Okay. So not before the election.
There is just so much on the agenda legislatively, so it's going to be very difficult.
Okay. Minister, you talked about data and the need for transparency. Do you know how many interim occupation certificates remain in force in New South Wales without a final occupation certificate?
No, but Mr. Chandler would. Well, maybe Mr. Chandler, would you know?
I'll dig that out while you're talking. Yep.
Yeah.
Can I take that on notice for a few minutes?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. And perhaps you might know how many interim OC occupation certificates have been issued by certifiers who have been struck off, as certifiers are still in force without having a final
find that out.
occupation certificate without being issued?
Yeah, I've been in the role for about 4 weeks, so I'm not across every piece of data, but yeah, I'll get on notice.
I understand this is something that we have talked about consistently at estimates, and you would know from your previous time in the portfolio that this is a key issue, the issuing of interim occupation certificates without a final.
I'm not arguing with you.
Yep.
We'll get the information for you.
Okay. And are you looking then at putting occupation certificates onto or are you looking at a data program to actually analyse? In the past, we've been told that we don't have this figure. Mr. Chandler, do you have the figure?
There's 160 occupation certificate audits that have been commenced, and 79 of those are closed.
Okay, but so we looked at 160 buildings. There are thousands of buildings that have gone up across Sydney over the last, we could say, decade. I understand the audits process. We've talked about that a lot at Estimates, and I think that's important work. But I'm interested, Minister, in how many interim occupation certificates there are out there.
Again, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. This is a key issue. The Vicinity Apartments in Canterbury, as an example, it still only has an interim occupation certificate in place, no final occupation certificate issued. The interim occupation certificate was issued by a certifier who's now been struck off. Yep. The developer was top place, a developer that was named by Mr. Chandler in his resignation letter. Some of the residents have been told that it's at an imminent risk of falling down. This is a crucial issue that needs to be addressed. Given your passion for data, can you say that you will map which interim occupation certificates?
It makes a lot of sense to me, and I'll definitely speak to Mr. Chandler and get some more details.
Okay, thanks very much.
That's the level of transparency that we need to drive towards. There's no doubt about that in my mind.
It's one that's been going on for quite some time, though. And there's been a succession of ministers through this portfolio.
I know, but I share your passion for transparency in this space, and that's why these reforms are particularly complex, and that's why we're just trying to shine a light on a lot of this stuff. So.
Strata laws were last changed when you were previously the minister in the portfolio.
18, something like that.
So will you respond to the strata schemes review before the end of this year?
I'm hoping to. Oh, Mr. Tansey.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hughes. Yes, and we have our plan in progressing the reforms, as I might have flagged, I think, in committee before, was to do it in 2 stages. So a first tranche of the reforms that are both easy to design.
Mr. Tansey, my time is literally about to run out, so we might go into more detail this afternoon. I'm interested from the Minister's perspective that you are interested in pursuing this before the end of the year. There's currently a review into the Home Building Act that's underway. Let me ask, did it exclude the Home Building Compensation Fund from that review?
I'll have to get some detail on that. Mr. Tansey,
It's not a specific focus. There's a very broad question in the consultation that's started, but there is separately work being undertaken by the State Insurance Regulatory Authority, who's responsible for the scheme, as I'm sure you know, a broader, deeper review into the scheme, the fund and the scheme itself.
Okay, excellent. We'll come back to that this afternoon. I'm interested then, just one last question, Minister, before my time runs out. Will you be making legislative changes? Do you anticipate making legislative changes as a result of this review?
Again, it's a function of time and the legislative agenda in front of it. So, look, it's unlikely we'll get it before the election because we've only got 6 weeks left of Parliament. But I imagine there will be reforms coming out of the review.
And you can see, though, there's a large range of reviews that have been sitting in this space. Obviously, Mr. Chandler outlined some legislative issues in his resignation letter, but there are a large range. The residential land lease communities review is also sitting there. There's a number of reviews that are in place or underway that require legislative change.
And some will be activated this year. But as you know, we've only got 6 weeks left of Parliament. So we're just trying to cram as much as we can before the election.
And do you have any specific priorities before the end of this year?
Yes, definitely. I know that right up the top of the list is the reforms or the further amendments required by Mr. Chandler. So that's, we're trying to push that through. But as you pointed out, there's just so many more that need to be. This is not going to be a one-stop shop in terms of reform that we fix everything by the end of the year. This is going to be ongoing. But yeah, we have to identify the stuff that's really urgent.
And unfortunately, my time's expired.
Ultra Minister,
Thank you.
Might just start by trying to clear up some comments that were made by the Building Commissioner in previous estimates on the 27th of October around private certifiers.
Yep.
It was a fairly benign, innocuous question by me, or I thought was a fairly benign, innocuous question by me.
I can't imagine that would be the case.
It certainly was. I just asked whether the building commissioner had a list of, I guess, good or bad actors in the certifying area, and he said no, that wasn't his role. And then a video emerged online of him essentially saying that he had an informal list of certifiers that made its way to banks in terms of who they shouldn't be working with. And I note that Ms. Hogan, you were quoted in saying that you did investigate and cleared Mr. Chandler of any allegations of misleading Parliament. Notwithstanding the fact that the only people that can clear someone of misleading Parliament is Parliament itself, I'm interested to know some details around the investigation you had. And I'll preface by saying I support Mr. Chandler's steps to highlight good and bad actors. I think he probably should have a public list of good and bad actors from all across the broad spectrum of builders and professions within the building game. But I just want to clear up this mess once and all.
So certainly not meaning to take over the role of or infer that I have any say in people being cleared of misleading Parliament, but it became obvious to me through the investigation that from what I could see, he had not done so. Okay. There were reports in the Australian, the video was well circulated. I investigated the matter. That involved interviewing Mr. Chandler and a number of other staff members. We were able to get some context around where that incident, where that video had actually been recorded, without Mr. Chandler's permission, I might add. Yep. And it became very clear to me during the course of that he had, not to my knowledge or to my view from the investigation, lied to Parliament. He had also, and I would say that Mr. Chandler takes his oath very seriously, he had also not provided any such list to banks or anyone else for that matter. That there is not an informal list that exists of that. And what I concluded was that Mr. Chandler had perhaps been a little more elaborate than he should have been on a building site, that he was, where he was confronted with a site being poor and not up to standard. Now, the context around this is that I've worked with Mr. Chandler now for a couple of years. On regular occasions, I have been concerned for his safety. There has been various, I guess, attempts to interrupt him. And so I'm very aware that the context of the industry that he's dealing with and the reforms that he's trying to put in place have at times meant that he's been more elaborate within his behaviour than I would like. And so I drew the conclusion that it was probably best if he reviewed the expectations of him under our Code of Conduct and Ethics, but I saw that there needed to be no further action taken.
Sure.
And that was concluded within a week, and I gave the outcome of that to Mr. Chandler as soon as I could, and the same to the Minister.
And I appreciate in the industry he's working in, there's always some robust language being thrown around the construction sites, so that's fine. I just want to pass up a document that was emailed to members of the committee and yourself, Minister. It was addressed to you, Ms. Hogan, from EA Legal on the 19th of August. It's an urgent cease and desist.
I've got some extra copies if you need them.
Would you be able to pass it up to the Minister? It was emailed to your office as well, but I'm not.
Thank you.
I think it was your electorate office, so I'm not too sure.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
got lost in the ether.
Thank you.
Yep.
Obviously, it's on behalf of their client, Top Place, which obviously has come under the review of Mr. Chandler several times, rightfully. But it just raises some, obviously, concerns for me, obviously, where they're asking the building commissioner, who's the regulator, to essentially cease and desist regulating. So my first question is, like, legally, is that even, have you got any advice as to legally whether this carries any weight? Like, starters, like.
So we engaged our own legal team to respond to this matter, and it's in response at the moment, so I'm conscious of what I can and can't say on the public record. I don't think anybody has the right to insist that Mr. Chandler cease and desist, and there are appropriate court mechanisms for anybody who wishes to make a complaint.
Sure. And obviously there's some serious accusations going back and forward about, people, purporting to act on Mr. Chandler's behalf or the Building Commissioner's behalf, shaking down Top Place for money and et cetera, and that's all obviously been referred to the appropriate authorities. But it does really raise the more overall concern of, the working relationship, professional relationship, a Building Commissioner has with people in the industry. Like when you've got these people saying they don't want to work with the Building Commissioner. I appreciate the Building Commissioner has to be very tough and firm, which he is, but it clearly obviously raises a concern if developers are sending...
Well, some developers, not all.
Some developers are sending...
From my perspective, I've just read this now, I just think, rather than cease and desist, I want the Commissioner to continue and persist. We need a strong Commissioner here that is going to shine a light on, quite frankly, some appalling developers that need to be held to account. We've seen what happens when bad developers enter the market and cause havoc, not just for 1 year, but for years and years and years, to unsuspecting homeowners and renters alike. So, again, I look at a letter like this, Ms. Hogan will no doubt give advice, but I want the Commissioner
I was bemused by the letter too when it crossed my desk. So that's why I raised the first question. Is it even possible?
Can I just make one comment?
Yeah.
At the last hearing, I also referred a similar letter that came from a lawyer in Melbourne on behalf of ICON, which I handed up to Mr. Shoebridge.
Okay.
And it was a similar sort of letter that, so I've had two of these, that's all, two of these, and I'm afraid that both of them were feeling the strain of pain.
Rightfully so. Minister, just in my last 2 minutes, where are we with the remaking of the explosives regulations? I asked the previous minister, and she frankly had no sight or clue about it. This is dating back till 2021. I know there was a slight adjustment to the regs a couple of weeks ago to do with freight, which is all. But there was going to be an overall remake.
I can say that it was approved by the Governor. I'm just getting the exact date because I was across it. It was approved by the Governor on the 31st of August and took effect on the date it was published on the legislation, which is 2 September.
So my understanding that was just a small change.
That was a regulatory change required. Yeah.
Yeah, but there was a more broader review done in 2021 of the over the whole regulation.
That's been postponed to remake in September 23. So that was the purpose of the reg, to enable one last more postponement until 2023.
Okay. Why was it postponed? Given that
Memory,
feedback,
we had to do some more consultation on and refinement. But I know it has been kicked along for about 4 years now, 5 years. But this is the last opportunity to postpone because then there's a guillotine. So 2023 is, it's going to have to happen by then.
Sure. I guess the other review that I'm interested in is the paintball statutory review. There was a final report handed down with 6
Mr. Toshi's across that.
And I note you said the legislative dance card is pretty full, but are we going to see this legislation? There were 6 recommendations in terms of strengthening the Act, so I'm just wondering whether we'll see them in this term.
I don't believe, unfortunately, I don't think that's on the dance card in the next 6 weeks. It could change, but I don't think so. Okay. Mr. Tansey, unless you're aware of anything different.
No, that's right, Mr.
Yeah. Okay. I will go back to the opposition.
Thanks very much. Mr. Chandler, I just wanted to ask you about your thoughts. Obviously, I was in the previous hearing where you tabled a letter, for a similar kind of letter that we've all received from, on behalf of Top Place, developer, that was obviously the previous letter was about ICON. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to respond on the record to what they raise in this particular letter.
Ms. Hussos, this is currently being handled by the department's lawyers, which I think that's the appropriate process for this. But my only comment here is that there's quite a lot of attempt to rewrite history in this letter, and I think the fullness of time will bring that forward. But certainly the issue around an alleged concern expressed by me by matters being referred to ICAC is a complete misrepresentation of the reality. All public servants are accountable, and so we have no problem at all. I have no problem at all with any reference about my performance to ICAC. Where this particular matter became sensitive to the company was the matter related to the work we were doing when the Skyview project was being considered for an occupation certificate, and there was the allegation during one of the meetings that was raised by Top Place that they had received they called it a shakedown, to say that in the event that if they paid $5 million into this trust account, they could make the building commissioner go away on Skyview. I don't know what substance abuse they might have been on to suddenly believe that might have worked, but you know me, that wouldn't have worked at all, and it didn't change the way we dealt with that matter at all. So what I was concerned about was that that particular piece of paper, when it was presented, also I didn't get to see the paper. All I got was read, here's the email that we've got. Matt Press was in the room at that time, so we've got quite detailed records of the conversation. And I said, well, if this is what is on the paper, why don't we go to the police station right now and lodge a complaint? And the answer was, oh, no, we're not sure enough about it yet. But I do know that later that day that they bailed a journalist up and basically put that on the table and said, don't you know the building commissioner's corrupt? What are you doing about it? Now, that journalist I spoke to last week, just to recall that my recall was right, and fortunately the journalist, he was asked at the time, would he take that conversation off record, and he refused to and said, no, say what you've got to say, and if I believe it, then I might run it. And so they carried on with that push, and he didn't believe it, so he didn't run it. The frustration, I guess, was, well, I next heard about that letter from the former Minister Anderson's staff, who said to me that Minister Anderson had been out at a function over the weekend, and one of the other members had come up to him and said, pity about your building commissioner being corrupt. And to which you can imagine what Mr. Anderson would have said. And so I took offence at the fact that someone was out briefing, backgrounding both media and politicians on this matter, which has proved to have no substance whatsoever, and I found offensive. That was part of my reasoning in my letter, and that's the only thing I was referring to, was that in this job you have to take the flack that comes when you push a bit hard, that some people are going to push back equally as hard.
And you have pushed back pretty hard on Top Place. Obviously, there's the Skyview development out at Castle Hill. I know you've been out to Vicinity Apartments in Canterbury. That's another one of their developments that you have put them under the microscope, haven't you?
No more or less than anybody else. I mean, I could give you the names of another 3 or 4 developers. You're aware that we pushed pretty hard on Murhey, on the Murhey Group. Unfortunately, they didn't get across the line with the Hassel Street project, and of course now a bank's in possession of that site. So there's at least 6 to 10 developers out there that have got multiple projects, and it would be inappropriate for me to call them out at the moment, because we're working through some of the historical projects with those people, and one of them, for example, has got 3 historical projects that have got serious defects in it, and they're currently in the process of entering into enforceable undertakings to go back and fix those defects. So I don't want to sort of go clouding the fact that, yes, I do use soft and hard powers, and when we need to, we're going to push that, because where we can go back and attend to some of these historical buildings, we will do so. So I'm sorry that Top Place feels that they're probably the subject of special attention. They are not subject of special attention at all.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chandler. You talked about needing to use soft and hard power in your pursuit of some of the dodgier elements within the building industry. One of the things that we've talked about previously is there a need for more powers for yourself in order to undertake the role? Is it true that you can only get these enforceable undertakings issued if there's a viable developer in place? They can't be issued against anyone else?
If the definition of developer is quite broad, so it does include the builder. So if there is a viable developer or builder, then we have the ability to go back and seek their redress of these issues. If there's no one there, as is the case on a number of the other projects we're looking at, the options narrow quite dramatically, as we'll talk about later, no doubt, 93 Auburn Road, where the options do narrow very, very quickly when there's no accountable party there. And it's unfortunate in those instances that the only people who can respond in that regard are the owners of the building.
So, Mr. Chandler, that's the limits of your power, isn't it? The enforceable undertakings can't be issued if there's only an owner's corporation that's left holding the can. Is that right?
Correct. And that becomes then a matter for local government to issue orders to the owner's corporation to attend to matters that they regard as being life-threatening.
Okay.
As again, we've briefed you, your member at a project at Auburn, another project at Auburn, where it appeared at the time the only person left standing was the owner's corporation. It appears that out of the twilight has come the developer saying, oh, it's all right, I'm still around, I think I'll pay. That was a bit of a soft power exercise. I'm told by the lawyers representing the owners corporation that this developer, who had thought that he was out of the play, had suddenly had an epiphany and reappeared. So I'll be watching that with great interest. But that's an example of soft powers playing out. If we need to come back into that, we will. The same thing exists on another one of Top Place's project at 42 Pemberton Street at Botany. And again, that's an instance where an owners corporation had raised concerns with a media outlet, and that media outlet contacted me to ask me what was I going to do there. And I met with that owners corporation, and they were very sensitive, I guess, to the fact that their project became publicly known. Unfortunately, this has already been covered in media, so I'm not out announcing this project for the first time today. But now that's a project, 42 Pemberton Street, Botany, that was built by Top Place, and the certifier there was the former Botany Council. Now, that raises another question, because that was a really bad certification. So we're still investigating that, so you should be aware that you'll hear much more about that, and I'll talk to this afternoon about what we've been doing in local government. But that particular project was certified by the former Botany Council. Now, it was referred to me on the basis that the owners corporation had agreed to enter into a deed of release with Top Place to do certain things, to receive a single payment, and then never to put their hand up again to ask for another matter to be fixed on that site. Now, I went out and met the owners corporation, and I met Top Place on that site. And I said, well, I'm afraid that my powers go way past you guys coming to a deed between you as to what is in and what's out. I'll decide what's in, because my powers under the RAB Act allow me to describe a whole range of things. So we took some officers out there and went through that building and found that there was an extensive list well beyond what was in the deed of agreement between the owners corporation and Top Place. And the owners corporation said, well, what are you going to do about those? And I put it to Top Place, are you prepared to deal with all of these issues? To which they subsequently wrote a letter and said, yes, we are. Again, the owners corporation were conscious that they didn't want a building works rectification order published. They didn't want all of that. And so I have had 3 inspections of that site to see the progressive, I guess, response of Top Place to those defects
Mr. Chandler.
And most recently, I went out and had a look at the work that was being done, And I think there's about 40% of those defects, in my view, that still need to be completed. Top Place gave a reasonable explanation that their workforce had been affected by COVID and wet weather, because there was quite a lot of issues to do with water. And so we've agreed that I'll be going back to the building in the next month to have a look and see whether these matters have closed out. During the last inspection, I was concerned about a number of passive and active fire systems that I saw that weren't operational, and I did refer that to Botany Council and to say to them, I think it would be appropriate, if I'm not going to be doing a building works rectification order here at this point, is that for you to send some of your officers out to have a look at any matters that might concern you from a passive and active fire point of view. And I understand that they've sent inspectors out to have a look at that. I haven't had feedback at this stage about it. So that's a work in progress.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chandler. That is very helpful in terms of understanding where you're at with the work and also the extent of your powers, but also the limitations. So you talked about when the developer disappears, as they are, as some are inclined to do, and we've got some specific examples of those at 93 Auburn Road, at Hassel Street in Parramatta. You're saying, though, that then it's up to local government to issue those orders?
Not at Hassel Street, Parramatta, because
Sorry,
there's a
Hassel Street is
prohibition order there
separate.
and they can't have an occupation certificate. So we have the undivided attention of the bank, who's now in possession of that project. All of those defects will be fixed before they get an occupation certificate.
And that will be very welcome news for those owners that we've been working closely with for a long period of time. And obviously they were concerned about actions that you took, and we raised those in previous budget estimates around not being able to exercise their sunset clauses. But I'm sure that some of them will be happy that they get a defect-free building. But it's a different situation at 93 Auburn Road. It's a different situation at Vicinity. It's a different situation at a number of other buildings across Sydney where the developer is no longer there and can't be required to fix it. Is it your position that then it's local government that needs to step in?
Where there are issues that go to life safety, yes. So, for example, when we went out and looked at the project at Rawson Street at Auburn, at that point in time I was confronted with a situation where there was no obvious developer present. And so we had to work closely with Cumberland Council, and I have to say that I want to call out Cumberland Council's cooperation here, because they quickly moved to send inspectors down to that site and quickly issue orders on that owner's corporation. And we were able to work with Fire and Rescue New South Wales and the local government to come up with what we call a continued occupation protocol, so that where this building had some issues, we met within 3 days with the owners corporation and within another day with the council, and we identified the things that needed to be fixed immediately to allow continued occupation. The owners corporation undertook to get on with those things straight away, and I also required that they put a 24/7 fire warden in that building until such time as those matters were attended to, just to make sure that Fire and Rescue were satisfied that we didn't have people in a building that may not have been protected by the appropriate systems. Within 7 to 10 days, those matters were attended to, and Fire and Rescue wrote to me and said, we're happy for you to step down on our concern, and now we'll just go and navigate the remaining issues in an orderly manner. It looked as though the owners corporation were going to stump for that, but it looks as though out of the ether has come the developer. So the lawyer representing the owners corporation at the moment has said, can you just hang on, because we look as though we're going to get this sorted.
And Mr. Chandler, I just want to be clear, you did brief my colleague on that. You didn't brief me on that particular circumstance, but I understand that she was, my colleague, the local MP, was briefed on that, and that was appropriate.
Yeah, Linda Volt, yes.
Can I just ask you, Mr. Chandler, but the limitations of the expertise in terms of assessing whether these buildings are unsafe, there's certainly expertise within your office of the building.
Sorry, within the Department of within Fair Trading. I mean, you
Yes.
have to realise I've got a very small team, and we don't ever want to hold out that we're emulating the department. Fair Trading, which is fortunately now Matt Press, who was the director of the Office of Building Commissioner, has now moved to the department and is now the executive director out there. And I think that's great news because he's taking the culture and the insights and the energy that we've had in the Office of Building Commissioner there. So I'm really, really pleased about that development. But all of that capability resides inside fair trading, except for in the context of, in regard to Project Intervene, which I'd rather brief you on separately, simply because I don't want to take up a lot of time, and it's quite a complex piece of initiative. But we're using a similar sort of methodology as we are with Project Remediate to outsource some of the investigation so we can mobilise that work quicker, because we've really got a really full slate of work ahead of fair trading. Every one of the resources that are out there now, they're flat out. We don't need more resources, but we're just starting a new initiative that we think is a surge campaign, that once we finish that surge, we'll go back to business as usual. So we're working very close together on that.
But Mr. Chandler, my point is that within fair trading, within your office, I'm flexible about the terminology, that there is expertise in terms of assessing buildings that
There is, yes.
isn't necessarily there within every local government area. You would accept that?
No, I don't accept that because a number of local government areas do have that expertise. So if we're leading to a view that local government has become diminished in some of its capabilities in the last 10 or so years, I'm in agreement with you. I'm in total agreement that the capabilities within local government appear to have been somewhat diminished. I have been working with the Chief Executive of Local Government Association. I've also been meeting with the unions from the local government to make sure that there's no surprises, that we're working in lockstep. In fact, I've got another meeting with the Secretary of the Local Government Union next week, and I'm sorry the name, Paul?
Graham Kelly.
Graham Kelly, sorry about that. And that was at the, I had a meeting with him and Scott Phillips about 6 or 9 months ago and said, we're going to do a body of work, and the purpose of that was to provide evidence that there wasn't the depth of resources or the availability of resources within local government that they might have had once. So it would probably lead to us being able to bring forward some informed recommendations regarding what local government should do in the future to rebuild some of that capability. Because at the moment they're very denuded. But many of the councils do have that standing capability.
Minister, are you comfortable with this approach that of pushing the enforcement of unsafe buildings off onto local governments if there is no developer in place, or do you think that that's an area for further reform?
I think it's a multi-pronged approach. Like, for example, we're moving towards decennial liability insurance, so that provides another safety net in the event that there are problems, and that's never been done before in this state or in the country. We're moving through the Commissioner's leadership through the Building Trust Indicator. Again, another area to make sure there's transparency to your piece in relation to the actual trust of the building. ICERT, another transparency piece so that we can start rating builders and developers so that if they've got a 5-star rating, you've got more confidence because the rating would have included whether they are prone or red flags around phoenixing, their ability to carry out projects and the like. So,
Minister, I accept all of those things, but they're all forward-facing. The question that I'm asking specifically is around historic defects. I'm sorry, my time's about to run out, so that's why I'm asking you, are you comfortable with councils being the enforcement, or should that, in terms of the assessment and the expertise, obviously an issue?
I think it needs to be both. I think what Mr. Chandler said is right. Like, you've got different levels of capacity across councils. There's so many councils, some are great, some are not. So we need to work with them.
And councils have raised with me that they don't have that expertise, that expertise does issue, and that would involve hundreds of thousands of dollars in consultant fees that they would be required to undertake when the expertise does sit within the office of the Building Commissioner.
Yeah,
or within fair trading.
I would challenge that in the sense that you've got some larger local councils, such as Sydney, such as Parramatta. Their general managers are making more than the Prime Minister. They've got capacity. Whereas
I don't dispute their general managers learning more. I'm saying whether they have the specific building expertise within.
I think those larger councils definitely have the capacity and therefore should have the expertise. And again, I think it should be a combination of us working with local councils.
Sorry, if I can just ask you one final question because my time has expired, but the expertise, what would the cut-off be? You talked about Sydney and Parramatta. There's obviously many large councils.
Again, I'd have to liaise with Mr. Chandler on that. All I'm saying is, in answer to your question, no, I don't think we should do everything. I think there should be a collaboration between us and local councils to work out where we can assist, particularly those that need assistance.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I might just pick up on some of that questioning from my colleague. Just looking at the Fair Trading website, is it right to assume that the orders that are listed there are the ones that are still current and still haven't been completed, Mr. Chandler or Mr. Press?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you go to some of these building work rectification orders, some of them date all the way back to early 2021, and they had, I guess, compliance orders to be done by 28 days or 40 days. Where are we up to with those, given they obviously have failed to comply, if they're still up on the website? You need some do you want some specific examples, Mr. President?
They each have their own story to them, Mr. Manasiak, so we adjust the timeline depending on the specifics. So,
okay, so for 12 Beaconsfield Parade, Linfield, it was issued on the 12th of February 2021, and it had a date set for the work to be complied or done or complied with by 28 days. Clearly, we are beyond that 28-day period. And then there's another one, 93 Auburn Road, similar.
I'm happy to take on notice specifics, but they've each got quite a complex story about how when we've initially issued the order, and then we'll follow through the rectification of those defects. Sometimes it might take further analysis, so they might have to get further specialists in, an engineering advisor, BCA consultant, that sort of thing, and the order will stay in place until the work is completed. But the progress of remediation, I guess, is in the hands of the developer, particularly if it's not occupied yet.
So where does the public go to find, I guess, that level of detail in terms of where that rectification orders are up to? Because obviously there's a lot of things going on in the background, but for the public to be informed, where do they go to get that sort of detail in terms of like a status update? So
it depends on what type of building we're talking about. If we're talking about a non-occupied building, so a building under construction, that's for the developer to feed back to those homeowners, because the purchasers have engaged with them. It's not for us to sort of step in between that relationship. In an occupied setting, it's a little bit different, and we'll be communicating both with the owner's corporation or the strata manager or both, and the developer builder.
So you have no power to compel them to pass on that information, or you don't have any oversight on them passing that information on to their customers?
I just take that back, Matt. I mean, could I give you an example? If you look at 29 Carter Street, Lidcombe, where we issued a building works rectification on the 9th of the 3rd, 21.
Yeah, I don't have that on the website, so I must be clear.
No, it's sorry. Yes, sorry, that's correct. I've just lifted that order. Good spotting. But I just wanted to give you the journey. We only did that a week ago.
Okay.
But that's a matter that the developer first of all went into what we call the denial phase, and said no, there's no problem here. So we spent some time in the Land and Environment Court. Of course, it's difficult for us to talk to the owners' corporations in that space, in that period, because we are really dealing with the developer. The developer's relationship with the owners is a matter between the developer and the owners.
And some of the owners' corps aren't even set up at that point.
Well,
in terms of buildings that have been developed.
This one was, but the trouble with this one is it's got a runaway lawyer who was taking the owners' corporation off on what we called a folly of litigation, and so we've subsequently now agreed the reason I lifted the order was that, or we lifted the order, was that the developer has now entered into a voluntarily entered into enforceable undertaking, the perfect oxymoron, but they have to offer us an undertaking, and we look at the undertaking and accept it. In that case, the developer has entered into that agreement. They've put a bond in to support their undertakings in that agreement, and we're in the process of briefing the owners of corporation of what's been achieved there. But in the midst of it all, the lawyer's saying, oh, but there's more, we could get more. Well, the bottom line is we're getting these things fixed. And when we enter into an order, the other thing that needs to be noted is that's not the end of it. If we have to go back later on and find that there are other things that are not covered in the order makes it very clear that this is not the door closed. So some of these are quite complex. A similar one was with Otto 2, which is another one at Botany. I haven't got the address in front of me at the moment, but recently revoked that as well because after that's the one where Icon went broke. Icon Olco went broke, not the Newco. The Newco's quite different, but Olco went broke. Now, on that job there, I take my hat off to the developer Capital. We issued them a building works rectification order there. Again, I've really managed this from a distance, so I can only report to you how I've had that reported to me. But again, another lawyer who'd taken the owners corporation on over $700,000 worth of legal expenses had not achieved one single defect being rectified. We issued a building works rectification order that to Capital. The first call out there was, well, we've got the builder's the last of the builder's performance bond available, $350,000. How about you have that? I can report to you that in fact Capital have entered into a deed of release with the Otto 2 Owners Corporation only a few weeks ago and settle that matter for $6.25 million.
Can I just pick up on some of the comments you were making about fire safety? You gave a couple of examples of buildings that haven't got appropriate fire safety, and I was looking through the website again the other night, and one stop word
You got a life?
my interest in Wollongong, because it's my neck of the woods, and it's a similar circumstance where they failed. This is the one at Young Street and
Doing a
Belmore
blitz in
Street,
Wollongong.
where they've failed to put in adequate fighting equipment, and you just raised a couple of examples there. To me, that seems like a bit of a schoolboy error, like something that's pretty basic. Like, how common is, you've given a couple of examples there. There's one here. Like, how common is just failing to put in appropriate fighting equipment in the building?
These are projects under construction,
Yeah.
so we're getting them in construction. So this is not something that the owners' corporations are going to be stuck with. So in this case, we've got three others. I think it's all three in total, where the builder has failed to take a wet pipe system up behind the leading edge of construction, so that if there was a fire at the leading edge, the formwork, for example, the brigade would have a chance of getting some water up there so they could attend to it. So we treat those matters very seriously.
Oh, they are. But it just seems to me, it seems like a very, very basic mistake that you wouldn't expect to be being made so regularly.
When we turned up on that job last week, what was sort of more concerning to me was that as I approached the job, I ran into a fire system fitter, and he was just fitting off the hydrant hose reel head out on the street frontage. And I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, I got an order 3 days ago to get this wet pipe system in." He'd only just started 3 days before we got there to put it in. So this is just basically people trying to cut corners. And the price for that is your project will sit there for a while, because this particular job's got many more issues other than just that.
Okay. Well, we've got about 1 minute left. Can you tell us more about this oxymoron of voluntary, enforceable undertakings. Like, how many? You said there's only been one.
There's two. Sorry. First of all, the Skyview project, the top place one, that was the very first of these voluntarily entered into enforceable undertakings.
Is this what you talk about on your website, developer undertakings?
Developer undertakings. So we're just getting some changes done to allow us to publish those undertakings. Previously, we were restrained from publishing undertakings, but we're in the process of changing that at the moment. But we've got two other undertakings now signed. We've got 8 other undertaking deed polls. So basically we get the developer to enter into a deed poll to say, I undertake to go through an enforceable undertaking. So we've got 8 of those currently being played out at the moment. So we found that that in pursuing developers to go back and rectify defects, that they're all keen to say, oh, well, we'll go back and fix it, we'll do this. We always undertake to do that. Trouble is that they go back and they patch up as opposed to do a proper job. So the reason why we've moved to enforceable undertakings is that we also include a supervision overlay into these undertakings to make sure that the remediation works are properly supervised. So they're quite a comprehensive document. I'd like to brief you at another moment on these because it's taken a fair bit of work to get to where we are. It's going to be a fantastic piece of future capability for the regulator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, a number of recent inquiries before the LC have cast doubt about SafeWorks' ability to fulfil its functions to keep workplaces safe. So in the 2022 review of the Workers' Compensation Scheme, the CFMMEU have said our experience of the construction industry more generally is that Safe Work has been an absent regulator with little action taken to enforce the Work Health and Safety Act 2011 and the Work Health and Safety Regulation 2017. The CFMMEU is concerned that Safe Work appears to value its educational advisory role more than its function as a regulator. In the inquiry into the impact of technological and other changes to future of work, the New South Wales Parliament Select Committee, the TW said, the TW submits that the inaction of Safe Work New South Wales is putting the safety of gig workers at severe risk. A lack of enforcement is emboldening gig companies in their belief that the WHS laws do not apply to them or their workers, or that their inadequate attempts to comply with the primary duty are sufficient in exposing thousands of workers to unacceptable levels of workplace risk. And in the 2021 review of the Dust Diseases Scheme, Kate Cole, a WHS specialist, said our view is that we need stronger regulation to get rid of the grey areas that still exist, that enable workers to get sick with silicosis, increased enforcement of work health and safety regulations, which is at a minimum means undertaking inspections across high-risk workplaces. So they're all significant stakeholders casting doubt on the capacity of Safe Work to fulfil its core function. We know that in the McDougall review that there was a recommendation that the responsible minister for Safe Work, which is now you, should conduct a public review of the agency's performance of its regulatory and educational functions under the Work Health and Safety Act 2011, and that the report on the review be made publicly available once it's completed. Predecessors, both Minister Anderson and Minister Pedinos, declined to act on that recommendation. McDougall has said, I've come to the view that such a review is desirable. In doing so, I've taken into account submissions as to the suggested present inefficiencies of Safe Work New South Wales' activities. So my question to you, Minister, is do you intend to change the position in relation to that McDougall review around recommendation around having an independent inquiry into the functions of Safe Work?
Yeah. Well, can I say you've gone through a number of reviews over 3 or 4 years. I think the latest being McDougall this year, but a lot of them predate, as you said, 3 or 4 years ago. And I can say that the review was outside McDougall's report, so we've already commented on that. But there's a whole lot of things that we have been doing along the way. For example, you appropriately mentioned the concerns in relation to the gig economy. We did work. I think I was there in my capacity as the Minister for essentially digital government and customer service, and I intervened there to insist that we have a work group together, and Safe Work was there with CIRA to see what we could do. And they improved the settings. For example, I think from 1 July, They have to have their protective clothing, the visors in place. They've got to have better reporting mechanisms now, and they've got to keep evidence of what they are doing and better induction and training. So, and now that then piggybacks with what I understand the feds are going to be doing in this space. So I agree with you, there are reviews, but that's the flavour of government. There's constantly challenges that we need to address.
I suppose the issue, Minister, is you've had major stakeholders raising questions about the efficacy of safe work.
Yep.
You've had McDougall, an independent review, say, look, there appears to be an issue here. We need to have another look. I mean, how is it that you can satisfy yourself that there's not something further that needs to be looked at here when you've got major stakeholders raising these questions, you've got an independent review saying this needs to be looked at, and yet still the government is declining to look into the problem to satisfy itself that actually, no, safe work is doing what it should, or no, there needs to be further corrective action.
Yeah,
I satisfy yourself.
I just respectfully disagree with the premise in the sense that, when issues arise, for example, there were that then resulted in McDougall, issues arose in relation to those tragic 4 deaths, in relation to the food delivery drivers, tragic, and that resulted in us working with industry, and then again, the feds, to their credit, now taking the leadership role that I think should be driven at a national level in relation to the gig economy and particularly food delivery. For example, I wasn't aware of this, but one of the big challenges were that the food delivery drivers were relying on their international driver's licenses, which means they didn't have to, do the local training that you would be required. So that was another thing that we can fix. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, when issues arise, we are responsive to it. But I think what you're suggesting is that there is a systemic failure in safe work, and I don't.
Well, I'm not suggesting it. Multiple stakeholders are suggesting it, and McDougall is agreeing.
Well, again, the reference to McDougall was outside the terms of inquiry, and multiple stakeholders in specific issues. But I can ask Ms. Mann if she's got further commentary in relation to it.
Thank you, Minister. So I was appointed the head of Safe Work in December last year, and I must say I'm incredibly proud to be the head of Safe Work. We have a team of very, very committed people who go to work every day to make sure that others come home safely. There's two things that I will say in relation to your comments. The first is in relation to the McDougall review. I did want to say that Mr. McDougall didn't actually make any negative findings about Safe Work's performance of its regulatory and educational functions, and Mr. McDougall also did reject calls for a parliamentary committee to have oversight over Safe Work. So that's the first thing to say. But the second thing to say is, if you look at the statistics, they're quite incredible. So last year we delivered in Safe Work 58,242 intervention and education activities, including 36,456 proactive workplace interventions. We issued 8,112 improvement notices, 2,220 prohibition notices, and 540 penalty notices. So I think the scope and scale of that speaks for itself.
I might, I suppose my question then is, Minister, where do you get the advice, the independent advice about safe work? Because, of course, your agency is going to tell you they're doing a great job. But you need to make a judgment about whether they're doing a great job. Where do you source that advice from?
Well, again, Mr. McDougall, as Ms. Mann just indicated, didn't make the findings that you suggested. And look, I was part of the COVID crisis. I witnessed firsthand the great work that safe work officers were doing day in, day out during the peak of the pandemic. So, sure, there's always going to be issues in any given agency. No government is perfect, let me tell you that. But our job is to make sure that when issues arise in changing environments, that we deal with them, and I think we are.
So you're satisfied? Safe Work's telling you they're doing a good job, and you're agreeing?
I back the Safe Work officers. I saw firsthand how hard, and more importantly, how well they collaborated with local council, fair trading. Like, it was such an enormous effort during COVID. So I've seen how good they are and how great they can be. That's not to say or suggest that there are not issues from time to time.
Minister, I want to draw to your attention an exchange that occurred in estimates last week, I believe, between Minister Tudor-Hope and the Honourable Adam Searle relating to exemptions. Are you aware of that interchange? It related to safe work exemptions being granted to employers in relation to the operation of WHS regulations. That's not.
I say I was watching Mr. Tudor-Hope's exchange with the Honourable Mr. Searle.
Well, I would have thought
put it on my watch list.
Your agency would have brought that to your attention, given that it came up in estimates.
Sorry, I haven't.
Yes, ma'am, were you aware of the exchange?
No, I'm not aware of the exchange.
Okay, so ostensibly, the exchange was about whether the exemptions that are being granted to employers are actually leading to further workers' comp claims occurring in the workers' comp system. So this is a decision that's being made by your agency through you, Minister, to grant exemptions to employers from certain aspects of the work health and safety regulation. I'll give you an example. One is around audiometric testing. So there's an exemption. You're aware of that exemption?
No, I'm listening.
So there's an exemption that's in place. I believe it's been in place since 2016. That certain employers are able to, who are required under the Act to conduct hearing tests on workers who are exposed to noisy environments where they're using PPE. That exemption's been granted so they don't actually have to conduct those tests. And the suggestion that was brought up in the other estimates hearing was that that exemption has potentially led to further workplace injuries of workers. There's been an increase in hearing claims under the workers' comp system. So my question, Minister, is why are you continuing to provide these exemptions?
Well, again, I'd have to refer that to Ms. Mann.
So
don't provide
I'm happy.
exemptions.
It might take me some time, Mr. Dowdham, to run you through the reasons that that exemption has been granted, but I'm happy to do so if you would like me to.
Let's deal with the audiometric testing one perhaps then. Can you
So,
give us a reason why that exemption continues to be extended?
Yes, so the advice that I have from the team is as follows. So it applies to businesses which use hearing protection as a control, not to businesses who are not using hearing protection who are arguably at greater risk. Testing has no preventative effect as the hearing damage is already done, and our focus at Safe Work is on regulating noise at the source. So they've done a cost-benefit analysis as well as required by Clause 58, and the benefits of introducing mandatory audiometric testing as required are not expected to outweigh the cost. And that's effectively the advice. There is further detail, but I can provide that to you.
So if you think that the provisions are unnecessary, why are they persisting in the regulation? Why don't you just take them out? If you, I mean, on that argument, those arguments aren't going to change as time passes. Why wouldn't you just remove them from the regulation?
Well, the exemption is an established part of the regime, and this is how...
So your intention is just to keep rolling those exemptions on?
I don't have any advice on that. I can take it on notice.
Seems odd, don't you think, that you would have a regime to protect workers from hearing damage, and then you provide exemptions to employers from applying the mechanisms that are designed to prevent further hearing damage to those workers. So if there's an initial damage to their hearing, that can be compounded, presumably, by further exposure. So that there's a logic behind having the hearing testing in place. Why would you continue to exempt employers in that circumstance?
So as I mentioned, that is the framework and the regime that is deployed, but I can certainly take on notice the finer details of that.
I think Mr. Tansey has something to add to that.
Just if it helps, Mr. Dowdham, I think and we can get more precise information on this, but my recollection is that the audiometric testing exemption is actually a hangover from the old WHS Act, and we're actually in the process of working up proposals to consult on the audiometric testing exemption and look at bringing out of that legacy system into our current WHS Act.
So are you suggesting that the consultation is about removing that requirement altogether?
It's about consulting on how that exists, because as I said, at the moment, my understanding, and I'd like to give you the best possible information, get a bit more advice, but that the regime is a holdover from the old ledge. It was not picked up in the move to national legislation, and we've preserved it in our ledge, but I'd like to just get some, check my facts on that and come back to you. Happy to do that within the session today.
And what's the time frame for that consultation to occur? When will that be concluded and a decision made?
Pardon me?
When will that be concluded and a decision made about how to proceed?
Look, I don't want to get ahead of myself. We're working up a proposal which we would still need to present to government to formally go out and consult
Are
on.
we talking 6 months?
I know if we were to get the go ahead to do consultation, that would more likely be a few months.
Minister, in estimates, Minister Tudor-Hope made some comments about dry cutting. You're aware that dry cutting's been banned in New South Wales as a result of action by one of your predecessors. But Minister Tudor-Hope, in estimates, admitted that he'd actually been present when he saw dry cutting being undertaken, and that he knew that this was a safe work issue and that there was clearly a silicosis risk there. Did Minister Tudor-Hope raise this issue with you directly?
Not directly, but Ms McCool has got some more information in relation to that. Mr. Dowden.
Yes, so since we've been doing the 5-year strategy, we've only come across 2 instances where we've had to issue the on-the-spot fine for dry cutting. So in terms of securing compliance, that 5-year strategy, as I said, is close the gap.
The question was about Minister Tudor-Hope's observations about dry cutting. Did that occasion a referral to safe work? Was there any question?
You asked me the question, I answered it. I said not
to you, to safe work?
I'm not aware of a referral from him, no.
So he didn't raise the issue, even though he's aware that there was a safety risk. It was something that the government had actually taken action on. There was no referral to safe work, either through the Minister's office or to safe work.
Generally, a requester has to make the lodgement, so that can be done on the Speak Up app or through our contact services, but the requester has to make the request.
I should say, Mr. Dowden, in fairness to Mr. Tudor, there could have been correspondence between our respective offices, but not directly from him to me. So,
Right, I see.
So I should take that on notice if it's more broadly canvassed.
There was a issue raised about dry cutting. You were there, Ms McCool, at the previous estimates where Minister Petronos was advised of an incident in West Pymble. I think it was taken on notice in terms of the response. I understand that the response to the question taken on notice was that there was a workplace visit, but that happened 5 days after the report, and that there was no enforcement action taken as a result of the visit. That's correct, isn't it, Ms McCool? Minister, do you think 5 days after referral is an adequate response time from your agency? That is clearly a breach notified, but there's no action from the regulator for 5 days. They go out to the site. Obviously, the dry cutting's happened. It's finished. Doesn't occasion any enforcement action. Do you think there's a problem there?
Well, it's a fair question. It depends on the circumstances of the case. So I'd have to ask the agency to respond as to the circumstances.
Ms McCool, I think you've said that there hasn't been, there's only been two instances of penalties. Have been initiated as response to
Okay, so 150 is up, but in the evidence has been conclusive, where there's been a lot more instances of not working below the exposure standard.
So you say that the evidence has been inconclusive. Why is that?
When we do an inspection, as I said, you're looking for, as I said, a lot of the companies are now using CNC machines where it's actually cut.
CNC, sorry, just for the purpose of hands up.
They're generally a machine where it's cut within a booth, computerized in terms of making sure the measurements are correct, so no recutting has to be done. There's been a big shift in that industry on tool dust extraction and wet cutting. So when we're going there, we're seeing those tools and those controls in place. Equally, we'll still look at any residue. So if there's a broom or we see dust on the floor, that's evidence that they're not working below the exposure standard.
How many notifications did you know have been received?
Notifications for
In terms of, sorry, how many improvement notices have been issued?
improvement? All over, we've issued 1,279 improvement notices, 47 prohibition, the 2 on-the-spot fines for dry cutting, and 69 notices where the control measures were not confirming they were meeting the exposure standard.
I think I'm just about out of time, is that right?
For about 3 seconds.
Okay.
Now you've got none.
Is that a coffee order?
Well timed.
Is that a coffee order break?
Sorry?
Is that Mr. Veach coffee order break?
Yes,
It
you
is.
are on to me. You are on.
We are a couple of minutes
You have
early,
history.
but
You have form.
being the fantastic here I am, I will dismiss us all early for a coffee break.
I'm just using one of your great apps.
Sub-broadcast will return at All right, well, welcome back. After that short break, I'll throw back to the opposition. Mr. Diadam, you want to pick up where you left?
Thank you. Minister, I wanted to ask you about the model work health and safety regulations. I understand that Safe Work Australia has recommended a range of amendments to the work health and safety regulation. I'm particularly interested in the psychological risks amendments, but I'd be interested to know why New South Wales hasn't acted on that yet.
If I'm not across that, I might pass to Mr. Tanzi.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Diadam, so we will be presenting an amendment reg to EXCO next week, which will deal with those issues around the psychosocial hazards and a couple of other matters to pick up those elements that have come out of the national.
Can you perhaps
review.
elaborate on which elements are likely to go into the amended reg?
So the psychosocial hazards, I can get more detail, but also covering amusement rides and I think some updated references to Australian standards as well.
And that'll take effect next week, will it? Is the intention?
We
Subject to
EXCO,
EXCO
yeah,
sign-off.
and then would be published on the Friday following. So as you know, once it's gazetted, it would commence.
Okay, thank you. Minister, can I ask, I'll come back to this question around the exemptions. I understand there's an exemption on lead testing. Perhaps Ms Mann can elaborate on the nature of that exemption and why that exemption is still in place.
I'd like to give you the best information possible, and I think I'm better to take that on notice and give you the detail.
Okay, can you on notice advise how long that exemption has been in place, how many times it's been renewed? I'm obviously interested in the basis upon which you think the exemption continues to be relevant or necessary, and how whether there's. I'd also perhaps seek some information about the analysis that is undertaken in terms of possible harm to workers. Clearly, going back to the audiometric testing, Ms Mann, earlier you asserted that, you seem to suggest that there wasn't any risk to workers because of the situation where PPE is in place, but has there been any analysis that has established that that there isn't sufficient risk to justify removing the exemption? So you're happy to take all those?
I'm happy to take that on notice. I know that there would have been rigorous analysis done, and I'm happy to provide you with that.
Okay, thank you. Minister, can I ask about inspections in aged care? Obviously, this is an area where we've seen substantial loss of life arising from COVID. There's a high level of vulnerability there. Yep. It's essential that we get the health and safety settings right in aged care to avoid unnecessary death arising from COVID. Are you aware of how many inspections have been conducted by Safe Work of aged care facilities?
I have the figure somewhere, but I know Mr. Press has the figure right at his fingertips.
I have the figure actually, yes. So between the 13th of June of this year and the 29th of July of this year, we've conducted 97 inspections. So 43 of those have been desktop and 54 on site. And you'll remember that last time we came before you, we were a bit limited. We were coming out of COVID and we hadn't been able to send inspectors into that vulnerable environment that is the retirement village. But we've now, with the easing of COVID, we've been able to send inspectors in.
Since July, you've had a sort of spurt of activity, but before then there was none. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you can appreciate that some of our elderly and frail people were the most vulnerable to COVID, and there were lockdowns in place, but also we didn't want to send inspectors in under those circumstances. So we've now been able to reactivate that inspection program, and as I said, we've really done a lot of work over the last couple of months.
So how many occurred between 2020 the beginning of 2020 and the end of June this year?
So I think I mentioned at the last budget estimates hearing that we were unable to do the face-to-face inspections. We had done some desktop, but not face-to-face.
Zero. So is the answer zero?
So there were
Inspections have been done.
desktop. There were desktop, but because of, as you can appreciate,
Desktop's not an inspection, is it, Miss Mann?
the frailty of people in those homes, you can imagine what would have happened if we had put them at risk by doing those inspections. So
They're also at risk, are they not, from the potential of failures of the work health and safety system?
we did a risk assessment and determined that it was better not.
It was safer not to look than to
No,
actually
we-
go in and look.
We were looking, but we just weren't sending inspectors face to face.
How do you assess whether an aged care facility is discharging its obligations under the Work Health and Safety Act through a desktop assessment? Isn't that just on the say-so of the aged care provider?
Not at all. So we require evidence and documentation from the aged care provider. So things like asset management plans, all sorts of information that we can compel and require, which we did. But as I said, we were mindful that we now needed to really focus now that we were able to send inspectors in, and we've done an enormous amount of work over the last couple of months to really go in and make sure that things are in order.
So I'm still unclear. So, you know, one of the kind of key measures might be making sure that the staff are properly masking and that they're using adequate PPE to prevent transmission. How do you do that with a desktop evaluation?
So there's a whole variety of things that we're looking at when we're going in for those inspections. Some of them are the safe work elements. We would absolutely, if we had a request for service from someone saying that there was unsafe work practices, we would look at triaging that.
These are vulnerable people.
They are.
And so, I mean, you can't be reliant just on a complaints mechanism solely. Surely there has to be some proactive work. Wouldn't you agree, Minister, that this is one area where you're dealing with vulnerable people, need high levels of protection? You can't just sit back. You have to be proactive in terms of making sure that the safety systems are in place, don't you?
Well, Ms Mann has indicated that they have done that through the online mechanisms, but
Are you satisfied the online mechanisms are adequate?
I'm not the expert in safe work. These are operational.
But you are the oversight. You're the one who's
Yeah.
supposed to make sure that the
Absolutely,
agency is
and,
doing the job that it needs to do
accept that.
and represent the public interest.
I accept that. But
Are you satisfied that
I'm
those
satisfied
measures
with Ms.
are
Mann's-
adequate?
I'm satisfied with Ms Mann's answer, yes.
So you don't think that more direct
Well,
inspections would have been appropriate?
Well, you've got to be careful because, as Ms Mann said, like these are vulnerable situations, and you've got to work in with the particular circumstances of the nursing homes. We saw that during COVID, how it was very, very difficult in relation to what we could do in terms of moving in and out of nursing homes. So, you know, I have to be guided by safe work in relation to what they think is the best way forward for these inspections.
And what have you found, Miss Mann, in the, I think you said 54, is that right? That you'd actually done 54 in
54 on
site?
Yes. So what we have found was less along the health and safety lines, more along the lines of one of the things that we're trying to ensure at Fair Trading actually is to make sure that people who are moving into retirement villages are, know about the village, know about the financial situation, the way that the village is run, and there was a requirement for those retirement villages to have that transparency and to have an asset management.
Let's clarify then, Miss Mann, are you saying that these inspections weren't health and safety inspections, they were actually fair trading inspections?
So one of the fantastic things about the model is that we have fair trading and safe work working together. So we will often send inspectors out who can look at both elements. So we would send a fair trading inspector alongside a safe work inspector, and they can look at both elements of the environment.
Send two people in the inspection, one fair trading, one, or it's the same person?
Usually it would be two people. It would be a safe work inspector and a fair trading inspector.
And in the 54, was that the case, that each time there was a safe work and a fair trading inspector?
I'd have to take those details on notice.
Okay, and so in terms of the inspections, talking about the safe work side, how many improvement notices were issued?
I'm not sure that I have that detail with me. No, we would need to take that on notice.
Any penalties?
So I think I'm best to take that on notice.
I don't know off the top of your head. No.
So sorry, I can see that in relation to the asset management plans that there were 18 pins and 16 warnings issued.
18 pins and 16 warnings for how many facilities are we talking about?
I don't have the number of facilities. As I said, I have the number of visits, which was the 97 with 54 on site.
And are those pins, are they arising from the on-site visits or from the desktop?
It's not clear to me in this note, so I will get that detail and come back to you.
I see. So there is some evidence of non-compliance. You can't tell me whether it was arising from direct or desktop, so we're not in a position to make a judgment about the efficacy of desktop over the in-person inspection, are we?
Not on the notes that I have available, but I have no doubt that the team will be able to provide you with that.
Given that there's clear evidence that there was non-compliance, do you think that the approach that was taken prior to July this year was the wrong way, that you needed to actually get out there and make sure that those healthcare facilities were operating at the highest standard of safety?
What I know is that we have a very focused compliance effort on the retirement villages currently and going forward. We have additional resources focused on them, and I feel very confident that that sector is in good hands in terms of the regulatory effort applied to it.
Minister, you would be aware of the the circumstances that led to the death of Christopher Casanidi. It's an issue that a lot of us in the Parliament have been very
it's so
focused
tragic.
on.
It's so bad. Yeah. I remember visiting the Casanidi family a couple of days afterwards. It was just horrific.
You're aware that there was a notification from Landcom to Safe Work about that site about a year before the incident occurs?
I wasn't the minister at the time.
Mr. Mann?
I wasn't across that detail.
Ms. Mann, are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I understand that someone from Landcom contacted Safe Work, and there was a Safe Work principal inspector who responded to that. They were asked to have a look. Did that inspector go out and have a look at the site? Do we know? Mr. John Mizzi, I think, was the principal inspector who fielded the query from Landcom. Do we know whether that query occasioned a visit to the site?
No, I don't think we...
Don't know, given the the high amount of publicity around this case. No one here knows whether Safe Work actually responded to a query about the safety of that site.
Would just be the case we don't have that information with us, but we can get it over the lunch break and we'll see what we can find out and bring it back to you this afternoon, Mr. Dion.
That would be good. I asked then about another incident. There was a death at Aussie Skips. Are you aware of that, Ms. McCool? In 2018.
Ms. Mann or Ms. McCool?
Ms. McCool, I think, is that in your brief?
Yes,
or
that,
I can direct it to Miss Mann if she's better placed to field the
yes,
question.
I was in chemicals at that particular time, so it wouldn't have been in my portfolio.
So again, as you can appreciate, we're dealing with thousands of incidents at Safe Work every year, and while I'm aware of the incident, I don't have the details at hand, so I can come back to you.
Obviously, I mean, where there's a death, it's obviously, that should perhaps warrant a bit more attention, wouldn't you say, Miss Mann?
And it does.
Yes. So are you able to provide to me whether there was any request for service or notifications received by Safe Work in the 2 years preceding that incident at Aussie Skips for that employer? Is that something you can come back to us in the lunch break or after lunch?
I'm hopeful in the lunch break I will do my best.
And also, are you able to advise us how many inspections occurred at Aussie Skips in the 2 years prior to the incident that caused the death of a worker?
I'll take that on notice and come back to you.
And can I ask also about which time have I got? An incident at Ability Barge Services. Are you aware of that particular incident? Another workplace death, salvage worker, Ms. McCall?
Yeah, I'm aware of the incident. I wasn't in the construction area that time, but I have a brief information about it. But we can come back on that as well.
So again, can I ask how many requests for services or notifiable incidents did SafeWork receive in relation to that? Employability barge services in the year prior to the incident that occasioned the worker's death? And how many on-site inspections or interactions did SafeWork undertake in the year before that worker's death? And was there an inspector recommendation to SafeWork independent decision-making panel for further investigation in relation to this incident? If you could come back to me on that, that would be good. Can I ask about the inspectors at SafeWork? So last year, I think there was a series of questions around how many actual inspectors we had in SafeWork, and I think there was a report that there was 270 SafeWork inspector roles in 2021. How many of those 270 are currently filled?
I have some good news. It's actually 370 SafeWork inspectors that we have.
370.
And of those, 342 of those are filled, which is what we would expect in terms of recruitment and natural vacancies.
And how many inspectors did you lose through resignation last year, Ms. Mann?
I don't have those figures on me, but I can see whether we can get those for you. I'm fairly comfortable with that rate that we're sitting on in terms of...
Sorry, what was the number again? You said 3.
Yeah. So the total number of SafeWork inspectors is 370.
Yep.
And the latest figures I have is that 342 of those roles.
342. And
so
so
42 are filled.
42 are filled. So the remainder are vacant and in the process of being filled. What's the status of those roles? Like, are they vacant, or is there no intention to fill them?
Absolutely not. So we continue with our recruitment process. 19 of those 28 vacancies are actually inspectors that are progressing through their new inspector training, and the Secretary and I had a great experience a few weeks ago where we were able to go out and meet with those inspectors going through their training, and they're very keen and committed individuals. So 19 of those are going through that training, and they don't hold that instrument of appointment and authorisation to actually be inspectors as yet. As you can imagine, it's a very intensive, rigorous process that we use before we put inspectors out in the field.
I've had there's a long history in terms of the preceding agencies around poor workplace culture. And I wanted to ask about whether there's how many workers' compensation claims have been made by SafeWork inspectors in the last 3 years, and whether there's how many of those have been psychological claims.
I don't believe I have those statistics on me, but I can see whether we can provide those on notice to you.
Are you aware of there being perhaps higher than acceptable, or not acceptable, higher than usual number of psychological claims coming out of the inspectorate Ms. Mann?
I'm not aware of that, Mr. Adam. I do know that psychological injury claims are increasing across the board. We're seeing more and more of those come through, but I'm not specifically aware that they're more acute in safe work. I mean, the experience that I have with the inspectors is that they're all very committed and they're doing a great job and enjoying it and feel very committed.
No problem there as far as you're...
No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, there are psychological injury claims that are growing across the board in private and public sector. I'm not aware of any larger than usual numbers in safe work. That's not my understanding.
I have departmental-wide data that I'll be able to bring back after lunch that would be able to answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll throw to Ms Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister.
Morning.
I want to start by asking some questions about animals in rental properties. You might be aware that in New South Wales it's still legal for a landlord to actually refuse to rent with someone with an animal.
It's illegal.
It is legal,
legal.
the landlord to refuse to rent to somebody who has a companion animal and refuse to allow that animal to actually live in the rental property. We've got a situation now where people are unable to find housing with companion animals, particularly as the rental crisis worsens. And just to give you a bit of background in some of the work that I've done in this space, because it links very strongly within the domestic violence space. We know from the research that up to 70% of people in domestic violence remain in violent and dangerous situations because they can't leave with the animals. And this rental block is a huge barrier to people being able to leave and to take those companion animals with them. I wrote to the former minister and asked her to consider implementing reform in this space, very similar to what's been done in states like Victoria, to make it easier for people to rent if they have companion animals. And I also sent that letter to your office. Have you seen that letter?
No, I haven't. I've got no doubt my office has got it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Sorry. I've got a copy here.
Yep,
I can
you don't mind.
that to you. Thank you. Thanks for that. And I appreciate, obviously, you've only had a very limited amount of time as minister in this role. But is this something that you would be willing to commit to reviewing the laws around animals in rental properties? Is it something that you would at least be open to starting some kind of a process to help take some action in this space?
Yeah, what you have said makes enormous sense to me, Ms Hurst. But I'm happy to speak to you offline after I've read your correspondence, if that's okay. But it's inherently sensible what you've said. Just in terms of timeframes and reviews, happy to take it offline.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Minister. I've got some questions about the statutory review of the Strata Schemes Management Act 2015 that was published in late 2021. There was numerous recommendations for reform. At estimates in March with the former minister, I was told that the aim was to introduce legislation in the first half of 2022. Can you give me any update on that piece of legislation if we're expecting to see a strata reform bill sometime this year?
Can I maybe refer to Mr Tansey in terms of, I don't know whether that's going to be available this year, to be honest. I didn't see that on the dance floor as Mr Dominello.
Thanks, Minister. Yes, Ms Hurst, we have started the formal consultation with people, and I think I recall when we talked about this at estimates previously that our plan was to do the reforms in two tranches, the kind of areas that had consensus support and were easy to draft going forward first, and then needing to do a second tranche where we needed to work with stakeholders, get it right, and it would be need more work to get done. That first tranche for both strata and in fact residential land leases, they went about the same time, have been progressed. We've actually concluded the targeted consultation with stakeholders on the residential land lease, and the strata, the best of my recollection, is ongoing now. But as Minister indicated, given the jammed agenda for Parliament, I'm not expecting it'll get a run this year.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of questions about the recommendations. I know that as part of the statutory review, there was a number that came up that were related to animals, specifically recommendation 81. that the model bylaws should be updated to better reflect changes in the law on keeping of animals. Recommendation 83 in regards to the Community Land Management Act to harmonise community land schemes and the reforms for keeping of animals. And recommendation 84, so the evidence that owners corporations can request in regards to the Disability Discrimination Act. Can you tell me if any of these will actually be addressed in the reform legislation, or have any steps been taken to address those recommendations?
If I can have a little bit of time to get more advice, happy to do that. I remember you raising that before, and I agree. Those I've got 6 recommendations specifically relating to the pets that are part of it. So I can come back.
You can come back to me and just give me a bit more information. And one of the other recommendations, number 86, was that the department continue to monitor the operation of the new animal strata laws and regulations, which we passed just recently, to determine whether further legislative change is necessary to prevent outcomes that are unjust and defeat the purpose of the reforms. Unfortunately, we've seen some bad examples of that actually happening in strata schemes, where some strata schemes are actually imposing an enormous bond on keeping animals or overly restrictive bylaws. Can you tell me if that's an issue that's on the department's radar, and if there's any reform that's potentially being looked at to deal with that issue that's come out of the changes?
Thank you. So yes, it absolutely is. So recommendation 76 style, exactly as you say, where we're concerned that people are using loopholes or other methods to frustrate the new obligation to allow pets on premises, is specifically one of the issues we're looking at around the reforms. And as I said before, I'll just see if I can get a bit more advice about whether it's in the first package or the second.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for that. Minister, the inquiry report into puppy farming in New South Wales was just released. Yes, very good report. I don't expect you to have read it.
No, but I will.
Good, yeah, because there's actually 2 recommendations that fall under this portfolio. So recommendation 16 and recommendation 18. So recommendation 16 is that the New South Wales government introduce an extended liability scheme whereby breeders are responsible for congenital, genetic, or other health issues that arise in the first year of the animal's life. Because we heard a lot of cases of people being sold a puppy and it cost $10,000 to save that animal's life. And it was something that the breeder had bred into that animal for aesthetics or because they didn't understand breeding healthy animals. Recommendation 18 is that the Minister for Fair Trading advocate to federal counterparts for greater oversight and regulation of the online sale of animals and call for a review of the Australian consumer law to provide better protections in relation to the purchasing of animals. Are these recommendations that you're opening to consider?
Definitely. I'm heading to Adelaide tomorrow on consumer ministers, so I'll definitely raise it there to see what the appetite is. But it just seems like there's a gap in the law, and I'll get rid of the room, as it were.
Great, fantastic. Are you aware if there's any work in those spaces already that's happening within the department?
No, I'm not aware, Ms. Mann.
Yes, thank you, Minister. Ms. Hurst, we are definitely aware of those issues. We've read the report. We will be contributing to the government response to the report, which is due late November. But yes, we are aware of those and working on them.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ms. Mann. And Minister, are you happy to meet with some experts in this space as well to sort of get the ball rolling in this space?
Absolutely. You've seen my commitment in relation to the pet register, and for me that should be a foundation stone for so much needed reform in this space, because again, like the building commissioner's work, if we can shed more light, then we'll get better outcomes. So I think that's definitely should be part of the mix.
Fantastic, thank you. On the 1st of July, the former Minister introduced new rules that food delivery booking providers must supply their delivery riders with high visibility personal protective equipment, including retroreflective outer clothing items. It's only been a month, but I'm wondering if there's any updates on how these new rules are being implemented and if there's been a good response from the industry.
That's operational. Who can take that?
Yes, so Mr. Press is probably best placed to talk about the operational
We've
aspects.
kept a close eye on that. It only came in from July, and since then we've had 2 operations in the Sydney sort of metro area, which are quite popular for food delivery drivers, and compliance is quite good generally. The one that's struggling a little bit is bags, and so you'd see that we had a statement of regulatory intent around that because the platforms are struggling to get suppliers in the sort of the post-COVID environment, but generally food delivery drivers are using other sorts of PPE, reflective high-vis, and we're looking to ramp that up, over the next few months because that transitional period ends very soon.
And will there be penalties for non-compliant operators at any point, like after November?
So there can be penalties on both the rider and the platform, and we'll have to follow the evidence to see which are at fault. It could be both, it could be one or the other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, me and Ms Hogan have raised or spoken about the issue of firearms registry and their failure to deliver customer service in the past, and I thank her for her representations on that. But Minister, as the Minister for Small Business, I want to raise with you the issue of work authorities for firearms dealers. It's taking 9 to 12 months for the registry to approve a work authority for an employee, so essentially giving them permission to actually work in the shop. As the Minister for Small Business, does that concern you? Do you see that as an unnecessary restraint on trade for those businesses?
Well, 9 to 12 months. As a minister that has spent a lot of his time, I'm speaking in the third person, which is disturbing, as somebody that spent a lot of my time focusing on how we slash red tape and make the customer experience better, 9 to 12 months is not good.
Does fair trading not have a responsibility here or an obligation to investigate such unnecessary restraints?
Well, I can make some inquiries to see, maybe Ms Mann.
Ms Mann, do you have an obligation? I appreciate it's another government agency, and you might be hesitant to wrap another government agency over the knuckles, but do you not have a responsibility here to make sure that they're not unnecessarily restraining, business activity or trade?
I'm not sure that we do, but I'm not familiar with the circumstances, so perhaps I can go away and look at it. But as you've mentioned, it's not a matter that sits in this portfolio more generally.
No, I was just more thinking about the responsibility of fair trade and regulating business activity, and it seems as an unnecessary restraint on trade where you.
The firearm registry sits with police, as you know.
I appreciate that, and they just seem to be immune from any sort of.
Well, I absolutely agree with you that 9 to 12 months is not good enough. But that's why, as the Minister for Customer Service, I'm trying hard right across government to improve processes, digitise platforms, because that type of delay is just terrible.
Yeah. Can I just go to associations? There are obviously obligations for associations to report financial data every year. Through you, Minister to Ms Mann, what options do you have when they fail to do that in terms of compliance or enforcement?
I think I will take that on notice if I could.
You don't know what you can do if they fail to report?
So, as you can appreciate, we have hundreds upon hundreds of pieces of legislation. I don't offhand know the answer to that question, but I will find it out for you.
Okay.
Is it a specific association you want?
I'll go to a few examples in a minute, but I'll just I want to get a broad sense of what is available to the department in terms of compliance and enforcement in that space, and what level of oversight the department has in terms of checking that associations are actually fulfilling those requirements. So, how often is this reviewed by your department in terms of whether associations or corporations are actually adhering to this requirement?
I think I'll have to take that on notice.
Well, I might go to a couple of examples, and perhaps you could probably take on notice as to what's happened with them. There is the Yarry Lake Flora and Fauna Trust, which is set up by New South Wales Government, particularly Crown Lands, but essentially run by volunteers. In previous estimates for that minister, Crown Lands and Water, we found that trust had failed to meet that obligation for a decade. So for a decade, they didn't report to you their financials. Would you agree that seems like a significant oversight by your department in not being able to pick that up?
Without knowing the particulars, I don't want to comment on that.
Okay. Can you perhaps take on notice and find out what went wrong in the sense that an association or a trust didn't report their financials to you for 10 years?
I will do.
Thank you. Another example I put to you is, and it's made recent media attention, is the Southern Riverina irrigators, who also failed to disclose their financials for several years, and they've also been the subject of concerning reports of insider trading. Or some of their directors, like 28 instances of potential insider trading. I'm curious as to whether them as an entity or an association has come across your radar in not only their failure to disclose their financials, but also some fairly concerning reports about the practices of their directors. I know it was the subject of inquiry in the water trade inquiry just a couple of weeks ago.
Can you just repeat the name of the irrigator?
Southern Riverina Irrigators,
Southern Riverina.
SRI. You happy to?
Take it on notice.
Yes, if I can take it on notice. Personally, I'm not aware of it, but
No,
I
sure.
will find out how it's being dealt with.
Thank you. In the short remaining time I've got, I might just go back to the building commissioner. Just going back and looking at that report that you did on strata defects, or defects in strata buildings. How much of those defects, I'm trying to get a sense, how much of those defects are from obviously poor building practices when they were originally built, and how much of it can be attributed to or been exacerbated by, I guess, strata not keeping up with appropriate maintenance? Often you get complaints to my office about, stratas not doing proper maintenance, and then the residents then get slugged with these exorbitant, levies because the basic work hasn't been done to keep the buildings up to scratch for many years. So I'm just curious to get a sense of, from that report or just from what you've seen, how much of it is dodgy building practices and how much of it is poor maintenance.
As you're aware, the first 2 years of our efforts been on how do we correct the making of new buildings. Over the last year, we've started to shift the compass to what happens to buildings after they're built. So part of this Intervene initiative is very much about looking into what happens to buildings after they're built. So the strata survey that you're talking about, referred to, is that's the first time a survey like that's been done, and it looked at the defects that were inherent in the buildings from their build. What came out of the work that we're doing in the last 6 months is that we can now see very many instances of things that shouldn't happen after buildings have been built. So we've identified now 12 buildings that we believe that would justify a case study on, so we could actually look into and see, was it an owner's corporation issue, was it a building manager's issue, was it a strata manager's issue? We've started the first 2 of those case studies because as you've raised, it's become quite evident to us that both the defects the backlog maintenance issue is running, and we need to really get a line of sight to that. So we will rerun that strata survey next year, and we will pick up now specific information on that, but we'll push it by the work that we're doing on the current 12 case studies, because you really can't call these things out unless you've got the evidence. So we're in the process of gathering the evidence, but I can see that from looking at buildings where we're going back now, where there are serious defects, the situation has been aggravated by the fact that they haven't had proper maintenance and people aren't abiding by their lawful obligations to live in the building. So storage cages is a really good example where people are putting combustible materials inside storage cages, and they're also stacking materials on top of storage cages, which then negates the impact of a fire sprinkler. So we will have much more detail on this in the next 6 months.
Sure. And is this something that you're going to loop the Property Services Commissioner into, given that he has strata managers on that Property Services panel, and obviously there's a bit of crossover, I guess, here in terms of your work?
Mr. Minns has already been out in the field with us, and so we've been out looking at projects together because there's quite a, I guess, complex line between making a building and then taking it into its future. So these case studies are actually unpacking what we're seeing at that connection point. So Mr. Minns has been out with me, I think, on 2 projects to have a look at that firsthand before he had a break in his role, and I'll look forward to seeing him back next week.
Sure. I might pass to Mr. Beach.
Thank you. Minister, back in 2015, then Minister Constance deregulated the taxi industry, essentially devaluing all of the taxi plates across New South Wales. And there was, as I understand, $20,000 was offered for loss of income at that time. I'm led to believe there's currently a proposal, I think from the Treasurer, but there's currently a proposal looking at further compensation. Are you aware of that?
No, that would obviously come via the Minister for Transport and no doubt the Treasurer.
Okay.
It probably need to go through ERC.
So at the Treasurer's budget estimates a couple of weeks ago, he wouldn't give any indication as to when he would be making a decision about this compensation package. My word, supplementary compensation package. So you've had no input into that?
No, I'm not on expenditure review committee, and plus, obviously we're not allowed to talk about matters that are covered in confidence. But no.
Are you arguing that you should be on the ERC?
No.
No?
I'm pleased I'm not on ERC.
So you'd have to agree, though, these are the quintessential small business operators, aren't they? The taxi plate operators. I mean, wherever I go in country New South Wales, you get to the airport and you hop in a taxi to take you wherever you've got to go. And most of them are family-run small business operators as well, particularly in Sydney. They've built up a nest egg off the back of these taxis. The taxi plate itself has the potential to be their superannuation, like they'll sell the taxi for their super. That's essentially what they're doing. That was scuttled in 2015 for a lot of people. So you've only got to hop in a taxi these days in Sydney, and the taxi drivers want to talk to you about the fact that their taxi plates have been so devalued. Surely, as the Minister for Small Business, you would be arguing that there ought to be further compensation for these hard-working individuals.
Yeah, and again, that is a matter that is being canvassed with the responsible minister, Mr. Elliott, and the Treasurer. So I understand that discussions are underway, but I can't comment because I'm not the final decision maker on that.
So, as an example, Minister, of how the taxi industry, taxi drivers are feeling unsettled by actions of your government, I was in Moree recently. 2018, there was a trial of an on-demand bus in Moree. The trial extended twice. It's now been made permanent. There's been no compensation offered to the taxi drivers who've now had their taxi plates completely devalued, and they can't, in fact, they can't sell them in Moree. Surely if ever there was an argument for an industry adjustment package with adequate compensation, that's got to be an example.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Mr. Beach. And in my previous role, when I was involved in relation to better regulation, I have a very strong working relationship with the Taxi Council. I think they would vouch for that, and we've done a lot of great work together. And I applaud their leadership. But as the Premier has said, that there needs to be fair compensation. There's no doubt about that. And I understand that the Minister and the Treasurer are working through with industry now on that.
Yep. 2009, like the chair of the committee, I spent endless hours scrutinising Hansard,
Yep.
well recorded and transcribed, by the way. In 2009, you made a speech, did you not, about the taxi industry and the need to support the taxi industry?
I gave a speech.
Yeah.
2009.
9.
Wow, you're good. I probably
Spoke
did.
about blood, sweat, and tears, trying to build up a nest egg for their future.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah,
And I maintain it. As I said, I get on very well with the taxi council.
But I guess what I'm saying is here, they really need an advocate right now at the cabinet table, because if you continue to roll the on-demand buses around regional New South Wales, which I believe is the program, town by town, the taxi plates will be devalued, and that retirement nest egg is scuttled. They need an advocate right now, don't you agree? At the cabinet table.
And Minister Elliott, to his credit, is a very strong advocate, and he's made very public comments around that. Again, as the Premier said, there needs to be fair compensation. So I think we're in agreement there, and they're working through that right now.
Yep. Sort of like a bit of a slow torture, though, don't you think, Minister? It's that, like, 2015, when this sort of Minister Constance's deregulation, we're now, 7 years later, we're still talking about some sort of fair compensation. Like, it's taken a long time, and a lot of people have been put through...
I accept there needs to be fair compensation.
Suicides? There's been suicide?
I accept there needs to be fair compensation, and I also accept that they need to land, or we need to land that this sooner rather than later. We did have those COVID years that sort of changed everything for us all. But yes, I accept what you're saying.
Yeah. It was put to me by one taxi driver, I won't say where, it was in regional New South Wales, that it's almost contemptuous. The government's behaviour towards the taxi industry has become almost contemptuous.
Well, again, that's a matter for him to opine that way. But I think that my personal relationship with the taxi council has been strong. Minister Elliott's been advocating. They just need to, they need to get through the issues with the industry and get to a landing sooner rather than later. I agree with you.
Yeah, and sooner being before Christmas. Can we?
Well, I'm not.
I know.
I'm the treasurer.
And the treasurer couldn't give a timeline either. But like, if you're a taxi operator about to pick a whole heap of people up from this building this afternoon, you really want to know what your future looks like.
It's a fair call.
Sooner rather than later.
Absolutely, it's a fair call.
Okay. Can I go to plastic bags? Bit of a skip.
Well, I've got my very strong view on plastic bags.
Yeah.
Well, I can't give you my personal views.
No, and I appreciate that. I'm not going to ask you for your personal views, at least not until the coffee cart comes, and then we can have that conversation. In May, thousands of small business wholesalers and retailers were left with millions of unused single-use lightweight plastic bags after the government failed to communicate properly the fact that regulatory changes were coming into effect on 1 June. So essentially, people were ordering these lightweight single-use plastic bags, not knowing the date upon which this was to happen.
Which year was that again? Which year did you say?
This year.
Oh, this year. Yep.
Yeah. And so, and then there was pretty substantial fines. I think upwards of $250,000 for people who didn't adhere to the new regulation. Surely the communication around this could have been much better, so that people didn't order lightweight single-use plastic bags before the regulation date came into effect. Surely we could have given people a bit of a heads up as to when this was going to happen, so they didn't order those bags.
There was a lot of media at the time about it. I remember, again, I wasn't the minister at the time, but I remember reading the public commentary around it, and I think it's great reform, much overdue reform, quite frankly.
So do I.
Yeah, so it's definitely what we need to do, and hopefully, it's the beginning. But
the issue isn't the policy setting.
Yeah, it's the notification around.
Yes, that's where I'm sort of.
Yeah, I've got some notes here. As I said, I wasn't the minister at the time, but I can say that the ban on, as you pointed out, it commenced on the 1st of June, and further single-use plastics are phased out from 1 November this year, which is great. And the EPA has publicly indicated they'll take a fair and considered approach and consider all circumstances when deciding the appropriate compliance action. Here's, I think, the point that you're asked. Whilst businesses reported some short-term challenges around sourcing paper bags, there was high awareness with 88% of surveyed businesses in the retail, trade and accommodation aware of the New South Wales plastics action ban and associated bans. So according to us, according to this note, there was 88% of surveyed businesses aware.
Okay. Minister, in August, just gone, the Minister for Environment, James Griffin, advised that the government had engaged the services of the National Retail Association, or NRA, to deliver an education campaign to wholesalers and retailers regarding the upcoming 1 November single-use bans in New South Wales for lightweight plastic bags, straws, cutlery and other items.
Yeah.
So the NRA is a company listed in operating out of Queensland, as I understand it.
Right.
And in September 2021, the government awarded a contract to NRA for $547,000 to deliver the education campaign. The NRA was paid $547,000. Some have said what was an ineffective campaign. Are you comfortable that the money was put to good use with this organisation, that the campaign they've run or are running was worthwhile and has met the objectives of government?
Well, again, that's through Minister Griffith, so I can't speak for him, but based on the briefing note I've got here, that there was a high awareness with 88% of surveyed businesses in retail and accommodation and food services sector aware of the Plastics Action Plan and associated bans. 88% is pretty high, Mr. Beach. But I don't know if the Small Business Commissioner has anything further you'd like to say, because...
No, thanks, Minister. Look, we were concerned from the outset, Mr. Veach, about essentially three things. The awareness of the change for small business, the existing levels of stock for plastic and related single-use plastics, and the cost of changing. The survey that the Minister is referring to is a survey that we conducted in July. We continue to work with the EPA in particular to keep an eye on things. The EPA have assured me that they'll take a considered approach in terms of fines, both from the plastic bag issue and in continuing to the single-use plastic, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think the challenge remains for small business is the awareness of what is acceptable material and what is not. So we'll continue to prosecute that case for small business. But as the Minister's pointed out, our survey work to date indicates a fairly high awareness of the change. It's just a case of getting through the stock that they may have that they've purchased previously prior to these bans coming into effect.
And can I just ask the Minister just on that? So maybe through you to the Small Business Commissioner.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So the stock that is from 1 November that the small business operators may still have, what are they to do with that?
So our hope is that they'll use that stock prior to the 1st of November. And certainly what we're doing is providing advice that the change is coming in. We've looked at alternate replacements to what they might have used in terms of plastic forks. We know that there's 2 cents difference between a plastic fork, single-use plastic, and an alternate option that is acceptable. We're trying to get that material out to the small businesses so they can source a source of supply to provide and ensure that they're compliant come the 1st of November. But I think the messaging is key, making sure that they do wind down that stock and that they seek alternative options now, so come the 1st of November they're ready to go.
Okay. Minister, the process for engaging National Retail Association, the NRA, again, you weren't the Minister, but maybe someone might be able to assist you, but what was the process? Was it an open tender, closed tender, off a panel?
Was that, can I just get some clarification, was that conducted via Mr. Griffith's office?
Potentially, it may well have been.
I can take that on notice.
If you could do that. Thank you. Did you know that NRA actually donated money to the re-election campaign for Mr. Dutton?
No.
Do you think it's appropriate that that organisation then score the job in New South Wales?
Well, I would hope that there is appropriate probity settings around all procurement. As I said, I was asked a lot of procurement issues in last week, and as a minister, I don't get involved in procurement, nor should ministers get involved in procurement. But thank you for raising plastic bags, and we need to, the fact that you're talking about this helps the narrative. So thank you.
Yeah, and look, I think we agree on the.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's about getting that extra 12%.
Yeah. Okay. So, Minister, I just want to go to the waste disposable industry, the skip bins issue. So your department assesses all proposed laws and regulations across government for their impact on small business. Is that right?
I believe so. Yep.
So, what is the process for doing that? I just want to get an idea of how the impact on small business of government decisions is assessed.
Yeah, I might ask the Small Business Commissioner to respond to that.
Thanks, Mr. Veitch. I can't comment on the process. I think this was a power that the EPA had, and the primary issue with skip bin operators was the imposition of an additional charge for what could be contaminated waste when skip bin operators took spoil or material to landfill or centres that dealt with landfill. So I can't talk to the actual regulatory impact statement or cost-benefit assessment of the reg itself. I think it was a power that the EPA have under their legislation.
So, Minister, are there regulatory impact statements for small business then conducted on government decisions?
I imagine that would have been conducted via the relevant minister and their agency at the time, so that's EPA.
Okay. But does either your department or the Small Business Commissioner have run their eye across these the regulations, etc., so that we can assess the impact that may be on small business?
So Mr. Veitch, we received industry feedback in late March on the proposal, and I worked with EPA and the former minister on addressing some concerns, and as a consequence of that representation, there was a suspension in the order by the EPA, which was very much welcomed by the industry.
Yep. So there's been strong opposition from the industry, as I understand it, around the abandoned regulatory orders on the 11th of May. Just what was the role then? If the industry didn't accept, was there some sort of dialogue prior to the implementation? I mean, I'm just trying to get my head around if they...
My understanding, Mr. Veitch, is that there'd been discussions with the industry for about 12 to 18 months at looking at a range of options. The concern from industry, as I recall, was that there was growing pressure on the potential to introduce proposed charges or changes later this year, and that initiated some very active representations to my office and to the government. That precipitated some phone calls and discussion with the EPA, as I mentioned, which resulted in a constructive discussion around suspending those additional charges.
Yeah. So I think you might have described these as a win for common sense at some stage, Mr. Long.
I'm on record as saying that, Mr. Veitch.
Yeah, it's a little bit more research I was doing there. Minister, do you think it's a win for common sense?
I'm always advocating for a win for common sense, Mr. Veitch.
Because essentially the impact would have been that small to medium-sized business operators have the potential of going out the door backwards if this had happened. So I'm sort of surprised we got to the point we did before that decision was made. So maybe it was a decision for common sense, Mr. Lamont.
I'm on the record as saying such, Mr. Veitch.
Okay. And will anyone be apologising to the small waste disposal operators around the unnecessary stress this whole process caused them?
Look, we'll continue to work with them. They had a very good level of representation from their industry associations, both state and federal. I've got a very good dialogue with both entities now and going forward, so we'll continue to work with them. Mr. Veitch, I think one of the biggest issues was the industry itself in the main works, as Mr. Chandler would appreciate, on lump sum contracts. So the additional charge would not have been, in many cases, actually factored into existing contracts that were on foot. So they would have had additional charges which they would not be able to recover from employing bodies or agencies. So that was something that the EPA took on board when we discussed that with them, and we got a very good reception on that issue alone. Because
the reality is it had the potential to impact on, say, the cost of constructing a home.
Absolutely.
And I've seen figures of upwards of $20,000 extra just to meet this requirement. So I'm still, I'm gobsmacked, but I'm concerned that it got this far down the track. Particularly if all that consultation was taking place along the way. At some point earlier in this process, it must have been flagged that the small to medium-sized operators were at grave risk of going out. And as the Minister for Small Business now, you would have surely would have some concerns about that for the small business operators?
Again, right now, but at the time I wasn't. But as Mr. Lamont indicated, I think there's a resolution and there's common sense prevailing.
You've had a bit on your plate since you've picked up the portfolios from former Minister Petinos.
I enjoy hard work.
It's and so you've had to roll the sleeves up and work your way through a number of these issues.
It's a blessing every day in Parliament.
It is. And I think this is actually going to be your last estimates.
It is. I think I've done 12 years.
Yeah.
It would have been about 24, thereabouts.
Yeah, I've actually only got one more question for Mr. Press, and I don't know if Mr. Tansey's had enough time to give me an update. Maybe I'll start with Mr. Tansey.
Thank you. Yes, I can clarify. So you were asking about the 6 recommendations in Strata. So all but one of the recommendations are in the first phase bill that we're currently doing targeted consultation in. So hopeful of those progressing. Recommendation 1, which is the model bylaw, will be in the second tranche.
So that's the one recommendation that's going to be in the second tranche is the one about the huge bonds and over restrictive bylaws. Is that?
No. So the model bylaw, recommendation 81, is in the second tranche. Yes, but the issue of recommendation 76 goes to the excessive kind of workarounds. That will be in the first tranche.
Fantastic. And what sort of timeline are we looking for that second tranche and the first tranche?
Look, I think the reality now is that will be in next year, which means it's likely to be when the Parliament convenes after the 25th of March.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And my one other question was to Mr. Press further on in regards to the food delivery driver laws. Are there any further planned reforms or activities in this space in regards to the safety of food delivery drivers in New South Wales?
Yes, there's a couple of tranches. So this first tranche we're in now is around PPE requirements particularly. From January next year, there's a heap of other requirements to do with training, for example, that commence as well. So we're just getting through the PPE, but from the back end of this year and probably October, we'll start the communication, the awareness on those further requirements as well. They're more positioned on the platforms to provide training to the riders.
And are you able to give me a bit of an indication about what those further requirements will be? Like, I know you've mentioned training. Is it just training, or is there other aspects to it as well?
I don't think I have that with me. There's about I want to say 5 different elements to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wonderful. If you could take it on notice and then just let me know what those elements are, that would be fantastic. And that's it from me. I apologise. I'm in Deputy Chair for 2 budget estimates today, so I'm all over the place, but thank you very much.
Thank you. I might just ask a couple of questions before I throw to the opposition. I do note that Mr. Chandler's left the...
He's just after a bathroom break. So
that's fine. I might try and steer them towards you, Miss Mann. The Strata defect report I was talking about in the previous line of questioning, just looking at some of the findings, they note that Strata schemes preferred not to involve fair trading in resolving defects and only lodging complaints in around 15% of cases. Can you sort of explain why you think that might be the case? It's such a low referral rate to, I guess, essentially the department that looks after these sorts of things.
Yeah, so I'll make a few comments and then I will throw to Mr. Press if that's okay. So we absolutely want to get those rates up, is the first point. The second point is that we have a fantastic new tool called the Strata Hub, Strata Portal.
I love the Strata Hub.
Yeah, it's a Minister Dominello favourite, and this is really a portal. So we know that more and more people are living in strata. It's a portal where all the information can be up there for people to access. People that are living in the strata building, but also people that are thinking of moving into the strata building. It's a mechanism by which government can send out push notices when there's issues that people need to know about. And I would foresee, Mr. Banasiak, that fair trading will be pushing notices out to the strata community to make sure that there's full awareness of fair trading and the services that we offer.
Okay. In that hub portal, is there a availability for them to push back and send you
Feedback.
complaints or feedback or concerns? So if they want to,
My understanding that's part of the design. Like, there's only one other place in the world, I think it's Ontario, Canada, that's got anything like this, and our model is now superseded what they've got significantly so. So it's, again, it's that transparency piece of how we can use digital to make sure we get far better outcomes. So
that hub's operational now?
Absolutely. In phase one, we're moving to phase two very soon, where we get, my understanding, strata managers being able to come in, but strata owners can already start plugging in and getting in. But that's really important. And the genesis of that was, I couldn't believe at the time when I was Fair Trading Minister that there was no one place that we could notify or have communication with strata owners in relation to flammable cladding. I couldn't believe it. Down in Victoria, they spent $1 million in 12 months to try and ascertain where the strata schemes were of a certain age and were vulnerable. I couldn't believe there was nothing in fair trading, nothing in planning, nothing in local government. So that then, that started the journey around the strata hub.
And I guess one of the other things the research suggested was that need to educate strata managers and strata people within strata. Is the hub a direct response to that call for the Department of Fair Trading to be, I guess, the centre of that education push?
That is part of it, absolutely.
But the beauty is, Mr. Banasiak, is that, this is the first time we've ever had a clear pipeline between the regulator and the strata community, because we don't know what's going to happen in the next 5-10 years, but we do know that if there are issues that arise, we need clear communication channels. And again, we're the only second place in the world to have got that. And that's going to iterate over time. There's so much we can do with the Strata Hub. That's why I love the Strata Hub.
Almost as much as the metaverse.
Almost.
I will.
You might put the Strata Hub in the metaverse.
Maybe.
Thanks for the idea.
Thanks very much. Minister, we've only got some limited time left. I did just briefly duck out to the Premier's estimates and I asked him some questions about what we've been discussing earlier here this morning about the allegations, serious allegations about the behaviour of Ms. Tinos when she was a minister. He actually indicated that he had spoken to you and asked you as the senior cluster minister to raise concerns with Ms. Patinos. Is that your recollection of it?
He raised with me, when was it? 31 July. It would have been about 2 or 3 weeks before. He raised with me workplace issue concerns, but again, I repeat, at no point did he raise any allegations around bullying or formal or informal. So I've received nothing of that. But there were workplace and workflow issues, such as she didn't have much staff on deck at the time, and that was slowing things down. And he asked me as a senior minister if I could reach out to her. I did reach out to her. And I said, look, why don't we have regular coffees once a week so you can float through any issues or challenges you got, because I've been around for a while now. We, as it turns out, we never got to have that first coffee, because then on the 31st I got notified by the Premier.
Okay, but so just a series of events is that there were obviously concerns that were raised with Ms. Hogan as early as April that were then raised with the Minister, that at some point the Premier has come to you and has said, look, we've got these concerns with how the office is operating, but that they're not being connected up until then the allegations are aired in the Daily Telegraph, and then all of a sudden the Minister is fired. That's we're just trying to get a sense of how it was that these issues that were being discussed around through government weren't actually addressed.
Yeah, and again, Mr. Scott, I can just say categorically, at no point did I ever receive any direct or indirect allegations or complaints around bullying, because if I did, I would have referred it up, absolutely referred it up. You know, I take that very, very seriously. I had received that call from the Premier, again, from the best of my recollection, would have been early to mid-July, about workflow and workplace issues, but nothing was mentioned in relation to bullying of the kind. The first I heard about it was pretty much when it appeared in the paper.
Okay.
And the same with Mr. Chandler's letter. The first I saw when it was produced on the SA 52.
I mean, there was an article that was published in the Sunday Telegraph that did contain excerpts. Did you see that?
When was that?
On the 6th of August.
I may have.
Okay.
May have. But the first I saw of the letter was with the SA 52.
So on the 6th of August, though, you were the minister. Did you? What questions did you ask?
I don't know if I was sworn in, but I would have been for all intents and purposes.
I think I recall you were sworn in that week, weren't you?
I think it was on the Thursday or Friday.
Okay, so then the
Assume I was.
6th of August was the Sunday.
Assume I was.
Then the Sunday Telegraph reports on these explosive allegations about why the building commissioner had resigned.
Yeah.
What questions did you ask after you saw? Did you see that article? Did you ask questions?
I have a vague recollection of seeing the article, and again, I just recall reading seeing the letter for the first time when it was produced. When was it produced on SA 52?
That was about the 10th or the 11th of August.
Yeah, so it would have been shortly
It
thereafter.
would have been the 11th of August.
Yeah, shortly thereafter. So that was the first time I saw it.
You didn't ask to see a copy of it prior to that?
I definitely, when I was I wasn't entitled to have a copy of it when I was not the minister.
No, but once you became the minister, there was obviously issues.
I think there could have been, there may have been 2 or 3 days, but that would have included a weekend. But as I said, it would have been a day or so within that story and effectively me getting access to it under SA 52.
Okay, and did you ask whether that? So there was a story obviously that appeared in the Sunday Telegraph that talked about the concerns that the building commissioner had in relation to the relationship between the minister and Coronation Group. Did you ever ask about whether that had been acted on? Did you ever speak to?
Yes, I spoke to Ms. Hogan about that, and again, she's given evidence last week about what she did to satisfy herself in relation to those concerns.
Okay. I don't know how I'm tracking for time.
You can keep going as long as you want until 4:45.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Great.
You can breathe.
Well, I've always got plenty of questions. Watch out, we're going to be here all afternoon. So, Ms. Hogan, I'm sorry, I didn't see that evidence. How did you...
Are you meaning evidence I gave at SO 52? Or
Last week when in relation to how you dealt with the concerns in relation to Mr. Chandler.
I wasn't asked about Mr. Chandler last week, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Oh, okay. All right. We might get into that this afternoon. That's okay. We'll probably need a bit longer for that. So, Minister, I'm interested, though, in what happened. So there was the article in the Sunday Telegraph that talked about the letter. I can tell you, I'm not sure you're paying that much attention. I'd been calling for a week that had been that it had been... Sorry, I'm not sure that you were following what I was saying closely, but I'd been saying for several days that it needed to be released publicly, that it was important that some clarity was provided. At what point...
I do recall that commentary. Yep.
And at what point did you start asking questions about the issues that had been raised by the building commissioner?
It would have been, again, in the latter part, or the mid to latter part of that week. Like, everything was moving very fast. So the 31st was a Sunday. I think I got officially sworn in on the Wednesday or the Thursday or the Friday. the SO52 came out on the Monday. So everything sort of happened around that time.
Sorry, so you received the SO52, the notice was given on the Wednesday and it was produced on the Thursday.
Yes.
Sorry, the notice was given on the Tuesday, it was produced on the Wednesday. I'm a day ahead.
Thank you. That makes more sense. Yeah, so
so-
that's when I would have seen it.
So, but did you ask then what had happened with the letter,
Yes.
with the allegations that were
Yes.
raised in the letter?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you become aware that it had been sent to ICAC?
When the Premier notified the Parliament.
So you didn't know. So you
Sorry,
saw the
I've
letter.
just got to get the dates right. So when did the Premier first make the
31st.
31st? That was 31.
So the 31st of July was when Ms. Fatinos was sacked.
Yes. He
The
made the statement in Parliament on the
So that wasn't until the 9th of August
9th of August. Yeah.
that we gave notice that we were going to compel the production of the Building Commissioner's resignation letter. Then on the 10th of August, it was produced to the Parliament, and on that day, the Premier told us that it had been sent to ICAC.
Yes.
So you didn't know prior to him standing up in the Parliament telling us that it had been sent to ICAC. You didn't know.
It's just that the days were, as you would appreciate, the days were blurred because everything was happening so fast. But if I knew, and again, if I knew, it would have been like a day or so before.
Okay, but Minister, I'm trying to understand what were the questions that you started to ask. There were some pretty serious allegations that Mr. Chandler raised in the
As I
letter,
said,
bravely raised in the letter,
I
about the
accept that.
relationship between the former minister and Coronation Property Group. And I'm interested to know what you, as the minister responsible, reading the letter says, how are we getting to the bottom of that?
Yes, so I asked Ms. Hogan at the time because that's when I had the authority because I had access to the letter and I was the minister before I didn't have that opportunity. I raised with Ms. Hogan what did she do to satisfy her concerns in relation to the contents of the letter.
Okay. All right. And we can talk about that more at length this afternoon. But in terms of, and did Ms. Hogan tell you that she had sent the letter to ICAC?
I hand on heart, I just can't recall. If she did, again, you can ask Ms. Hogan, if she did, it would have been around that time, that day or thereabouts.
Okay. So I'm just trying to get this right, like my understanding correct, that Mr. Chandler raises some serious allegations. You go to your departmental secretary and say, have you acted on these? Have you investigated these? And then that's the end of the matter?
In what sense? It's already been, Ms. Hogan's already forwarded the letter to ICAC.
Okay. Ms. Hogan, perhaps you can jump in.
Yeah. So the distinction to make is that I hadn't sent the letter under my obligations under Section 11. I didn't feel that it warranted that. So I was actually on leave from the 31st of July to the 8th of August. So there was a few things happening in that time.
Yeah.
I had been dealing with Mr. Chandler's resignation letter as an independent issue, and then obviously the allegations about the minister were published on the Friday, I think, on the 29th. So I was on leave when that had happened. I'd asked Miss Mann to act as the secretary the following week, but I was conscious not to leave her with a whole lot of things that were happening at that time, which, you wouldn't normally be dealing with. So on the Sunday, I sought some advice. I sought to update the legal counsel at DPC, who I hadn't spoken to for a while. I'd asked her whether she could make herself available to Ms. Mann the following week if any issues were to arise. And one of the issues I raised was that Mr. Chandler had resigned, which she was aware of, but I also shared a bit more detail about the letter and the actions I'd taken. And I said to her that I hadn't felt that I should send it to the ICAC. And she said to me she didn't feel that the actions that I had taken and the allegations the concerns that David had raised in his letter, she didn't feel that I needed to refer them under Section 11 either, but that it was open to me to send it to the ICAC purely as an FYI. And so I took that advice and decided that I would send it, not refer it under Section 11, but that I would send it purely as an FYI. I called my own legal counsel that afternoon and asked if she could put a short note together and arrange to have it sent to the ICAC the following day. So the reason for the timing was prior to speaking to the legal counsel at DPC, I hadn't felt it necessary to do that. Once she had suggested to me that it was open to me and it would be usual practice in such matters across the sector to do that, to send it purely as an FYI, I did decide to take that action. And the reason that it was taken the next day was because I didn't want to leave Miss Mann with the obligation to do that. I wanted to make sure I'd done that myself.
Okay. And then you subsequently went on leave until the 8th?
Yes, I was actually on leave that weekend, but I performed those functions so that I could, the following week, I was actually physically going away and I didn't want to leave Miss Mann with that to deal with.
I understand. Okay. I might come back to that again this afternoon because I think I've got a few additional questions. I'm just checking to see whether I've got anything further for the Minister. Do colleagues? Do you have, if you want to ask someone, then I'll...
I want to come back to the question about aged care. So, Miss Mann, has there been any prosecutions arising out of any of the aged care inspections?
Sorry, I think I need to seek a point of clarification. Are you referring to aged care facilities or retirement villages? We regulate retirement villages.
You don't have safe work obligations. There's no health and safety obligations in relation to aged care facilities? Workers in aged care facilities aren't subject to the Work Health and Safety Act?
Yes, they are.
Well, then they clearly...
Okay, so I think we may have been speaking at cross purposes earlier. So in terms of that, I will need to take on notice the number of prosecutions.
Okay. So in terms of the evidence, let me just clarify, in terms of the evidence you've provided earlier, in terms of workplace visits, is that in relation to retirement homes?
Villages, that's correct.
Not aged care facilities. So are you able to provide evidence in relation to how many inspections done in terms of aged care facilities?
Yes, I can get that for you.
Right, I see. But that's certainly not the 54 that you...
No, I think we were speaking at cross purposes. I was referencing the numbers for retirement villages, but I can certainly get the information in relation to aged care facilities as well.
Do you have any knowledge in terms of, was it the same arrangement where there was no physical inspections prior to 30 June 2022?
I would expect that to be the case given the vulnerability of the people involved, yeah.
When you're talking about the vulnerability, you're talking about the vulnerability of the inspectors or the vulnerability of...
Oh, I'm talking about the vulnerability of the aged residents in the facility.
I wanted to ask about the risk assessment that was undertaken again. Just to clarify, was that in relation to all inspection services or was it just in relation to inspection services for retirement villages as opposed to aged care facilities?
So during COVID, given the exceptional circumstances that we were facing, we did need to do risk assessments in terms of whether it was better to go in and risk the health and safety of people in there in terms of COVID or not. And so it was a risk assessment that was done in relation to every inspection space.
The conclusion was that it was too risky to do physical inspections, is that?
Well, there were actually times when we were not permitted in because the aged care facilities, the retirement villages were locked down. So you recall there were parts of COVID where people were not actually able to go inside.
Regulator couldn't exercise its due authority to go into an aged care facility, deal with health and safety matters.
It's the risk assessment. No, we absolutely can go in under those circumstances. What I was referring to is we didn't go in and do our regular inspections as a matter of course. We would have responded had there been requests for service for particular incidents, but we didn't send troops of inspectors in, as you can appreciate, under the circumstances.
Perhaps on notice how many requests for service were received from aged care facilities?
I can do that.
Period beginning of 2020 through to the June 30, 2022 period that we talked about.
Minister, I just wanted to ask you some final questions about the exercise of the functions of the Minister for Fair Trading that you were actually asked to do when you weren't the Minister, but when Matt Keane was the Minister in relation to David Bainey. Do you recall this? This was some time ago in 2017.
That's what I was about to say. That's years ago. It's pre-COVID. I vaguely remember it. Vaguely.
Have you ever met David Bainey?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So you may recall that Minister Keane excused himself from fulfilling his statutory functions and asked you to step in.
I do vaguely remember that.
The role?
Yep, I do vaguely remember that.
And so he disclosed that he had a relationship with Mr. Bainey?
Yeah, I just recall he recused himself from the role and he asked me to step in.
Okay. And do you remember if your discussions with Minister Keane involved ex gratia payments?
Sorry, I don't have any recollection of the 2017 event, sorry.
Okay. Are you able to take it on notice to see if there's anything that you've got, any notes or in relation to what were the
I'll take it on notice, but I don't have a specific recollection of any discussion.
Yeah, and if your discussions with Minister Keane included the findings of the New South Wales Ombudsman report?
Yeah, I'll take it on notice. Yeah.
Okay. And whether you consulted with Minister Keane at all when you were exercising those statutory functions, or whether you didn't?
I'll take it on notice, but I doubt very much I would have consulted with him.
Okay.
If he recused himself, I wouldn't consult with him.
Okay. Are you able to tell us whether the ex gratia payments that were provided excluded the people who received them from pursuing further legal action?
In 2017?
2017.
I'll take that on notice.
Okay.
Apologies.
Great.
Just what's happened since then.
Yes, I understand. It is part of the portfolio, though.
I accept that.
Okay.
We've got five
Oh.
or I can.
No. Let's. Oh, yeah. Did you have anything that you wanted to come back with?
Yeah. Any witnesses want to clear some homework before we break for lunch?
Yeah, we were preparing to come back after lunch, but Mr. Press might have...
I have a couple if that's okay. So food delivery drivers, this first asked about the additional requirements from 1st of January. So they are training requirements on the platforms to provide appropriate training, which I think I mentioned, for riders to provide evidence to inspectors upon request that they've conducted that training, and then that riders are required to wear PPE, and penalty notices can be issued to riders if they were not supplied PPE, or if they didn't wear it.
Mr. Tansey, did you?
Oh,
have
yeah,
that?
thank you. I
And then
just
Mr.
wanted
Chandler?
to, I undertook to Mr. Adam to check my facts on audiometric testing. So just wanted to repeat that. So yeah, we are proposing, subject to government's consideration, to go out and consult on the audiometric testing exemption. It was included in the WHS regulation through national reform since 2017, but as you observed, has been here subject of a class exemption. So the basis of the proposed consultation would be that our in principle view is that it's not usual or appropriate to exempt things of such nature by such a class, and that one option would be to provide for more specific exemptions rather than broad exemptions. It is also still our view, though, and I think colleagues might have made the point, that that does not remove obligations on people conducting business or undertaking to use audiometric testing in a workplace if it's part of their risk management, and it's still our view that the WHS regulation would require that and provides for it, and that the New South Wales Code of Practice for managing noise and preventing hearing loss specifically deals with the use of audiometric testing. We will.
How does that work, Mr. Tansey? If you've got an exemption, you then say, actually, if you have a risk assessment, they actually still have to do it. I mean, it's one or the other, isn't it? Surely.
Well, no, I think I think what we want to test through consultation is, our proposition would be that we shouldn't be dealing with exemptions through very broad class exemptions, that they should be more specific and tending to be case by case. I think my colleagues made the point, and I'd happily defer to Megan on that, about the fact that where it is by the nature of the work, including where your work requires you to use PPE such as noise protection, ear covering, that audiometric testing would be one of the other mitigation measures that you would use as part of meeting your obligations.
So let me clarify, this measure is in operation in other states as a result of the harmonisation process.
Correct.
In New South Wales, we dealt with it rather than implement it, we put in exemptions as a transitional measure, or was it just, I don't really understand why there hasn't been a decision up until now to actually retrench the transitional measures.
So, look, I can't speak for all the decisions made along the way, but it's certainly our view now that it's not an appropriate mechanism to keep doing this year on year, and the current exemption is due to expire December of next year. So our intention in doing the consultation now is to address it, assess the pros and cons, and deal with it in a more regular way, so we no longer have these rolling exemptions year on year. We'd like to be clear about its status in the
Every year since 2016, it's been renewed. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And there's no process to actually. It's only now that you're now looking at a process of saying, well, do we need to keep undertaking this exemption system? Surely, if you're renewing it each year, that those questions should have been asked each time there was a renewal, Mr. Tanzi.
Look, I don't have advice on that. I can't speak to what process each year on year. I can tell you what we're doing now, because I agree with maybe a proposition underlining your question that it's not our preferred way, our usual way to deal with this rolling year-on-year exemptions. We'd prefer to put it on a clear and ongoing footing, and then business, industry, workers know what applies to them, what doesn't, and it would potentially allow for more limited and specific exemptions rather than broad class exemptions. But Megan may be able to add more operational perspectives.
The exemptions don't remove the requirement from doing, I guess, anything at all. It still has the duty under the laws to minimise risk as reasonably practicable. So that would still undertake a risk assessment. So if audiometric testing came out in that risk assessment, they'd still need to apply it. What's happened here, though, it would disadvantage many other businesses that have other controls in place. So this is, I guess, this blanket exemption that essentially is disadvantaging a certain group. And as a result of that, the exemption expires the 31st of December 2023 with consultation on whether it should be put into the law or removed. So
I don't understand this idea that it's disadvantage. So are you saying that the exemption is disadvantaging businesses, or that there are businesses that would be disadvantaged if the exemption weren't in place?
So the requirement for it would only apply to those that are using audiometric testing as part of their risk assessment, and it would not apply to those that are not using it at the moment. So it's disadvantaging a group that are already using that and excluding a group that are not. So the whole duty, though,
doing
and that's what the issues are around as to whether it's fit for purpose. The second thing is it doesn't take away the duty that businesses need to do the risk assessment, put appropriate controls based on their business, and they may differ between businesses depending on the noise environment.
We might just stop. Yeah, we are just a little bit over time. I will allow the Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just thank the committee first and foremost, and then ask the committee whether you require all witnesses this afternoon? So, for example, the Small Business Commissioner.
Yes.
We'll probably have to have a conversation about that after the broadcast is finished.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, we will. If we can dismiss witnesses early,
okay, thank you.
We will definitely do that. I will throw to the Honourable Peter Poulos, as has the lead for the government questions.
Been practicing all morning.
At least been paying attention.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon, Mr. Poulos.
Thank you once again for your attendance today.
Year 12.
I personally rate you and would like an encore attendance. I mean,
you want a supplementary?
No, an encore. An encore.
But
But no, not at all.
But
But
respectfully pass.
No, but Minister, on behalf of my colleague, can I take this opportunity to thank you for your many years of distinguished service and discharging your ministerial responsibilities with such passion. Before we wrap up for lunch, were there any final words of wisdom you could share with this committee?
No, not at all. Just thank you for the opportunity. Every day in Parliament's a blessing.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will end it there, and we'll come back at 2:00. Okay, welcome back to this afternoon session. Before we commence with questioning, we just need to swear in one additional witness, which is Mr. Mintz. Just can you state your full name, position, title, and take an oath or affirmation?
It's John Michael Minns, and as from next week, I'll be the New South Wales Property Services Commissioner.
Again.
Again.
we welcome you back to the role.
Did you pack a bag at all? Didn't really have time.
One.
Did they give you a farewell party?
He's got to rebank his pin.
I was very well looked
I
after.
know how much he has to read.
He's still got to take
All right.
He's actually got to take the oath or affirmation before.
I'm
we start
sorry.
questioning about his farewell party.
Right. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Uzos.
Thanks very much. Chair, good afternoon, Mr. Mintz. I might start, Mr. Chandler, just with your resignation letter. And we talked a little bit about this morning, but I'm just keen to talk in a bit more detail about the concerns that you raised about the relationship between the Minister and Coronation Property Group. How did you form that view, those concerns about the relationship between the Minister and Coronation Property Group?
Mr. Sauce, it was really just a contextual thing as part of me arriving at the conclusion I arrived at. But as I've said in the letter, I was just a bit surprised that within a very short time after issuing a draft order, I got a call from the previous minister's chief of staff to say, am I about to issue an order on coronation? And I said, yes, I was. I thought within an hour of me issuing the draft order was pretty prompt, and then within a couple of hours later I received the SMS from Mr. Barilaro saying that he was aware that I was going to issue an order and would it be appropriate to meet, but very, very clearly making the point that if it was inappropriate to meet, that wasn't an urgency. So I didn't hasten to a meeting with him, and we organised one for some weeks after I issued the order. So it was just part of the atmospherics to say, well, I'm a bit surprised that happened like that. We drew nothing from it. So in my discussions with the Secretary, we didn't feel that there'd been an infringement on my powers or an infringement to change the course of justice. It was just part of the atmospherics of me putting together a bunch of things that sort of said, look, I'm not sure this is going the way it was always being.
Yeah, and look, and I respect, Mr. Chandler, you've worked in the industry. I apologise, I said 40 years. It's been 50 years that you've worked
50
in the
actually,
industry.
yes.
But you know, over time you get a sense of these things with that level of experience. Had the minister's previous chief of staff, the previous minister's chief of staff, had she contacted you about any other stop work orders?
No.
Was that the first time she'd called you?
Oh, look, with all chiefs of staff, you do put things on the radar. So, for example, you know, it was not unusual to make a call and say, by the way, we've got this matter out at Auburn, for example, just wanted to let you know, and we're going to send you up a note just to say, is it okay to brief the local member, which we did, and that was approved. But I didn't have very many contacts with the previous minister's chief of staff, as I, for example, would have had with Gavin Melvin in Minister Anders's office. I expect we would have spoken 3 or 4 times a week, and I've got to say, since Minister Dominello's arrival, we're back to 3 or 4 times of contact a week. There was no spontaneous connection.
Sorry, with the previous ministers?
The previous minister.
Yeah, I understand that. But that's why this sort of call out of the blue prompted concern from you. Is that correct?
Yeah, it did. I mean, we also responded to 2 meeting requests from Coronation as well. But, you know, they were just handled in the normal course of business. They wanted to come in. The first meeting I had with them, I can't recall the date, but they came in after we'd issued the order, and just said, we fully accept the order. There's no pushback from us. In fact, we've sacked 2 people from the job because they weren't doing it right. We're very sorry, and we're going to get it fixed. So there was absolutely no pushback on the order at all from Coronation. And then there was a subsequent meeting where, in fact, you chaired the meeting. Matt Winton chaired the meeting, and you were with him, and I was just in attendance. And that was to talk about, the fact that the order, I think it had been lifted by then, Matt. Is that at that meeting? The order had been lifted by them, and they had some issues around a potential review of their licence. And again, that's not my domain. So I basically said, well, I'm happy to sit in the meeting, but I've got no real dog in the fight here because it's being handled by the department as it should be.
Sorry, what was the issue with the licence that was raised?
Matt, why don't you talk to it? I mean, your patch, not mine.
I should actually pass to Miss Mann because it's not my part of compliance. It was the licensing and disciplinary areas.
And I'm happy to talk to it, but...
So, Ms. Housos, there was an issue with the licence of MN Builders.
Which is associated with Coronation Property Group.
Correct. That's correct. So the issue was that we had issued a notice of intent to cancel that licence on the 5th of April. And indeed we did go on to cancel that licence. It was cancelled on the 23rd of August this year. We were, the very next day, there was a summons filed in the Supreme Court by MN Builders or their lawyers, and a stay was granted on the 26th of August, which meant that the registration or licence of MN Builders has been reinstated, and now that has been referred to a date for a preliminary hearing. So that matter is active and live.
Okay. And I certainly don't want to in any way prejudice that. So let me just ask, I want to come back to the meeting with Mr. Barilaro. Mr. Chandler, you said that, and your letter noted that you received a text message on your personal phone. Is that the way you're normally contacted? Like, I assume, do you have a work phone?
I have a work phone, so I keep them quite separate. So one's for my grandkids, one's for this one. So, so it came in on my personal phone. Now, look, you know, I give my personal phone number to the senior executive because I do turn this off on weekends and try and have a weekend. But if I am needed, I am the building commissioner, so a few people have my phone number, including the minister's office. And I was just as surprised that within 4 hours of issuing the draft order, I received a SMS from Mr. Barilaro saying, could we, I understand you're issuing an order, could we have a meeting? And but strong message at the bottom, if this is inappropriate, tell me and I won't push it any further. So it was inappropriate, and I said to my EA, let Mr. Barilaro know that I'm happy to meet with him in due course, but I did keep the Secretary informed of that process throughout.
And I'll come to that in a moment, but Mr. Chandler, I mean, and this might just be something I should just clear up. There were some notes that one of your colleagues, Mr. Nice, is it, or Nice, N-Y?
Yolanda Nice, yeah.
Yes. I apologise, she wrote some notes and said that were produced to the upper house in a call for papers, and it actually said that John Barilaro wanted to discuss the stop work order. Was that correct, or he didn't want to?
When he came into the room, he just said, I acknowledge it's been dealt with, and it was a really no material part of the comment. He really came in to follow up his earlier email to me to say that he'd like to, and I think the two copies of the SMSs that I've had from Mr. Barilaro were in the pack that you've got. So, the first one was asking for a meeting. The second one followed me giving a presentation to the Property Council of Australia, and which when I sat at the head table, he was already there. He sat on the other side and we nodded, and then he sent me an email afterwards saying, oh, good presentation, now I've got the understanding of what you're on about, and we now want to be one of your success stories. So we had the conversation in the context of him wanting to know what they needed to be doing to be one of the success stories.
So can I just ask you, Mr. Chandler, he contacted you on your personal phone. That was about, what was it, the 4th of April or something like that?
It's in the pack.
Yeah, I've got a list here. So, on the 6th of April, he sends you a text message.
The day of the draft order, yep.
Yep, on the day of the draft order. The next day, the Chief of Staff calls you.
She called me before Mr. Barilaro.
She called you. Mr. Barilaro sends a text message on your personal phone, which is
about an hour after I issued the draft order. By the way, I didn't issue it to Coronation. I issued it to Carn Finch because we were doing a Design and Building Practitioners Act audit. So we were actually going through, were the drawings fit and proper for declaring and issuing for construction? We found that they weren't. So the draft order was given to Carn Finch in their offices, and about an hour or so later, I was back in my office and I got a call saying, are you issuing an order? At that stage, it was just a draft. I said, I've issued a draft order. I may issue a formal order, but obviously everyone's got an opportunity to come back and say why the order shouldn't be issued. So we review that and make a decision to issue the order. So that happened in the first hour, and I said, look, you'll see the order posted when the order's posted, if there's an order, and that was the end of it. I have to say, the Chief of Staff had no push at all. It was just, are you going to issue an order? And it was just within an hour of me issuing it in the architect's office. So it wasn't even in the hands of the coronation at that time. And then about 4 hours later, I got an SMS on my private phone from Mr. Barilaro, who, by the way, I had never spoken to the entire time I've been building commissioner. That was the first time I'd ever had an exchange from him.
But then, so a couple of weeks later, you're at the property group.
Property Council Australia event, and he was seated at the head table where I was. He was just across the other side of the table. I just said, g'day. And he said, I'll see you next week. I said, see you next week. And that's all we said.
Okay. And you, I think you noted in the text message that you forwarded on to Ms. Hogan, it's funny how the world works. It's these little coincidences that raised your concerns with an ongoing relationship.
I guess another public servant may have been more unsettled by that than me, but it didn't bother me.
I understand. So I've seen the concern in your resignation letter. You say that you had raised these concerns previously. So obviously in the documents that have been provided to us, we've seen that you sent the text messages from John Barilaro, the email from John Barilaro. You raised this with Ms. Hogan. Do you raise your concerns about the relationship between Coronation Property Group and the former minister in any other way?
No, it's not my job to do that. I don't work for the minister. I work for the secretary. So I raised my concerns with the secretary, and that's all I felt. And we also discussed it, and we agreed that it was no greater moment than a coincidence, and we've left it at that, frankly.
Okay. So how many times did you raise them with the secretary?
Probably no more than twice, Secretary. Yeah.
And what was the response to when you raised them?
From the secretary? Look, we just noted them. I mean, we've got processes in our office to record these things. I've got a legal director, so I went and briefed our legal director. She took a record. So we just simply recorded it so that we actually had a record of the event. I let the secretary know that I had received the call. We recorded in the normal way. In the event that there was ever an internal audit of the matter, we always leave a very good audit trail of everything we've done. So I just feel that we did the normal course of business.
Okay. And you didn't want to see any action from raising those concerns? Did you want it raised with the minister?
No, I didn't. I just, as far as I'm concerned, it didn't affect what I was doing or what the department was doing. So apart from recording it, that was the end of it as far as I was concerned. But it did form part of a group of issues that I clustered together to arrive at a decision where I thought my role was becoming unviable or was unviable.
So can I ask you, Mr. Chandler, if the minister or the minister's office contacted you about any other stop work orders that were issued?
No, we've never had a conversation about orders, full stop, I don't think.
Sorry, the previous ministers.
The previous minister, I don't believe that we've had a conversation about orders, full stop.
Okay, so it was just this one phone call about Coronation Group. That was the only time you were contacted. Okay. In your letter, you outlined that important pieces, and I'm quoting, of previously canvassed legislation have now run into serious disruption. What were those pieces of legislation?
Well, Mr. Tansey can talk to you or inform you all about the full suite of the legislation, but the former Minister Anderson, in all of our dialogues, and I believe in the crossbench conversations we had with you, was that we acknowledged the fact that the Design and Building Practitioners Act was a very, very large piece of first-time legislation, and it was highly likely to have unintended consequences. And Minister Anderson assured the industry, and I did as well, that in the event that there were unintended consequences, that we would be quick to resolve those. And two of those issues were clarity around the applicability of the Building Code of Australia, which version of the Building Code of Australia could be locked down at each time of a project, and the second piece was about providing some certainty around staged construction certificates, and they were the ones that were most pressing. And so I had all of the industry associations really saying, well, come on, Dave, you guys said you wouldn't leave us in the lurch on this, and you're not delivering. And, you know, I really had brand value on the table as well, and I just wasn't prepared to sort of walk away and say, oh, well, I tried my best and didn't pull it off. And so, but Mr. Tansey's aware of the other pieces that made up the suite of things. There were some improvements to the RAB Act, John, as I can recall. There were some issues there, some functionality that we'd run into in implementing the RAB Act. There was a couple of other pieces around the DBP Act. They were just tidy up pieces that really were annoying and needed to be addressed, and ran into nothing.
So was it that you couldn't get a response, or that it was an antagonistic response to the changes you were proposing, or there was just no will to actually move it forward?
My sense, it's only my opinion, is that the Minister wasn't as invested in the legislation as the former Minister Anderson was, as we all had been, as has the industry. I mean, you'll have to ask the industry their views on their journey through this process, but that investment seemed to have fallen away, and industry was becoming quite concerned.
Quite concerned about the lack of inaction?
The lack of resolution of things that really went to the good faith around if there were unintended consequences from the big piece of legislation that we'd put forth, that we would quickly move to clarify and rectify them. And I think that was the thing that was most concerning me, is that, you know, we used so much good faith in terms of getting that legislation through on every frontier, to actually then sort of just press the whole button on it was a breach of that good faith, and I really was not comfortable with that at all.
Yeah, and the government was banking on your reputation when they hired you, so obviously you were expecting that there would be some support from the government to pursue these issues.
Well, Ms. Eustace, I went back and read my job description. At that particular point, I went back and read it, and it really set out a landscape where there was a big role in advocacy, in policy, in industry engagement, dealing with both ministers and crossbenchers and the industry, and more importantly, the consumers. It really is written large in the first 3 paragraphs of my job description. And I looked at it and thought, well, that's what I signed on for. And what I'm currently going through is not that. Now, I'm not an elected member of Parliament, so I think as a hired person working for the Secretary, I have a choice, and that was, you're either going to deliver the goods on the basis of what you stood up and said you would do, or not. And I just simply said, I can't see the prospect of delivering, and I can see the integrity piece of that falling away. And so many people were totally invested in that integrity that's really weighed heavily on my mind.
So your letter references, you're talking about crossbench briefings, and I should be very clear, when we talk about the crossbench in the upper house, we're often talking about shooters, fishers and farmers, or the Greens, but those crossbench briefings are also extended to the opposition as well. So your letter references the episode following the crossbench briefing yesterday is an example of the current issues between me and the Minister's office. What was the episode that you referred to?
Well, you're aware that I briefed you on the update on Project Remediate, and what the reasoning for that was that we were just issuing the second round of the Cladding Product Safety Panel report, and I felt that it was terribly important because we needed to come back and give you a fairly detailed insight into where we were up to. And so when we briefed the former minister on Cladding Product Safety Panel Report 2, and that went fine. I said, and I would like the opportunity to go and brief others in the crossbench and the opposition, because I think that's the courteous thing to do. And frankly, COVID really had denied us the regular meetings that we were actually planning on having, which was reporting to you on how we were standing everything up and how we were measuring it. So we'd been through that COVID break, and I wanted to get back to a point, particularly on something like cladding, to say at the earliest date I'd like to brief you. So at that briefing with the minister, I said I'd like to do that. And the answer was, yeah, that's fine. And that took a bit of time to get that meeting organised. I think we had 3 or 4 attempts at doing that meeting, but we did settle the date. And on at least 2 occasions prior to that meeting, I reminded the Chief of Staff that we had set that meeting up and that we were having it. And only on the Friday before we had that meeting, I confirmed to the Chief of Staff, we are having that meeting, and we actually recorded that in the Steerco for Project Remediate. We had a meeting. I thought it was a very open. I think we stayed there till we answered every one of your questions, and that's the style that I want. I don't want to spin or whatever. It's just if you whatever question. I got a call. I think I spoke to the Chief of Staff, the minister's former minister's Chief of Staff, the following day, and said that went very well, by the way. And then I was in another meeting a day or so later, and I get an SMS from the secretary saying, the minister's very upset about the meeting you've had with the opposition or crossbenchers. What's that about? And so I left the meeting I was in and rang the secretary straight away and said, what's that about? And I was just sort of staggered that, we'd gone through all the protocols of saying we were going to have that meeting, and suddenly it turned into what in the hell went on? You took the message from the minister. All I was doing, responding to your SMS to me saying, what happened?
And Ms. Hogan, what happened?
So the former minister had texted me to say that she had seen Mr. Chandler about to brief the opposition or the crossbench. I can't recall the exact words. And she felt that he had done that without her knowledge or her permission. So I contacted David straight away to ask, give me a call. I think I tried to call him and he didn't answer, so I texted him and he called me straight back. And then once he'd advised me, no, I've had permission to do this meeting and I've made the office aware that I was having it, I went back to the minister and said that I think there'd been a communications mishap, and that it was that he had taken that meeting feeling that he had full permission from her and her office, and that was the end of it. We didn't talk about it again. But Mr. Chandler was upset, if you like, and it formed part of his decision because he felt that he'd done the right thing.
Yeah, he'd gone through the appropriate process. He'd said we're going to have this briefing, which we've had briefings before.
In fairness to the former minister, I don't have any visibility of whether her staff had let her know that Mr. Chandler was having the meeting in that moment or that day. So I can't make any comment on that.
Yeah, no, I understand. Ms. Hogan, I might just move to you now. So obviously Mr. Chandler passed on the text messages that he'd received and he talks about how it was documented internally. Did you ever escalate those concerns that were raised about the minister's relationship with Coronation Property Group and John Barilaro?
Where he's raised things with me previously?
Yeah.
Oh, so no.
Talking about prior to the resignation.
Yeah, no. So Mr. Chandler and I meet every fortnight, pretty regularly. We discuss all things that are on his agenda, and we discuss whether or not he needs my help with anything or needs me to get out of the way, whichever one. And he had mentioned this phone call that he'd had previously, and I'd said, did the Chief of Staff ask you to do anything? And he said, no. And I said, all right, well, keep going, and if anything changes, let me know. I didn't take notes about it because it was in the general way in which we operate together in a regular fortnightly meeting. So he had mentioned it to me, but he hadn't sort of asked me to do anything with it, and he hadn't expressed it to me in such a way that I felt that at that stage it required any further action.
But you had a pattern of concern or a series of concerns that had been raised with you by the Commissioner. Did you ever raise it with the Minister's office?
No, I wouldn't say he'd raised a series of concerns. I would say that Mr. Chandler just said then he thinks on 2 occasions, it might have been 2, I can recall one, specifically the fortnightly meeting that we had, I think, just following this issue occurring, and I don't know what date it occurred on, where he'd mentioned his concern verbally to me about the call from the Chief of Staff. But outside of that, it wasn't like there was a string of things that he raised with me.
Okay, I understand.
That was one.
I understand. So the letter was emailed from Mr. Chandler's assistant to yourself.
Yep.
At 3:39 p.m. You, within an hour, have escalated it to it's a pretty quick succession that it moves through. Let me find my notes, but I think it's 4 o'clock, and it's sent on to Michael Cootes-Trotter, who's the Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet, who then forwards it along to his lawyers. So it's escalating pretty quickly through the senior parts of the Department of Premier, through the public service. Can you just explain? But in those emails, you make it clear that you've raised these issues with the Secretary of DPC previously.
So I'm not sure, I don't think I have all of the same pack that you have in front of me, but Mr. Chandler and I had a one-on-one meeting on the Thursday morning, which was standard. It was our fortnightly meeting.
Yeah.
At the beginning of that meeting, he said, I want to let you know that I've decided to resign. He shared with me the reasons and told me that he would issue me...
I'm sorry, Mr. Chandler and yourself have a regular meeting every
Mr. Chandler and I have a regular meeting.
Yeah.
So on Thursday the 7th of July, I think it is, we had our regular meeting scheduled.
Yeah.
And he verbally advised me that he was going to resign.
Yeah.
He wanted time to reflect on his resignation letter specifically, and that he would send it to me in writing later that day, which he did. In the verbal discussion that I had with him, given he'd outlined to me what was in the letter, I think he'd actually shown me a draft during our one-on-one meeting. Given what was in that, I said I felt that I needed to seek advice from Mr. Cootes-Trotter. He's a very experienced secretary and secretary for DPC. And I also didn't want to share the conversation any more broadly than that at that time. And so I let Mr. Cootes-Trotter know that it was coming, and I sent it across to him, and I asked him for his advice. I wasn't aware that he escalated it to his own legal advisors. We had a one-on-one. Mr. Cootes-Trotter and I had a one-on-one the next afternoon. And I'd asked David not to do anything, Mr. Chandler, sorry, I'd asked Mr. Chandler not to do anything with the resignation letter for 24 hours until I had an opportunity to digest it. And that I was honest and said I wanted to seek advice from Mr. Cootes-Trotter about the coronation component. And also, I had hoped that I would be able to convince him otherwise. Mr. Chandler, not Mr. Cootes-Trotter.
So you specifically said to Mr. Chandler that you wanted to seek advice from the Secretary of DPC about the coronation issue?
About components of the letter, one of which was that. So Mr. Cootes-Trotter and I had a meeting at 1 o'clock the next day, which was we also have a fortnightly regular one-on-one, and we were scheduled on that Friday, so we used that opportunity to discuss it. I then met with David Chandler again that afternoon, asked him if he had by any chance reconsidered. You will note that the letter, he says is not negotiable, but I asked him whether he'd had an opportunity to reconsider, and he said that he had not. Or that he would not, and that it wasn't negotiable. And so we then talked about what steps I was going to take next. The steps that I said I would take next was that I would verbally let Minister Patinos know about the letter. Sorry, I didn't tell him. Apologies. I asked Mr. Chandler whether he wanted me to share the letter with the Minister or not. His answer was no. He was about to go on a week's leave, and he thought that the letter would only seek to create an inflammatory situation. And I chose to honour that, but I did advise that I would need to verbally let the Minister know that he had chosen to resign. I let her know on the Friday afternoon. I gave her a rough outline of what was in the letter without mentioning the letter itself, but I didn't address anything to do with coronation with her in that verbal conversation because I knew I was seeing her in person on the Monday, and I wanted an opportunity to think through how I was going to talk to her about it. I met with her on the Monday. I talked to her. Again, I didn't make reference to the letter. I just had an opportunity to ask her about coronation itself. I was satisfied with her answer. After that, I reached back out to...
Sorry, Ms. Hogan, I'm just going to stop you there because I'm just going to slow you down a little bit. So let me just get this straight. On Friday, so Thursday afternoon, you get the letter... Sorry, it gets sent from Mr. Chandler's assistant to yourself at 3:39. At 3:50, you forward it to Mr. Cootes-Trotter.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cootes-Trotter at 4:43, so within an hour, sends it along to his lawyers to get advice, and it's of sufficient concern to him that he said they're going to discuss it in the morning, and then the General Counsel is delayed on the trains at 8:30 in the morning and says, I'm sorry, I've been delayed. So obviously it's pretty urgent from the Department of Premier and Cabinet.
I'm not across.
I understand you're not across that. But what I'm interested to know then, so on Friday you then met with Mr. Cootes-Trotter at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
What advice did he give you?
He felt that I should raise the concerns that Mr. Chandler had outlined to me with the Minister directly. I had said to him that I was talking to Mr. Chandler again that afternoon, and if he was going to proceed with his resignation, to seek whether or not he was going to proceed with his resignation, and that I had a one-to-one scheduled with Minister Patinos on Monday, and that I would address it with her directly then.
Okay. And address what exactly?
That I would seek to clarify what the relationship with Coronation Group was. And I did that, and I did that
Sorry,
one-on-one.
Ms. Hogan, I'm just going to stop you there. So Mr. Cootes-Trotter gave you specific advice to say the three elements of the letter, I think, from my perspective, that are most concerning is the problematic relationship with the Minister's office, the relationship between the Minister and the Coronation Property Group, and then obviously Mr. Chandler also mentions Top Place, which is the only other developer that he mentions in his particular letter.
That's right.
Did you brief Mr. Cootes-Trotter on all three of those elements?
Well, Mr. Cootes-Trotter had a copy of the letter.
You gave him a copy of the letter at the... Oh, of course.
He emailed him the letter.
Yes, of course. Sorry, yes, that's right. So did you discuss all three parts?
From memory, yes. So by the time we met on the Friday, I said to him, this is the approach that I want to take. I'm going to verbally, assuming David wants to proceed, I'm going to verbally let the Minister know this afternoon of his resignation, and I'm going to outline the primary reasons why. And then I'm going to talk to the Minister one-on-one on Monday. I've got a one-on-one with the Minister on Monday, and I wanted to speak to her face-to-face about the concerns that Mr. Chandler had raised with me. Now, I did that, but I didn't make reference to the letter itself in the one-on-one that I had with Minister Patinos.
So can you just be clear? So you asked her, did you say the Building Commissioner had concerns about the relationship? Did you say, I want to get an understanding of your relationship?
The way the conversation came about, and I'm conscious that this has now been sent to the ICAC, so I just want to be thoughtful in how I respond here. I had my regular one-on-one with Minister Patinos on the Monday. During that meeting, we were talking about performance of the department and her office and the different things that we were working through together. And I can't quite recall how it came about. I think we might have been talking about media inquiries. Anyway, I said to her, out of interest with Coronation Group, do you have a relationship there outside of knowing Mr. Barilaro? She categorically said, no, absolutely not, but I have had a meeting with them. I took advice on that meeting, and that's it. I haven't anything more to do with them. And she said, why? Is there a problem? And I said, Mr. Chandler has just mentioned to me that the Chief of Staff has called him in a sort of close proximity time zone around stop work orders in relation to that. And he just seemed a bit concerned about it. And she said, I don't know anything about that phone call. I have taken a meeting with them. I have took advice on that meeting, and I've never directed David or anybody to do anything with it. I took that absolutely on face value. I felt what I was left with was a minister who's had a meeting with a developer. She's entitled to do that. And I've got a Chief of Staff who's made a phone call and not made any issues or directions to the Building Commissioner. So I was satisfied with that, and after I went back after the meeting, I called Mr. Chandler straight away. I relayed the conversation and said that I was very comfortable with the answer. Did he want me to take it any further? Did he want me to investigate? Was there anything else he wanted to raise with me? And he said no.
But the resignation still stood.
But the resignation still stood. And then I relayed that back to Mr. Coots-Trotter as well, that had been the action I'd taken, that I was satisfied. We closed it off. I think he sent me an email that's in your pack later that afternoon, just closing it out. And I confirmed that we had closed it out. But yes, his resignation still stood at that time.
Okay. So my time is about to, I've got sort of limited time. So I might just then come to, you've referenced the fact that it's been sent to the ICAC,
Yep.
the letter. You obviously made investigations. You asked the Minister about it. Did you ever give the Minister a copy of Mr. Chandler's resignation?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you tell the Minister?
Apologies. Once it had been SO52'd, I made sure she had a copy of it, but no, not before then.
Okay, right. So, but that was when she was no longer the Minister.
She was no longer a minister by then.
But you provided her with a copy for her information. Okay. And did you, in the course of that conversation with Ms. Patinos, sorry, you may have said this, did you say Mr. Chandler was going to resign?
No, so I told her on the Friday afternoon verbally that he had resigned.
Yep.
I gave her, the core reasons that I gave her for his resignation were the two things that I'd felt had tipped him into resignation were the fact that I'd conducted this investigation and into him as per the article in the Australian, and that I think he had felt hurt that I had questioned his code of, made him, as part of the findings, said he needed to revisit the code of conduct and ethics. And the call that I'd had from her the day before questioning why he was briefing the opposition without her knowledge. They were the two things that had probably brought it to a close that day. But the broader issue was that he felt that the minister didn't have faith in his agenda, and the fourth thing was, as a result of that, he also didn't have faith in their relationship ongoing. So I verbally advised her of that on the Friday afternoon, but I didn't talk to the coronation component until I saw her in person on Monday. And at no stage did I tell her that he'd given me a letter or that this was outlined in the letter itself. You know, I felt very strongly that that letter was to me, and I'm his employer. So whilst I wanted to investigate the contents of it, I didn't feel it necessary to share it with her, and I wouldn't have done so without his permission.
Okay, so what changed between you receiving the letter on the 7th and the quick escalation through to the Department of Premier and Cabinet? You're responding very promptly to all of these concerns, but it's not until the 31st of July, or actually then the 1st of August, that it gets sent to the ICAC. It changed.
Yeah, so I genuinely didn't believe it warranted me referring it to the ICAC under Section 11. I genuinely didn't think that one meeting and a phone call from the Chief of Staff warranted a referral as it relates to corruption. But a couple of weeks later, by that stage, things had changed. The minister, there was obviously things going on with the minister, and as I mentioned this morning, I was going on leave and Ms. Mann was about to act for the week. There had been a lot of public interest growing in David's or Mr. Chandler's reasons for his resignation, and that had become more apparent since this questioning about Mr Chandler's resignation and his reasons for it since the allegations against the former minister had come to light. And so I knew that it was going to be potentially a difficult week the following week, and I was on leave, and I didn't want Miss Mann to be left to deal with it. And so I had briefed Ms Boyd, who's the Chief Legal Counsel at DPC, on the Sunday morning and said, listen, she'd been away, I was about to go away, and I said, you know, there's a number of things here that have happened in the last couple of weeks. I walked her through what had happened with Mr Chandler, the action that I'd taken, and just asked her that if it kept going as an issue, that she be available for Miss Mann to provide any advice in the week ahead. And it was Ms Boyd who said to me, I think you've done the right thing. It doesn't warrant any further action under referral under Section 11, but it would be normal procedure at DPC and other parts of the sector. When you get any letter like that, you might consider sending it to the ICAC just as an FYI. And I listened to that feedback and thought, okay, I, for an abundance of caution, I would send it. So I then I talked to my own legal counsel that afternoon, and I asked her to prepare a note to be sent the next day because I was going to be on leave.
So my time's expired. I have one final question, which is the original advice from the General Counsel of DPC that came back or on the 7th of July when Mr Chandler first resigned. Did that tell you, did that advise you then to send it to ICAC?
I didn't get any advice from Miss Boyd on the 7th of July.
Okay.
I got I only had one conversation with Miss Boyd personally, which was on the Sunday, the 31st of July in the morning, and I sent it to the ICAC the next day on the 1st of August. If Mr Coutts-Trotter received advice from Miss Boyd in that time, I'm not aware of it.
He didn't tell you in that one-on-one meeting or at your subsequent one-on-one meeting to send it to that he had advice that it would be normal to send it to ICAC?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'll pass to Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon. So I'm going to take us to something completely different. I wanted to, just a little break. I wanted to ask, what are the grounds for Fair Trading deciding to prohibit someone from renewing a building licence? So if they, and in particular, if there's been a case where a particular builder has had findings against them or have had that registration taken away previously, what is the process for deciding to renew that licence? Whose discretion is it?
So I'm happy to take it, Ms Boyd. So what would regularly happen is the application would be made to our licensing team. They are then bound by a number of legislative provisions around whether or not they grant the licence, but the main one is Section 33B of the Home Building Act, of which you're aware. There's a whole raft of considerations that they will take into account. I would say that the legislation is drafted in a way that is probably not as clear as it could be. It talks about unreasonable numbers of complaints, but it's not drafted perhaps as clearly as it could be, but that is what they're taking into account when they're making those decisions.
So I'm looking, and this is something that that my office contacted the former minister about as well. There's a particular builder, Adele Keir, who recently was approved for the renewal of his individual building licence, but this was after the builder was fined for several breaches, and their company was actually forced to surrender their licence and deregister. The defective and incomplete building work resulted in serious spinal cord injury of the individual who contracted him as their builder. This person has now had their building licence renewed. How can that happen?
So I'm very familiar with this particular instance, Ms Boyd. When I first became aware of the complainant's, Ms Ford's, the situation, I effectively set up a hypercare team around her to ensure that we were getting the best possible result for her as a consumer. She put in around about $128,000 of money of her own, and the works were very substandard. We have been working with her very, very closely to get the best outcome, including working closely with iCare to ensure that she was able to claim on the Home Building Compensation Fund, which she did, and she was able to get the top claim amount, which is $340,000, which will enable her to rectify those defects. In relation to Mr. Adel Kia, his application, ironically, came in at the very same day that I was first meeting with her, so it was processed, I suppose, as these investigations were ongoing. We have, though, I'm very pleased to say, just recently issued a notice of intention to cancel to Mr. Keir, and he's got time now to be able to tell us why we shouldn't cancel his licence.
So, but how did that happen in the first place? Like, is there a breakdown in communication between, this is a very serious case. It's resulted in serious harm. He's been found to have, this is something that he's actually been fined for. His company was deregistered, whatever the words are, and yet he was able to renew his individual building licence. How is that the case? Is there some systemic issue here?
So there's a couple of things. First of all, I just did want to clarify the spinal cord injury was a pre-existing injury that Ms. Forward had. It is, in this instance, there are a number of considerations, but one of them was a timing issue in that his licence was literally being renewed at the time that Ms. Forward had brought it to our attention. So he's been renewed, I think, for another year. As I said, we've just issued, we've now had the benefit of being able to see the defects report, and I must say I saw it myself and I was quite horrified with the level of defects in there. And we have issued that notice of intention now, and he will need to answer that. Otherwise, we will remove his licence from him.
Okay. Ms. Ford has informed me that she suffered physical injuries to her neck and back as a result of the defective and incomplete construction. You're not saying, are you, that there was no additional harm caused by this defective work?
Sorry, I am aware that there was a slip subsequent to the spinal cord injury, but I just didn't want it to be inferred that had occurred as a result of the work. It was as pre-existing.
Okay, but we're agreed that this was clearly defective work that created danger. Yes.
So yes, we've now only recently seen she claimed on the Home Building Compensation Fund, and as a part of that process, they send out a building inspector. They do a comprehensive report, and we've seen that report.
Yeah, and he was fine. So there's no issue here as to whether or not this person should have had this building licence renewed, is there?
So I think, as I said, Section 33B, I think is one of the issues. Is that
okay, so we do have a systemic issue. We need to change Section 33B.
There is a legislative issue there. Yeah. There is a legislative issue there.
Okay, that's sort of where I was going. That's good to know.
Yeah.
So we need to change that. Thank you. That gives me a very clear direction on what I need to do. But in terms of this builder's infringement notices, I understand they're not up to date on the Fair Trading Public Registry. Is that correct?
So the public register is something that we are working very hard to improve. There is no doubt that it is not a single source of truth. It is not something that I would recommend that consumers rely upon as their single source of truth. We are working very hard to build out, and we've got a new register that we've started to work on called verifylicense.nsw, where we are trying to surface as much information as we possibly can. But I would still say that there is some information that fair trading does not have, and I would still, when consumers ask me what they should do, I would recommend that they do their due diligence in many ways, and if that's open source searches, ASIC searches, those sorts of things, because the register shouldn't be the single source of truth, and it cannot be the single source of truth.
Do we have a disclaimer on the Fair Trading Public Registry saying that?
There is a disclaimer there, yes.
So we say, here's a register that you can check to make sure that your builder hasn't got infringement notices, but don't take it as the Bible on this because actually it's not very up to date.
Yeah, I mean, the want in the end would be just to build out as much information and surface as much as we possibly can, because I think consumers have a right to know. And my personal view is I would like to surface everything. I would like to be able to surface when a complaint comes in the door. I'd like to be able to surface that, but I think there's legislative things that we come up against in doing that.
Okay, so what do I need to change there for that to be better?
So let me come back to you on that. It's quite complex, but I think there are legislative fixes that would make that a lot easier.
So it's not resourcing, it's legislative.
It is legislative, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chandra, is that something that you have a view on, or can you give me any direction as to what needs to change in order for that to be an effective system?
Well, under the Secretary's leadership, we have put a huge investment in rebuilding the digital capability of fair trading. So when I first came in, I think I reported there was something like 21 different silos of data that everybody was squirreling away, repeatedly putting the same thing into, some right, some wrong. We've had a massive rebuild in the digital capability, Secretary, I would say, in the last 3 years. At the same time, we've also had to reach across into the e-planning platform and have a look and see how that can become the largest single source of truth that exists for our sector, because it's pointless us duplicating what they've got over there. So we've had to do quite a lot of intervention in the design of the e-planning portal, because when I first saw it, I was reviewing business case 3 for that particular investment. And I did a word search and it didn't mention BRD or fair trading once in the business case. So I felt that it was appropriate that if we're going to be investing in it, we should be pregnant in the document. And we have subsequently become that way, but we have a fortnightly steerco where we oversee our investment, and I have to say that DeepHigh has done a great job in responding to our needs, but it's required some very basic beginning rebuilds on the story. So that's advanced and it's really going quite well. So we're trying to develop that at the same time. We've also had to build the capability to manage the licensing under the Design of Building Practitioners Act. So you recall that there was correct me John, but there was a honeymoon period up until the end of February where people could self-register, and then after the 1st of March they had to apply in the normal way under the legislation. There were 9,000 people who self-registered. I can report that we've now been back through that 9,000 and 1,000 have been given show cause as to why they should be registered. So there's a few unhappy campers in that space. I think all of that's going to help us inform the answer to your question. So I reckon early next year we'll be in that position to do that.
So is it resourcing or is it legislation then? Or is it both?
It's not resourcing. The investment's been signed off. We've got all of that. It's just a case now of doing it.
Okay.
There has been some challenges getting the software written. COVID's been a bit of a challenge with some of that. But I think we're making great progress, and Secretary, you get regular reports on that, and you and I both sit on the steercos on those things. So it's moving along quite well, but there are some tweakings on the legislation and some of the definitions we could do better on. Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. I might just start with you, Mr. Minns, just some questions about, obviously, your initial appointment under the former Minister, Mr. Anderson. How often did you meet the Minister after you were appointed? Did you have regular meetings?
Minister Anderson?
Yes.
Well, he was only there for about a week.
Oh, well, there you go.
After that time, we met once, I think, and also I'd met with him once the week before I started.
Within that very brief window, did he give you an outline in terms of what he saw your role to be and what he wanted you to do, or did he set you on a task? Or
well, I think the answer to that is yes, and it also related back to the previous discussions through the recruitment process when I came on board, because I'd had the opportunity to meet with both Secretary Hogan and Minister Anderson through that time. He was supportive of the direction that I'd suggested we probably needed to take, which was something of a transformative reform based look at the property sector, which was quite complex, and dealing with some fundamental structural issues that were quite different than they'd been any time in the 30 years I've been in the industry. So the primary discussion, as I remember it, that I had the week after I started was really just like you to open up the hood, get underneath this. There are many different stakeholders, both in the property services sector and also the consumer sector, so that the mission at that point in time was really to do the discovery, do the investigation, and build out a strategy as a direct result of that.
Okay. So he leaves the position. The minister formerly known as Minister Petnos comes in. How many times did you meet Minister Petnos as part of your role?
Well, hard for me to answer that because I don't actually have all the records of government at this stage. I've been out of it for a little while.
Look, even just a rough ballpark figure.
Look, I would say it's probably 4 to 6.
4 to 6 times.
Although I did meet with their chief of staff, more frequently than that.
Sure. And at any point in time in that, I think it was 8 months, or just under 8 months, that she was, I guess, the minister for you. Did she express any concerns about your performance or the role that you're doing or the job that you're doing?
Certainly not that I can remember. I think if we ever bumped heads, it was probably in the very first meeting we had, where I think she had some definite views on things that the government was prepared to do and not do.
Okay.
I can't recall the exact details of that, but no, I don't think there was ever a conversation where there was a performance concern from the minister or expressed by the minister.
Did she ever indicate that she was going to change the position from what Minister Anderson had set up to a independent statutory commissioner?
No, she didn't. Not tonight.
So the first time, well, when was the first time you heard about this proposal? Was it when she made the announcement on I think it was the 13th of July?
No. Secretary Hogan spoke to me about the fact that the government was considering options and had been provided with a number of options, and that was good question. I can't. 23rd of May, I had a conversation with Secretary Hogan in relation to that.
You said options, so it sort of implies more than one. What were the other options besides an independent statutory commissioner? Obviously you maintain the other one, but the role you're doing, was there a third option? Or
I wasn't consulted on that. This was something that was going before Cabinet, and I know they'd taken advice from the department, but they didn't take any from me.
Did you provide any feedback to Ms Hogan in terms of the proposal? Or
well, because there wasn't a proposal, it was difficult to provide feedback. I think I probably asked Ms Hogan, her views, and she said, "Well, it's obviously not her decision. This was something that was going to go to Cabinet." Sure.
So around May, you got an inkling that something might be changing, but you weren't sure what it was.
Mm-hmm.
So you, I guess, officially found out on the 13th of July when the press release came out from the minister saying, "We're going to an independent commissioner."
No. Ms Hogan and I met on the 29th of June, and she told me that was the decision.
Okay, sure. And was there any discussion about what your role would be in the meantime, or in that transition period?
Look, all the way through this process, I took the view that business as usual needed to be done until such time it stopped. And without any direction to do differently, that had always been the discussion that Ms Hogan and I had, is that we would continue doing what we were doing. But I also, at that point, said I just want to take some consideration, and I'll provide you a response and some more considered thoughts, which I did, I think, that week.
Okay, sure. And so when did you first find out that your services would be no longer required? I'm trying to put it politely as possible.
Well, I think that would have been the 29th as an indication, with the opportunity to respond to it.
Okay. So at that 29th, Ms Hogan said that we're going to an independent statutory model, and you won't be part of that, or you'll have an opportunity to apply for that position, or there was.
To be fair, I think the conversation probably said if you really want to, fight for this and you think this is something you want to do, you're welcome to let me know. But I don't think, from either my viewpoint or Ms Hogan's, that was the best outcome that could have been achieved.
Okay, sure. Okay, so now that you, I guess, have been reappointed, the Minister indicated this morning that we are still going towards, the government's intention is still to do an independent statutory commissioner. Where do you see your role to be in this position, and what are you going to be doing, given that just reflecting on that previous comment you made, that it's, you might not be the commissioner when it becomes independent statutory. Like, just trying to get a sense of, because you seemed hesitant to fight for the role on those comments.
Well, there was a number of issues from my perspective in relation to fighting for the role. One is that I didn't believe the model, independent or otherwise, was the holy grail here. My belief was that the issues that existed around the property services sector were genuinely transformational, and that if a timeline that was being proposed to deliver legislation and an independent statutory model was going to be delivered within a few months, that would have meant that the vast majority of the other issues around the strategy wouldn't have been able to be attended to or dealt with. So from my viewpoint, that was not going to be valuable for me, and I also didn't think it would be valuable for government to be involved in that. I also had concerns that without the broader level of industry involvement in what a statutory independent model was going to look like, that it was going to be difficult, and there simply didn't seem to be time to do any sort of meaningful consultation through that period, as well as dealing with some of the other issues that to me were actually more important.
So the topic of an independent statutory role never came up in your work with the Property Services Council?
Well, the Property Services Council.
It was that group of stakeholders that was set up as part of the
Property Services Expert Panel.
Property Services. I think it used to be called Property Services.
Yeah. It's the expert panel.
Expert panel. Yeah, sorry.
I guess peripherally, because of course, and I know you go a long way back with this, Mr. Banasiak as well. That the fact that it had existed and there'd been conversations around it, it simply wasn't the priority to either me or the people on that panel. That was the most important thing that had to happen now. I didn't have a view, particularly coming into government, of what the correct model was for a Property Services Commissioner. I don't have an issue. In fact, it may well be the best model, to go with an independent commissioner, but my view has always been, that this should be outcome driven. It should be focused on what we need to achieve for the consumers and industry within the state, rather than an end in itself.
So what you talked about, I guess, priorities out of that expert panel. What were those, I guess, key priorities that were discussed in some of those early meetings?
Well, there are a number, and a lot of these surfaced in the draft strategy. Once we worked around around the state and around the various different stakeholders. So, one that has been discussed at some length recently is the need to transform the strata sector, because strata is an area in New South Wales that has some challenges. We're expecting 50% of people in Greater Sydney to live in strata by 2040. There's a confidence issue around strata, not just around building defects, but in terms of issues around point of sale representations, education and knowledge, the way strata schemes are established. So, this was something that, in a much more sophisticated world we've got now than when strata was first envisaged, that was a very important aspect of what we were looking at. And of course, some of that relates to the work of the Building Commissioner, not all of it, because Property Services has some separate aspects as well, but that was always a critical one. So that was one. Certainly, we'd spoken about the need to look at the way the industry was regulated, and my view which has been circulated and discussed both within the department and with the industry, is that I'd like to see it in a far more performance-focused review, and I'd like it to address harms that have been identified with a much better data-driven model. And this is something that we've discussed on a number of levels, and in fact was largely supported within government. And Ms. Mann and I had a number of conversations on it. It had got to the point of of arriving at a number of positions, but at that point in time I moved on. So we're hoping to revisit that again once I'm back on deck. Then there were a couple of other issues. One in particular was education and licensing standards, which have been fraught for some time. I think they're fraught in most jurisdictions in Australia because it's very hard to connect nationally accredited training with performance within the industry. Something that's been raised very often by industry, but it's also one that we'd have to have a concern that you can't see the performance benefits of a lot of the training that's been done. And we have issues with the quality and calibre of some of the training providers. So that was always a significant issue, and that also emerged across the state in conversations we'd had with industry. And while there's a couple of others, we touched on digital transformation is happening at a very dramatic rate through many aspects of our of our industry, and obviously many aspects of the state. It's something that the New South Wales government has been very active with. But, we were seeing a very rapid convergence of property technology and financial services technology. We were seeing both opportunities to reduce friction, opportunities to increase consumer engagement, but also some of the risks that are associated with that coming in, particularly when many of these providers were operating in an unregulated space. So it was another key area that we were looking at and that we've been talking about with the expert panel and a number of the industry associations, consumer groups and others.
Thank you for that. I will pass to Mr. Veach. I think he has questions for
the Small Business Commissioner. If I could, Mr. Lamont, so can I just ask, so how many times have you met with the current Minister for Small Business since he come into the role?
Twice, I believe, Mr. Veach.
Twice, yeah. And how many times did you meet with the former Minister?
Every fortnight there was a scheduled session.
So a structured routine, and so has that continued on with the new Minister?
I think we're still trying to attach diaries together. There was a meeting on the Monday in early August, and there's a meeting sort of towards the end of August, and I think we're trying to tune in diaries so we can have a regular session going forward.
And are you ideally looking at fortnightly? Is that sort of where you would like to pitch? I mean, the current Minister's got a fair bit on his plate. So.
Yeah. I guess there's an operating tempo that I'm used to. At the end of the day, it's up to the Minister how often he'd like to see me. But I think, given the issues that we're dealing with in a post-pandemic recovery, fortnightly would be my preference.
Does it have to be the Minister? How often do you meet with the Minister's office?
I haven't met with the Minister's office without the Minister to date.
Okay. And have you done that in the past?
Yes.
Okay. How often would you do that?
Probably once a week with both Minister Patinos, usually enabled by Teams or some sort of electronic, with Minister Patinos' office and Minister Tudhope's office.
Yeah, and so that would be like the Chief of Staff and...
Chief of Staff or Senior Advisor, yeah.
Okay, righto. And do you have much to do with the small business strategy?
I think I originally proposed it.
Well, here's your chance to...
Last year. So the first small business strategy that I'm aware of that New South Wales had was June 2017. I mentioned to Minister Tudhope about 15 months ago, that it might be good, because we were in the throes of the pandemic then, to look at revisiting and developing a new small business strategy that had a shorter duration in mind, hoping that we would be dealing hopefully with the end of COVID and a rebuilding phase for small business.
Okay. So as I understand it, the consultation closed on the 19th of June or thereabouts. Is there any chance of a status update on the strategy?
I think Ms Hogan might be better off giving the status update.
So the department's doing the work on putting a strategy together at the moment, and we'll give that to government to consider, and they'll decide if they would like to proceed with those recommendations in due course.
And so, Ms. Hogan, what's your time frame then for getting that to government?
We'll be we're in the process of discussing drafts at the moment with Mr. Dominello's office. But given I haven't had any feedback from him yet, I would hate to be presumptuous about when that might come into fruition. But it's imminent and we're working on it at the moment.
As I mentioned at one of the previous estimates hearings, I know the public sector love Gantt charts. So on your Gantt chart, how are we progressing?
We're progressing. We're progressing, and at the stage where we're going to give the Minister some recommendations that we think should be in it. We've taken the feedback from Mr. Lamont and his expertise in this field. We've also looked at what's happening across the rest of the sector already that might be included in it or linked to it, and we're also looking at the digital services and the service for business portfolio that sits under Minister Dominello that might be of benefit in that strategy as well. So we've done the consultation, we've pulled together the outcomes of that. We're in the process of making recommendations and consulting internally on what they will be, and I think we're due to give an early edition of those recommendations to the Minister in the next couple of days.
Okay. Can I just ask, Mr. Lamont spoke about a shorter time frame. This particular strategy, has that been picked up in the recommendations,
Yes.
or is it has?
Yes, I think the last one, Mr. Lamont might correct me, it was 2017 to now. I think it was 5 years. And it has been his recommendation that it be shorter, and I think that that's wise, Council.
Yeah, so we're looking at 3 years, which seems to be, okay. Will it include an envelope of money or a request for money as a part of this going to government?
Does any recommendations for strategy not include a request for money? I think it would be better for the Minister to answer that. I'm conscious that I can't announce government policy to Cabinet yet, and it's a matter for them to consider. So we're still in the stages of consulting with the Minister directly.
Okay. So within a couple of weeks, imminent essentially to the
I'll have the Minister's view in the coming weeks, and we'll work out the time frame from there.
Okay. I think that will do me there. Thanks. Can I just, the chair's probably gone. I don't know about the crossbench, but I think that finishes with the Small Business Commissioner, so you can you can depart the scene, and if there are any subsequent questions, I'm certain Ms. Hogan
can take them on notice.
Thanks, Mr. Lamont. Thank you. And we will now hand over to...
Thank you.
Just so you know, I'm the Deputy Chair elected because
okay,
the
good.
away.
Ever diminishing numbers.
Mr. Deanam.
All right, I want to come back to Mr. Tansey. I just wanted to get some clarification about this, these exemptions. Is it your understanding that similar exemptions exist in Victoria or in Queensland, in those jurisdictions? What's your understanding of the status?
I'm not aware, Mr. Deanam.
Not aware? Nope. No, okay, so you don't know whether a similar arrangement is in place in those other jurisdictions.
And you said Victoria?
Yes.
Queensland?
Queensland's in the harmonised jurisdiction.
And Victoria not?
Victoria's
Yeah,
not.
sorry, I'm not aware.
No answer, okay. Did we get an answer, Ms. Mann, in the break in relation to that notification about safety concerns from Landcom in relation to the Lachlan's Line site, which was the site where Christopher Casanidi was killed?
So we're still pulling that information together, Mr. Adam.
You don't have an update on that one? Okay. Right, I might then move to Ms. McCall. So I wanted to just probe a little bit further in terms of the dry cutting situation. So are you able to advise us how many notifications or requests for service have been received by Safe Work in relation to unrestricted dry cutting in the last 2 years? So actual...
No, I don't have the request for service. I just have that we've issued 2 on-the-spot fines, but we can...
you can just pull the mic.
Sorry.
You can take that on notice?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Can you also take on notice then how many of those notifications or requests for service actually occasioned a worksite visit?
Sure.
I suppose the follow-up in relation to this is if there's only been 2 fines, how can we have confidence that the enforcement regime in relation to dry cutting is working?
So you probably appreciate we've done 2 full rounds of the 255 sites. And in round 2, you were looking at up to 80% improvement from the first round. What we are seeing is that, much like I mentioned before, they're using different equipment, which was also rebatable through SafeWork. We're starting to see the case numbers go down, but equally in those case numbers, they're coming through at 1% where we've detected them early. So we're seeing a massive improvement in terms over that course of the 5 years, both in compliance, education, awareness. And so as a result of that, only 2 on-the-spot fines have been issued for dry cutting. What we're still working on is making sure that they're working below the exposure standard.
Those 2 fines in the context of a fabrication site, like a factory environment, or were they in relation to installation?
I'll take that on notice, but it is my understanding it's in the manufactured stone sites.
Right, I see. So, and you'd be aware that one of the kind of ongoing concerns in terms of the enforcement system in relation to dry cutting is that actually the bulk of the problem is believed to be in the installation where, you know, manufactured stone is transported to a site and there it has to be adjusted to meet the specifications of the particular location, and so the workers then do the adjustments on site and dry cut in that circumstance where it's less controlled.
Yes, however, we've demonstrated through the SO52 that was in the past that 85% of the work is controlled by the manufactured stone site. So the gap of 15%, we've issued Section 155 notices to look at the supply chain, and there's a new round of them going out.
If you're not inspecting at the point of installation, how can we know? How can we know that they're not dry cutting at the installations?
So there's been 1,016 construction workplace visits as well, which exceeds the manufactured stone site visits. So there was 993. So we've been looking at all workplaces, whether, as I said, it's the installation, the manufacturing or cutting down of the stone. And as I said, out of all of those visits, we've only had 2 instances of dry cutting.
Can I just start? Does that include, those inspections include regional sites?
Yes, whole state.
Can you provide a breakdown for me, thanks, between metropolitan and regional?
So these are...
Can I just mention for Miss McCool, because she's hearing all the questions and probably forgot what she's been doing in it, because she doesn't actually lead chemicals anymore. She leads construction services Metro, and just had a 3-month blitz at the start of this year going back down the supply chain for exactly the type of issue that you were talking about. So trying to make sure that we're doing those inspections for silica and dust on the construction site. So that was a 3-month...
January to March.
Yeah, January to March.
So that's your now bailiwick, is it, Mr. Press?
No, so that's Megan's now bailiwick, construction services.
Oh, I see, right.
So
You've moved from construction. So who actually has the chemicals side now?
That's
the
within my
response
directorate, but it's not personally for Miss McCool anymore.
Right, I see.
And that had about 1,000 interactions with businesses, and you could probably talk more about the specifics. So we are getting beyond...
I want to avoid that terminology. You talk about interactions. That's a very imprecise form of describing what occurs, because an interaction doesn't necessarily mean a visit. It can mean other things, can't it, Mr. Press?
It can, but I would understand this was...
So be able to break that when you talk about, we want to know about site visits, specific inspections, not...
Give that now. We've done over 6,000 interactions, but out of that, 2,115 have been visits, and we're looking at around 1,500 notices. So out of all of those, over 6,000, as I said, just over 2,000 in visits and about 1,500 in notices.
1,500 notices of improvement notices, is that right?
So 1279 improvement notice, 47 prohibition, the 2 on-the-spot fines we talked about for dry cutting, and 69 where we were not confident that they were meeting the exposure standard.
Right, I see. And so in terms of those notices, these are all in relation to silica, are they?
They are. However, there's a split between manufactured stone and construction, and we've also been doing foundry sites, tunnelling. So we've gone across the whole market of anywhere. So when I'm talking construction, I'm talking cutting bricks, cutting concrete, tunnelling, obviously sandstone, cutting through the tunnel. and obviously foundry sites where silica's in the mould.
And so, in terms of the notices, how many of those, I suppose, how did you decide that only 2 warranted on-the-spot fines? Presumably there were other breaches. Can you give us a bit more detail, I suppose, about the nature of the types of compliance breaches that warranted the issuing of a notice?
Yeah, I could take them on notice, but in general, there had been evidence that they had no dust control on tool extraction. There was no wet cutting processes. So essentially, as I said, there was no way that it was being controlled at the source. So that's what constitutes dry cutting.
Right.
And no evidence of those controls in place.
That's for the fines. So in the other circumstances where there was, I suppose, a less severe form of compliance action, you're saying that there was so there wasn't sufficient information, or there wasn't sufficient evidence that or the severity, is that what's, I suppose I'm trying to get to the distinction as to why you chose to issue improvement notice as opposed to a fine.
Okay, so we also have the prohibition. So when we would issue a fine, so the 2 on the spot, we would also issue the prohibition. So that's a stop work to remove the item from service. It can't be used again. Prohibition can never be lifted. It's that they have to choose a different form of work. So it's complied rather than lifted. When we start looking at other prohibitions, which are around silica, it could have been that they were dry sweeping. It could have been so other things other than actual dry cutting, or again that they weren't working below the exposure standard. When you're looking at improvement, it could have been they had all things in place, but there was just some gaps in terms of it working to what we would say at 100% or adequate. So they would be what we'd call minor deficiencies. Some of those can be resolved while we're there. Other times we have to come back and check that if it needed more work. But where we want to eliminate, as I said, the poor practices, it's either a penalty notice on the spot, as well as we'd issue the prohibition which stops that work or takes that piece of equipment out of service.
Right, okay. You mentioned earlier that you say that the case numbers are declining. There was some criticism, I think, of safe work in relation to the commissioning of the Golder case finding study, that this was effectively a desktop exercise and not a proper case finding study. And I understand that there was an email that was sent by Rebecca Tunnis, who was with the Dust Diseases Board, the governance manager, stating the board were concerned about the rise in silicosis and that they wanted a case finding study which included subcontractors and on-site joinery and installation settings. Can I ask you, you're aware of that email from Rebecca Tunnis around the...
I'm not familiar with the actual email. However, in relation to that case finding study, it triangulated everything that went through the hospital system, the information that Safe Work had and the information that iCare had, and that's not been done anywhere else in the country. So that was looking at hospital admissions, any deaths. And so when you actually look at that, they estimated there was between 1,000 and 1,500 workers, but came out with 1,454. When we've gone through and looked at how many individuals have been screened, it's about 300 off, knowing that we've got another annual report due. So we're confident that all the manufactured stone workers have been screened, and as a result of that, you would have seen the spike as people
What about the historic cases? I mean, obviously, there's those who are working in manufactured stone at the moment. They're obviously easier to find and to ensure screening, but the process that was undertaken for Golder didn't capture those historic cases that would, in order to find them, would have necessitated some active going out to workplaces and identifying people who maybe previously worked and then following them up. If it's, do you accept that the approach that was taken actually may have missed significant numbers of people who may have low levels in terms of the onset of silicosis undetected at this point in time, walking around having worked in a manufactured stone workplace, but because of the approach that was taken by Safe Work are now not being detected. Do you accept that that may be an issue?
So ICARE have done some work in, as I said, contacting employers, advising that the service is available to current workers and previous workers. We've done the same, but in terms of Golda, they wouldn't have any, I guess, powers or rights of entry to get personnel records, so it would have to be a regulator function.
The issues are not obviously not Golda. The issue is that Safe Work should have taken a different approach in terms of case finding, a more proactive one that was actually actively searching for cases rather than relying on a triangulation of data and a desktop approach. Do you accept that that's a fair criticism of the approach that's been taken?
Probably just appreciating that when it was put into the legislation, we had probably just under 6 months to complete the study. In terms of, as I said, in the studies compared to other jurisdictions, it was more superior in that triangulation of data, and also included all the visits that we had done in the 3 years prior, where we issued notices to direct people to be screened. So we're confident in that 3 year that we have, and that workers have been screened to capture that 3 year period, noting that until it became a notifiable disease, that's where I guess that annual report is now critical, because we now get historical information, including deaths. So that includes information that we've never had previously.
Ms. Mann, can I ask you about how many complaints the regulator sorry, let me just preface that. Is it correct that in terms of bullying and harassment complaints, because Safe Work is the regulator, it doesn't regulate itself, that those complaints have to go somewhere else?
Yes, that is correct.
So, and where is that?
Those complaints go to the resources regulator.
Right. And are you able to tell me how many complaints have been sent to that regulator in relation to bullying and harassment in the last 5 years?
I don't have those figures before me, but I can find them for you.
Are you aware of cases going to the regulator?
So I've only started relatively recently, and in my time, I haven't been made aware of any, but I'm sure I know that there are some.
Okay. Can I ask about HSRs, whoever might be able to answer this? They have a right to access information. Is that correct? They've got a power in relation to accessing information. Is that correct? That may be pertinent to them discharging their duties?
Yes, in terms of work health and safety issues, yes.
I have a bit of latitude to keep going, or are we on a break now?
Going to be on a break in about 3 minutes.
3 minutes,
I'll
okay.
I'll let you go.
Thank you. So can I ask about, I understand that there was a request put to perhaps you, Ms. Hogan, or may have been you, Ms. Mann, in relation to accessing the results for the People Matters survey as they apply to Safe Work by HSRs. Are you aware of that?
That specific request hasn't been escalated to me. We are able to and do break down PMES results. We can do it by teams of over 30. I think you have to have a specific number so that people can't be identified. And we can break down that information to quite a granular level. But I'm not aware of specifically being asked that. It could have gone to our Chief People Officer, Ms. Grimer. I'm happy to check in the break.
Are you aware of it? I mean, it's your
No, I'm certainly
area of
not.
responsibility.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I'm certainly not aware of that. And as Ms. Hogan said, we do have those results.
I noticed.
We're quite transparent.
Can you advise whether that is correct, that there's been a request?
Sure.
And if there has been a request, why it has been declined? Yeah, let's break, I think.
Okay, sure. Well, we do have 2 minutes. I do know, Ms. Hogan, you indicated at the beginning of this session that you had some
Oh, yeah.
follow-ups, and I just totally forgot to come back to you.
No, that's okay. There was a couple of things. I'll just so a couple of things that we wouldn't be able to get that we'll need to take in the break. But Mr. Diadam, I think you asked how many work claims there'd been under the Safe Work policy. So we've had 35. This was workers' comp or injury claims, I think you were asking. 35 claims under the Safe Work policy over the last 3 years. Of these, 9 were psychological safety claims. And of those claims, in the 1920 year there were 4, in the 2021 year there was 1, and in the 21-22 year there were 4. Okay. Mr. Banasiak, you asked us about the financial reporting of a couple of specific venues. So the team have taken that on notice, but we don't have that back yet. If we can by the end of the day, we will, but otherwise it'll be on notice. Mr. Diadam, I think we were also looking at the distinction between aged care and retirement villages. So the team are also doing some work on that, but that's likely to be on notice as well. Mr. Chandler, you wanted to update on the occupational certificates, or the OC certificates, occupancy, not occupational certificates, that Ms. Hughes asked about?
Yes, there's no line of sight to how many interim occupation certificates there are. There will be when we get the e-planning platform fully functional, but right now you'd have to do quite some heavy scraping to pull that out. At the moment we pull it out on a project by project basis as we go in, but there will be a large number of interim occupation certificates out there, and I can see that the question that then would flow is that where there's no certifier, what's the impact of that on local government? And again, that is part of the conversation we're having with local government.
So do you have a time frame for when you'll be able to actually get them onto the planning portal?
I think it'll take a little longer to get that level of confidence in the e-planning platform to go and scrape that information, but
Mr. Chair, if I could just add, it's because the e-planning portal only became mandatory relatively recently in time. So for these buildings that had their documentation going to council in the paper form, they're affected. That's we don't have that visibility.
So they're not required to lodge them on the e-planning portal. So
they weren't previously required to lodge them on the e-planning portal. E-planning portal only came in.
I was going to say, sorry, at the risk of adding to the chorus of voices, interim certificates also started to be faded out from changes to the EPNA Act in 2019.
Yes.
So they're a tapering trail, and they would have been visible at that time and since that time predominantly through the planning system. So to councils and potentially to the planning department. We're really only now able to access them in the new scope of reforms through e-planning.
okay, and at risk of sounding like I know I have asked questions about this in previous budget estimates, but I'm interested, do you have a plan, Mr. Chandler, to go back? I accept what you're saying, Mr. Tansey, about them tapering off, but it's clear that there are a number out there. Do you have a current, is it part of your current work schedule that you're going to go back and look for these interim?
what I'll undertake to do is to, as part of Project Intervene, is to have a look and see how we can bolt that piece of work onto the side of it, because it seems to me that's where we're going to run into it most. So if I could just take that on notice, and I'll come back to you, but it won't be in less than 6 weeks.
Okay. No. If you can give us an update on where it's up to, and can I just say I'd appreciate, I'm sure other members of the committee would appreciate a briefing on Project Intervene as well offline. That would be really helpful.
We do know from the data that Mr. Banasiak referred to later, that's that survey work. It's in there about 18% of buildings reported that they had an inter-occupation certificate, so that gives a bit of a sense for, in the buildings completed in the last 6 years, what the proportion might be.
Sorry, 18% of the buildings completed in the last
6 years.
6 years self-reported that they believe they had an interim occupation certificate.
Okay, well, I think
on
with that
highly
pause,
alarming note, then let's go.
With that pause, we'll go get some tea and coffee, and we'll reconvene at 3:45.
Everyone's still recording.
I think so. I think we did dismiss Okay, welcome back after that short break. Before I fire off a couple of questions, I think Ms. Hayden, you have something to...
Yeah, just had a message from our Chief People Officer saying at the moment they can't recall or see any specific requests from HSRs for PMES data. All PMES reports are publicly available on the PSC website, and PMES deep dive briefings were offered to DCS teams, including Safe Work. That changes before the end, I'll let you know, but to her knowledge, no specific requests.
To the management, is it, of Safe Work?
To the HR, yes, it would have been offered to DCS teams, including Safe Work. So not just Natasha, but throughout the organisation.
And what about the work? Do the workers get access to that information?
If they specifically request it, normally we debrief in teams, and people are able to ask questions.
Can you provide to the committee the Safe Work portion of the PMS survey?
Sure. We're actually in open survey now, so it would be last year's data. No problem.
Thank you. Sorry,
Mr. Chair. Thank you. I was just going to also, I've got advice from Mr. D'Adam about, you asked about other jurisdictions and autometric testing. So Victoria has it, as you appreciate, in its own ledge, not participating in the national scheme. WA has not adopted it. Queensland has removed it from their legislation, and the remaining states and territories have it as part of the national law.
Through you, Ms. Hayden, to Mr. Chandler, just picking up on what we were talking about earlier on this morning about the voluntary,
Enforceable undertakings.
Enforceable undertakings, that's it, voluntary enforceable undertakings.
Why don't you just call them the oxymorons?
The oxymorons, yeah. Is there a view to, I guess, utilise that strategy when you go forward with Project Remediate in terms of encouraging developers to I guess, come to the table a bit more freely to do that work?
We're going to use Project Remediate to help inform the whole package of work, and we've identified the first developer in Remediate that we think we might run this up the mast with now.
Yeah.
So, again, what's happened with all of this legislation is that you think this is what it really means and this is where you can take it, and then you think some more and think, no, we can take it even further. So we're still on a voyage of discovery, but we have identified the first Project Remediate building that we think will run this up the mast on.
I won't push you in terms of what that is. I want you to run it up the mast first and then get their response back before you tell us. Over to...
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, that was it.
I wasn't ready. Okay, I wanted to come back to that question around aged care inspections. Do you, as Safe Work, do you receive specific reports in terms of infection rates or work sites? Like so infection rates for workers in relation to COVID?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You wouldn't be able to say, look at the aged care sector and see how many workers are being infected, having workplace transmissions, obviously, which is a health and safety concern. Surely that data should be something that's at least monitored in some way by Safe Work.
So when you're saying infection rates, are you referring to COVID infection?
COVID infection.
Oh, so sorry, apologies. So during the COVID outbreak, there was a requirement for PCBUs to notify Safe Work if one of their workers had contracted COVID.
That's no longer the case?
So it got to the point where there were many representations made that was because of the high rates of COVID. You know, we started off with fairly low rates. Because of the high rates of COVID, it was becoming impossible for PCBUs to be able to comply with that. And so we lifted that requirement.
When was that lifted?
It was around October.
Yeah, so from January though, all hospitalisations and fatalities relating to COVID continue to be notifiable.
Right, okay. So you do get the data in terms of, sorry, what was that? Fatalities and hospitalisations and fatalities of workers gets notified, but not just
not
contracting.
In the beginning, it was contracting, but
Right, I see. Okay. So, I mean, you still have some oversight in terms of COVID as a workplace disease. That's fair to say, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So, can I come back to the inspection regime? I know there was some confusion earlier on in relation to inspections, and I think you used sort of desktop assessments. It was the wording, and we were asking about aged care facilities.
Yes.
And you thought we were talking about
retirement
homes.
Yeah. And I do have that information for you now, Mr. Adam.
Yes, if you could, that would be
Would you like
good.
me to share it? So first of all, I just did want to make the point, that distinction between the retirement village and the aged care facility. So as you appreciate, the retirement village is where it's primary self-care, so your residents are looking after themselves, but in the aged care facility, you require the ACAT assessment. There's usually a level of care there in different degradations. So that's the distinction. So I do have some figures around our visits to aged care. So this does not include the retirement village figures that I gave you earlier this morning. So you asked me from 2020 to 2022 what our numbers were looking like. So in terms of requests for service, we had 195 requests for service received.
Yep, 195 was it?
Yep. So 67 of those were triaged as an inspector response.
67 inspector response.
That's right.
That's not necessarily an inspection, is it?
So, I will come to that. So of the 67, 49 were physical field inspections and 18 were not. So then from that...
And that's to June 2022, is that right?
That's right. So that's from January 2020 to June 2022. And then from that, there were 23 notices issued, Section 155 notices. There were 17 improvement notices issued. And then there were 4 Section 171 notices issued, 1 prohibition notice issued, and 1 Section 59B notice issued. And then in terms of incidents, there were 23 incidents triaged as requiring an inspector response. And to your question, 21 of those were actual field inspections. So 21 of the 23 were field and 2 were not. 2 were desktop.
Can I just clarify? These are all safe work inspections, not fair trading inspections.
That's
we had
right.
that distinction earlier on where...
Yes, these are safe work inspections.
Right, I see.
So, and then a number of notices were flowing from those inspections as well. So in total, if I can sort of give you the aggregated figure, so there were 70 field inspector visits, there were 20 desktop assessments, and then there were sort of close to 80 notices issued.
And given that, obviously, the vulnerability issue that was flagged earlier, so has aged care been a special focus area for safe work? Has there been any particular special emphasis placed on compliance in aged care?
Yes, so to the point I was making earlier, we obviously didn't want to send inspectors in there and be super spreaders in those environments. However, now things have shifted in terms of the COVID situation, and this is very much a very big focus of safe work inspections going forward. So we, I mentioned the retirement village compliance activity that we've had recently, and then we also have an aged care proactive compliance program planned for October this year. So we're really going out there, we're looking at people handling equipment, so you know how appropriate it is, how they're maintaining their equipment, how they're storing it and so forth.
What about fit testing? Is that,
So we will do everything while we're there, but that is one of the focuses is on the handling of equipment, because we do know that manual handling is one of the top safety hazards in aged care, as you can appreciate. So we're planning on doing about 50 visits across New South Wales and then looking to scale that up in 2023.
okay, thank you. Okay,
Thanks very much. Ms Hogan, I just had a few more questions for you just on the Building Commissioner's resignation. So can you just tell me why you emailed the letter to the Premier's Chief of Staff on the 31st of July?
That's the Sunday. So the Premier and the Secretary for DPP had been on a trade trip and were back. I don't know if they were back that day before or that day, but I knew they were back that weekend. As I mentioned earlier, I had a conversation with Ms Boyd in the morning, which had prompted me to rethink any further action I should take with that letter. I also arranged to have a call with Mr. Coutts-Trotter in the afternoon. I also felt that he needed to be updated and briefed on the issues that I was dealing with at the time. And during that conversation, I did say to him, given that I'm going to be away for a week, I wonder if I should share that letter. I had spoken to Mr. Chandler in the morning and said that now that the Premier had returned and interest was gaining in that letter, that I felt at some point I would be required to share it. He made it clear he was comfortable with me to do so. So I left it open as to whether or not that was required. And he, from memory, I think either in that conversation or he called me back, I can't quite recall, and said...
Sorry, in which conversation? With
in the conversation
Chandler?
that I was having with Mr. Coutts-Trotter in the afternoon. I can't remember if it was during that conversation or if he called me back shortly after, because we were talking about a couple of things that day. He asked if I would send it on to the Premier's Chief of Staff for his information, and that given that Minister Patinos was, is an employee of the Premier, or the employment relationship works in that way, could I do that? And I said yes, and I'd also received permission from Mr. Chandler to send it, so I forwarded it to him as an FYI.
Okay, but you just said that you needed to, that the Premier needed to be, or Mr. Coutts-Trotter needed to be briefed on the issues I was dealing with at the time. But according to the email chain and according to what you've said, you looked into the issues that Mr. Chandler raised on the 11th of July.
Oh, sorry.
You decided that was done, there was nothing to see here.
Yeah.
But yet then on the 31st of July, you email it to
the Premier's
Chief of Staff.
Yeah. So I should...
Pretty significant escalation.
So I should clarify, the conversations that I was having with Mr. Coutts-Trotter on that Sunday were primarily about the fact that there had been allegations raised publicly about my minister on the Friday and I wasn't there. We'd received inquiries about it as well, so I wanted to talk to him about that. And I also said during that conversation that speculative interest was gaining in Mr. Chandler's reasons for his resignation, and that I felt inevitably the letter would be called for publicly, and that had not been the case a few weeks prior. It'd be called for publicly, and I felt that did he want, we talked about whether or not I should take any further action, and then I forwarded it to the Premier's office that afternoon.
Okay, but you said that Ms. Boyd came back from leave.
Yeah.
And she suggested that you could send it to ICAT.
That's right.
Did she suggest that to you in the morning?
She did, yes.
Did you, the Premier told me earlier today that you had a 45-minute conversation with him about the former minister.
Yes.
Did you tell him about that advice at any point?
No. And the reason I didn't, I can remember clearly not saying that because I wasn't actually sure that it was the right thing to do to say that I'd sent it for ICAC's information. I wasn't actually sure whether that was a breach of kind of confidence or not. So I didn't say anything about that in that conversation in the afternoon, in the late afternoon with the Premier.
Okay, but you did, okay, you thought that could be a breach of the confidentiality. You then sent it on, or you decided, what made you decide to send it then?
It was primarily that I had spoken to Ms. Boyd, whose advice I respect. As I said earlier, I didn't see a reason for me to send it based on what I knew. But when I spoke to her and debriefed her on everything that had been leading up to that day, she said it was open to me to send it as an FYI, which is what DPC would normally do. I hadn't been in this situation before, and so I felt that advice was, worth taking on. So I asked my legal counsel in the afternoon to draft a letter, and I arranged with my executive officer for it to be sent the next day.
Okay, and did you come to that view before you spoke to the Premier or after you spoke to the Premier? Before you spoke to the Premier, you decided you were going to send it?
As an FYI, yep.
But you didn't tell the Premier
I did
about it
not.
in the meeting?
I didn't.
Okay, so then why did you then confirm to the Premier's office on the 7th of August that you had sent it?
So the following week,
Yeah.
on the Saturday night, I received an email from the Premier's Chief of Staff asking if I had sent it. I didn't respond straight away because I was on leave, and I also, again, wasn't sure if I hadn't sought advice on whether it was appropriate to tell the Premier's office that I'd forwarded it. But the next morning, it was made clear to me that it was okay to do that, and so the next morning I responded and said, yes, I have sent it as an FYI. I was clear that I hadn't sent it under Section 11, and that, we continue to get media inquiries about it, and given that I'd now sent it, I was not going to be saying anything further. I didn't think that was appropriate nor fair to the former minister.
Okay. But to be clear, you so you received the email. I've seen the email that you sent that was sent to you on the Saturday night.
Yes.
And then you replied pretty early on
morning.
Sunday morning, I recall. You said you got some advice, or you reflected on it, or did you speak to your legal counsel, or?
I didn't speak to my legal counsel, but I actually had I can't remember if I had a call or a text message from Miss Mann saying, Miss Boyd's asking whether or not you forwarded David's letter to the ICAC, did you? And as soon as I knew that she was asking, I knew that it was okay to say to the Premier's office that I had sent it. So that's what I did.
Okay, all right. And, okay, that's fine. That's, Mr. Chandler, I just wanted to ask you about the investigation that the former minister instigated after the article that appeared in the Australian on the 24th of June, I think it was. Let's find this. Yes, the 24th of June. And as I said to the newspaper at the time, I think it's a symptom of a different problem. I'm like the chair, all for you collating a list of dodgy certifiers that you think shouldn't be in the acting any further. I wanted to ask you about the investigation that the former minister launched. You said earlier, and in your resignation letter, that there was an investigation into the allegations around Top Place. How was that investigation different to the one that was initiated by the former minister, Patinos?
I put it together as simply context that this job involves people attacking my character, and I just put that as another exhibit of saying this could have been something that the former minister may have elected to say, I accept the fact that you didn't mislead you folk, but I may not be confident in the building commissioner. I wasn't going to have a situation where that occurred and then we tried to rewrite history afterwards, so I decided I'd put it in writing before the event. That's simply all it was. I think the Top Place matter was just an exhibit. I could have referred to the icon letter. I just wanted to make it clear that this job attracts people who think the way to deal with you is to actually challenge your character and your reputation. They forget to play the ball instead of the player.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I understand that. But so it was a fundamentally different process. Like the Top Place, the investigation of the Top Place allegations, though, that occurred under the previous Minister Anderson?
It occurred directly within the department. We informed Minister Anderson, but it occurred within the department. It was a case of we were in a meeting in the department. Top Place representatives came to a meeting in our office at McKell. They put this proposition on the table. They didn't show us the email. They did tell us where the name of what the trust account was that this money was supposed to be sent to. We immediately left that meeting, immediately engaged our legal people, and we set in train an internal audit. That audit went off to say to the people who conducted it, rang Top Place and said, is there any veracity at all to this email? Can you give us anything substantive about it? And the answer was no, we don't have it. So that was the end of the matter.
I
You
don't
advise
think they
them.
wanted to participate.
Sorry?
I don't think they wanted to participate with it, and so our internal audit, from memory, advised them that it was open to them to refer it to the appropriate authorities if they didn't wish to deal with us directly.
Okay,
Which they did, I understand.
I'm sorry, which they.
I understand they did refer it to ICAC.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, and I'm not offended by them doing that at all, because it would then have to run the gaunt of, is it true?
Yeah, absolutely.
No problem with me about that.
Ms. Hogan, did you issue a reprimand to Minister Patinos, or did you have any kind of discipline with her, disciplinary action against her about her behaviour towards a staff member or a departmental staff member when she was a minister?
No.
Okay. Did you raise concerns directly with her about the way that she was behaving towards a customer service employee?
I raised concerns with her about some behaviours that had occurred, yeah, but obviously I'm not her employer, so it's not up to me to make any reprimands or disciplinary action of that nature. But I did feel, in the spirit of the secretary and ministerial relationship, that it was up to me to provide her with feedback as to where I thought where we were working well together and where I thought things could be done differently or better. And I took it upon myself to do that with her directly. Yep.
And when was that?
In early May.
Early May. Okay. Oh, this is what we referred to, or that you were speaking about this
So
morning.
I spoke to her specifically on such matters in early May, and I raised some things with her again at a later date, but in a different format.
Okay. And when was that?
July.
July? And when in July?
Early July. I don't have an exact date.
Okay. Can you take that on notice for me?
Sure.
And you said you raised them in a different format. What was the different?
Oh, just the first time I spoke to her, it was specifically in relation. I wanted to raise specifically some issues, which I did. And again, I don't want to get into a blow-by-blow account.
No, of course not.
And then later on, we were in a regular one-on-one, and I checked in on how we both thought things were going, and I took an opportunity to mention some things again then.
Okay. And how did she respond?
She responded well. She was grateful that I'd been honest with her, and she responded professionally.
Okay. That's probably a good time to talk to you, Mr. Minns, about your letter in response to the termination letter that was issued to you. And I have to say I'd characterise that as a more muted version than what we got from Mr. Chandler. But you are pretty clear, and I'm quoting, "It is unfortunate that there has been a lack of political leadership, will or capacity to engage with property services at anything beyond a superficial level since my first week in this role." That first week was actually when you were under the previous Minister Anderson, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But it's pretty clear that you were pretty frustrated with the lack of progress on the reform program that you had.
Well, I guess there was very limited engagement, with the program. That was an issue from my perspective. I was happy to continue on the path that I'd been recruited to, from day one. But at a number of levels, I would have preferred if there was a higher level of engagement, even if it was debate on the contents of it. But, that is probably reflected in the letter.
Yeah, I think it's like I say, much of the same concerns. Obviously, you had difficulties in the working relationship with the Minister's office. I just say, like I say, it was slightly more muted than Mr. Chandler. So, were you given any specific undertakings to come back into the role?
When I first coming back, starting next week.
Yes.
Yeah, look, there was a number of conversations that we had. Well, I guess there was a couple of issues. One was, from my viewpoint, I expressed that I thought I'd be surprised if the government, would revert back from a previous decision. The second issue was a number of conversations that I had both with Ms. Hogan and then at a meeting with Minister Dominello a couple of days later, where I felt it was important that we weren't simply dealing with form over function. So from my viewpoint, what had been critical as part of this process is that for consumers in New South Wales to deal effectively with the property services industry, we need them to be empowered, we need an accountable industry, and we need a trusted industry. And simply building a new regulatory model or statutory model, in my view, wasn't going to do that on its own. We needed to be able to deal with some of the really key issues and the problems that have been identified. And I was very positive at the end of the meeting with Minister Dominello that he was prepared for us to continue on that program, and that was the basis that I considered it and said yes, I was prepared to come back on board.
I understand. And you're starting again on the 12th of September. The Minister said this morning that that he doesn't anticipate that the legislation will go through before the end of this parliamentary term. It will go into the new parliamentary term. How do you intend on consulting with the industry more broadly about that legislation and about the approach going forward?
So some of that would be speculative in my opinion because we haven't had the opportunity to have that conversation. This has all happened fairly quickly, Ms. Hughes, as you would imagine. However, there's a number of conversations we've had in relation to the Property Services Expert Panel over a number of months where I felt it needed to be refocused. And my view, and I'm expressing a personal view at this stage because I haven't had the opportunity to talk to Ms Hogan about it, is that the expert panel should be a very important conduit to government in terms of what the model should look like, how it should be progressed, but probably most importantly what it's trying to achieve, what the outcome is that is needed to be driven. And I never believed that there would be time, if legislation was going to Parliament this year, for that to happen in a meaningful way. Given that that's now been deferred, I'm a lot more positive that it will be an engaged, considered response from all stakeholders.
So, Mr. Minns, in the announcement that Mr. Chandler would be returning into the role, the press release said that the two of you would be working closely together. Do you have specific projects that you're working on together?
We've had a number of conversations over the previous time. Specifically, strata, I think, is an area which is very important. Now, not every part of the property services strata plan and Project Transform, which is one of the projects that we're operating on in the strategy, covers that. But specifically in the areas of things like resilience and sustainability, which of course is critical to future confidence in the industry. That's a direct relationship, and we're just working through. And I think Mr. Chandler's spoken about a number of case studies that are being run at the moment that we want to be able to use to illustrate and determine a forward plan on that. Issues such as insurability, which is one of the really key issues, which is of concern to all of us at the moment, with strata schemes in the state. A significant part of that relates to the capacity to deal with building defects, both historical and emerging. And so, in those two areas in particular, it becomes important. I've also got some very specific areas that are perhaps less of Mr. Chandler's concern around point of sale representation, contractual information. There's a lot there at the moment, but do people know what they need to? We think we need to do a much better job with education and knowledge for the sector, whether it's real estate agents, strata managers, or other practitioners, but also for consumers. So, people like the Owners Corporation Network and others have been very supportive in that process as well. So, there's a number of areas that we need to look at, and ensuring there's equity in establishing strata schemes, how this plays out, and some of that. All of those issues together mean that there will need to be a significant collaboration with the Office of the Building Commissioner.
Yeah, look, and I mean, Mr. Chandler's been generous in providing briefings for offline briefings, and we could probably sit here all afternoon and talk about strata law reform. But can I just please invite you to provide those kinds of briefings for the opposition and the crossbench? That would be very helpful in terms of us understanding about that reform program and where that's going towards. I think you're exactly right. Are you concerned about the increasing prevalence of strata schemes having to, or maybe it's not increasing, maybe you have a different experience, strata schemes having to go offshore to get their insurance that they're required to hold under law?
I think the answer to that is yes. One of the things that was very important, we actually had a strata roundtable a couple of weeks ago in Sydney. That was in my capacity as private citizen or industry representative. However, I was very well supported.
Is this the one that had been arranged before you finished in the role?
It was.
Yeah, okay.
But believed it was important, but it was supported by DCS, and in fact, Ms. Hogan and Ms. Mann both attended the session. But what we were looking at there was was the whole gamut. It was literally bringing industry leaders together across the entire sector, from consumer groups to industry practitioners to the insurance companies to the lenders, financiers and others, all in the same room. And it was essentially to surface some of these issues, because we understand that insurance companies aren't going to turn around tomorrow and say we've got a great strategy, therefore premiums are coming down. But if we don't have a strategy where industry and consumers understand what makes a AAA rated building from an insurance viewpoint, then we never get to deal with that. If we don't deal with that, the issues around confidence and affordability, which are setting the sector, are going to work absolutely against the migration that we're seeing to strata happening at the moment. So we're very keen to be able to work on all of those issues, and ideally, I can't get in there, and neither can the building commissioner, and fix existing historic building defects, deep defects that resolve all insurance issues. But we would hope that there's a strategy that would enable all of those things to be taken care of much better, but also for people owning within those projects to make better decisions in terms of what they invest in preventative maintenance, what they invest in capital expenditure every year, and just ensure that we've got a good framework and a good structure to work with to hopefully prevent some of those problems coming up in 5, 10, 20 years down the track.
Yeah, and one of the crucial challenges for strata schemes being confronted with these defects, especially once they get into a major defect category around structural defects or fire or something that's beyond the capacity of just an ordinary layperson, is then they need some support in actually being able to navigate through that. Is that something that you or Mr. Chandler would be interested in providing?
I'd be interested, Mr. Chandler, you want to sort of touch on this because you've been looking at a lot of these more recently than me.
So part of Project Intervene is the development of a future toolkit to enable strata schemes to more efficiently and clearly lodge their defect complaints with fair trading, because it's been a bit of a mixed bag. Only 15% of stratas let fair trading know that they've got defects, so we've got to turn that round and really get a much bigger response. So we'll have a toolkit available to assist owners corporations. We'll be launching that project at the end of this month. Again, we can brief you on that, but because it's going to be something that you'll be able to use too, so when you have a constituent ring up and say, what do I do? The toolkit will be available. You say, well, go in this way, and that'll be the most sensible way for you to proceed. So working with Mr. Menz, these are the things that we'd started to put some shape on 6 weeks ago, and we'll now get back into putting the rest of the body around it.
Yeah, I understand. Mr. Chandler, that figure of 15%, that's from your survey that you did a few years ago?
We did last year, so it's the one we'll rerun again next year. So only 15%, but 39% of buildings claimed they had one or more serious defects in their common property. The serious defects is defined under the Design and Building Practitioners Act, and only 15% of those buildings affected with that reported that to fair trading for a range of reasons. We've got to turn that around.
Are you able to, whoever needs to take it on notice, are you able to give me, I'm pretty sure I asked for this at the last estimates, but the number of defects that were reported to fair trading, if we can just do it in the last few financial years, so we do it for, say, what are we, so 21, 22, Mr. Press, that's the thanks, Mr. Chandler, 21, 22, 20, 21, and then 19, 20, how many actual defects were reported?
Can I just ask, is this a mandatory requirement that they have to notify?
But we're looking to create a situation where before owners corporations go off to NCAT, they've actually got to advise fair trading and get some form of a ticket before they move on, because I think we've had a very weak triage arrangement at fair trading. I'm not going to put any other character on it to say that historically I can see why a large number of owners corporations haven't gone down that route. We've been prepared to sort of say, well, if it's off to NCAT, not our job, someone else is looking after it. What we're now doing is we're pushing on with a matter irrespective of whether it's in the courts or in NCAT. We're just simply using the RAB Act, which basically says, oh, that can be over there, but we're going to do this. And so we're finding that we're making some inroads by simply getting on with it. So we're going to tidy up that landscape, and now that Mr. Minns is back and we can actually have that more, I guess, direct engagement with the strata community, I think we'll make some good inroads into it.
Mr. Chandler, we talked about Auburn Road this morning. This is something that
93
Auburn Road. This is something that I've made representations to you on, and you have stated publicly that it's the worst you'd ever inspected, and it's what compelled you to convince the state government to give you the powers to clean up the industry. Is it still the worst you've ever seen?
That'd be in the top 5.
Okay. Given the thousands of buildings that have been built across this city, that's pretty damning analysis. I mean, you stated that you'd go from top to bottom when your powers came into force on September the 1st of that year. How far are you in progressing that process?
There's been 160 odd RAB Act audits since that legislation stood up.
Is 93 Auburn Road one of those audits?
93 Auburn Road has been one of those. Now,
where's that up to?
Okay, so where 93 Auburn Road is up to is that, of course, you're aware that the Murphy Group now are in liquidation. There's multiple people who've moved on the group, so there's different people who've got different pieces of it. So in regard to Hassel Street...
Sorry, Mr. Chandler, I just want to talk about 93 Auburn Road.
In that receivership is actually Goldenia.
Yes.
So Goldenia is the developer of 93 Auburn Road. In addition to that, there's a side facility that must have been organised where 14 of the apartments were used as a security that were in 93 Auburn Road. So there's a liquidator appointed over those 14.
But they don't have an occupation certificate?
Sorry?
But they don't have an occupation certificate.
That's right. So 3 of those are commercial and the rest of them are residential. Yes. So they don't have an occupation certificate, and there's a prohibition order on the building that stops those getting an occupation certificate. We met with the liquidator who wanted to see if we could fast track lifting the occupation certificate, and we said we could easily do that if he was prepared to pay for all the defects. Obviously, he felt 14 of 240 odd apartments was a disproportionate share for him to pay. So, well, the answer to your question is the prohibition order will be there until those matters are substantially resolved. Murphy's no longer there, so there's...
Sorry, Mr. Chandler, I'm aware, and I'll get to that in a moment, but I just want to ask you, so where's it at now? Is that a stalemate? Like, you've gone to the liquidator to say...
Well, stalemate it may be, but where we're at now is that we're taking action in the court to stop the winding up of the company, so that Mr. Winton has just commenced those proceedings. Because the first thing we want to do is to make sure it just doesn't disappear into the ether. We want to make sure that at least the entity's there so that we can look at it to the extent that we can possibly see what might be able to be extracted. But the most immediate action is to work with Cumberland Council, which they're doing in a most constructive way, to issue orders to the owners' corporation to fix those things which go to the safety and the robustness of the building. So at this stage, if nothing changes, the owners' corporation will receive council orders because they're the jurisdiction that has the say here, to rectify their defects, and they may have to take out a strata loan to do that.
So that means that ultimately the owners' corporation are going to have to pay for the defects?
At this stage, that's what it looks like.
There is no way that you can be pursuing Murphy the Murphy Group, the Murphy brothers?
I really have imagined every possibility, to be honest with you, and I have to say to you that I can't see one. And we will continue to search, but I believe at this stage 93 Auburn Road will fit into a group of buildings for which there's no one going to be responsible for them other than the people who own the building.
So on what date did you first issue orders on 93 Auburn Road?
I've got it in here, but rather than me paging through here, I'll attempt to give you the date before I leave the room. But
Some time ago, years ago now, right?
well, certainly 18 months ago.
Okay.
March, maybe.
March 2021, yeah.
March 2021. So 18 months, let's say, roughly. In November 2021, the developers, Mark and Khalil Murphy, removed their names as directors and office holders of Gardenia Developments, which you talked about is the developer that actually built 93 Auburn Road. Did that ring any alarm bells for you?
Yes, of course it does. We've built up now quite a understanding of the business model for each of these, I guess, riskier developers. But in the case of the Murphy model, what they did was they regularly changed the directors around in their companies. So they might be there for 6 months or 12 months, and then they swap them around again. So that's a typical model for Murphy. We were aware of that. It was very concerning, but it's very difficult to stop that.
So I understand that you have difficulty in ensuring that they don't switch themselves around, but what action can you take? I mean, we've got these guys who have built an apartment building that has got massive defects in it, that you've just said is in the top 5 worst buildings, that had prohibition orders issued using your powers, and basically now these 2 guys have nicked off overseas, as they have previously when they've been under investigation. And the only people who are going to be left holding the can are those poor people who purchased into this apartment building, who, let's be frank, do not have the capacity to be paying for the scale of remediation that's going to be required.
Ms. you and I share the same disquiet over this. There's no happy story here. I'm not happy about it. Again, there's another developer that came in and met with us and said that they were committed to getting on with things, but effectively the meeting that I had with Mark Murphy, which was attended by Frank Sartor at the same time, and they were pleading that if I lifted the order on Hassel Street, they may have enough money then to go back and fix 93 Auburn Road. They're 2 quite different entities, different directors, and we said, well, we're sort of not interested in that sort of promise. We'll deal with 93 Auburn Road and we'll deal with Hassel Street separately. The pleading at the time was that I was probably being a bit too heavy-handed and might I imagine that I might cause one of the entities to fail. I said, I can't be conscious of that. You're going to get orders and you're going to fix the work. And that's what happened on Hassel Street, which ultimately got to a point where the banks lost patience and took the company. But we certainly had a meeting where Mark Murphy and his advisor made it very clear to me that if we were less hard on them, they would be prepared to move money from one place to the other to try and fix defects. That was a completely unbelievable proposition. So we left it at that.
Yeah, and I think that is unbelievable. But my question to you now, Mr. Chandler, is how can this change? How can we make sure that there are not more apartment owners in the same position as these poor owners of 93 Auburn Road that are stuck with vacant retail underneath, that have got 11 incomplete units and have got a massive bill for remediation? What's going to happen?
Well, we're going to find a number of these buildings, Ms. Hughes, in the next year. That's why it's important, I think, that we use this period of time to discover them and have a look. But there's going to be a number of them that are in that situation. There's one at Walleye Creek, which is a similar sort of one, where we've been, and it's both the builder and the developer there have disappeared, and so has the, we've also taken the accreditation off the certifier, but that doesn't do much to fix this building. And so I can see a number of these types of buildings emerging where the story's not a pretty one.
How many units are there in the one at Willow Creek?
Again, can I correct it on the record
Yeah,
when
of
the
course.
draft comes, but I'd say to you, nominally 50.
Okay. I mean, you said that they're going to be uncovering these buildings, and I accept that you're doing decennial insurance and ratings for developers and builders and all of these things that are
That's the one side, that's
forward-facing.
the future.
Exactly. What are we doing to address these historical defects? What are we doing to ensure that these poor people who bought into these apartment buildings in good faith, what protections are we giving to them? They are left holding the can for these dodgy developers. And Mr. Chandler, I've been asking you for years about whether you've got enough powers and enough resources. This is a clear deficiency.
Can't extract value out of insolvent businesses. It's just not possible. So if the business is wound up, ATSIC have really got to come in and do some lifting here, and I've been probably even slightly curtailed by my call out to ATSIC is that they've got to come and do some lifting here. We've got people like Raylan, for example, who've gone belly up and left huge issues behind them.
Sorry, Mr. Chandler, I'm misunderstanding. ASIC, are you saying?
ASIC, in the federal body.
Yes.
I don't believe they do any lifting in this space. And when we do refer a matter to them, that's in the federal jurisdiction, it's immediately closed down by saying, oh, we are looking at that matter, but we can't tell you anything about it. And then it disappears into a black hole for years. So I've referred one of the Raylan insolvent companies to them back in the end of 2019. And after numerous inquiries, it was just simply, no, we can't tell you anything about it. So that's one of the pieces of work we've got to do, is to work out how at the federal level we can actually get the people who are accountable for directors and corporations legislation in the country to start to take a tougher hand. But
Have you suggested that that should be put on the building commissioners, building ministers meeting?
It has been raised with former Minister Anderson, and it was about to, I think, get moved into that conversation, but it just didn't happen at the time, a change of ministers, so it hasn't happened since. But we do need to resurrect that, and that'll be one of the things that in the coming months I'll speak with the Secretary, because it's quite difficult for a state jurisdiction to start making representations to a federal body, but we'll need to think through what
But
that looks like.
the National Building Ministers Forum would be the appropriate place to be raising these kinds of issues. I accept that you're saying that there are limited things you can do in that space, but there has to be something more than these poor apartment owners who are going to be left in exactly the same position as Mascot Towers residents who are facing financial oblivion. There has to be something better that we are doing for people.
I agree, and we will prosecute every single thought process we can. So, for example, another piece of work we could look at is that when people do what I call restructures of convenience, like, for example, the way that the Icon Group restructured Icon Olco and sold the business into Icon Newco, that the people who restructured that business should be, in my view, barred from leaving their statutory duties behind in the restructure. So that's another piece of work which I'll do some work on in the coming months as well. But these are big pieces of new work, but that's one area where I think that we've really got to think about the powers, because I've got a number of, I can now see a number of insolvencies out there where there's various forms of winding up, there's various forms of dockers, which is a deed of company agreement, where people are getting in there and just simply doing these restructures to really get out of jail and leave the business behind. So I think we've got to start to think about other people who are doing these restructures, should they not have some degree of responsibility that they can't leave the statutory warranty obligations behind. So that's an area where I'll be back to you and saying that's somewhere I think we could do some more work. We will do everything in our power during this Project Intervene exercise to actually shake the tree. I've had two developers in the last week who were quite surprised to be called back. Both of them pleaded that their builder had let them down. I don't play the air violin to them anymore because I've got to correct my behaviour. But sorry, Secretary. But
I don't know if Hansard can record the laughter of everyone.
Please don't.
so please don't record that. But I just want you to understand that I've had a couple of very grim-faced developers in to see me in the last couple of weeks saying, guys, we're coming back to you using the REV Act. You are the last man standing. Sorry about your builder going broke, but you're coming back to fix this building, and they know they are.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think there's more work to do in this space, and we'll be talking about that. Ms. Hogan, I wanted to move on to a different issue. Who was appointed to be the Property Services Commissioner in between the period that Mr. Minns was terminated from the role and when he came back?
So I had asked Chris Lamont, Mr. Chris Lamont, who's the Small Business Commissioner, I'd asked him to act in the role for a period of 5 months. We had confidence at that time that legislation would be up by the end of the year, and I'd asked him, given his experience in the Small Business Commission and his previous government experience, to act in that role.
Okay, and how long did he actually, when did he commence on that role?
So he was meant to commence on the 8th of July, so I'd made the arrangements for him to commence a few weeks before that. He was, but his starting date was 8th of August, not the 8th of July, 8th of August. He had been on leave, I had been on leave, we both came back on the 8th of August, so we had arranged for him to commence then, but by the end of the week he had let me know that he didn't want to proceed with the role.
Okay. And what was the reason that he gave for the short period?
He felt that the arrangements with the department were right for him to implement it. I think there were 3 things that happened for me that week. One was, obviously, I'd had a change of minister. The second was it had become clear to me after conversations with Minister Dominello that the legislation would not get through this year. It would be, in fact, next year. And Mr. Lamont decided not to pursue the role, and I respect that. He's entitled to make that decision. And I decided what to do next from there.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it's a pretty short period of time for him to be acting in the role.
Yep.
Okay. And he's obviously got a long history of, well, how long has he been the Small Business Commissioner for?
I think a couple of years. The Small Business Commission's obviously only been in the DCS portfolio since Christmas, so I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to take it on notice.
Sure. Okay. I wanted to ask about the Long Service Leave Act. I don't know who administers that.
The Long Service Leave Act?
Yeah. This is for the construction industry.
Oh, do you have information on that, Ms. Mann?
A little bit of information. Yeah.
Perhaps to Natasha, to Ms. Mann, and we
just wanted to ask if it's true that individuals who have had money paid into their account under the Long Service Leave Corporation, that they're going to lose their money if there's no interaction for 5 years.
That's quite a specific question. Can I take that one on?
Of course.
Thank you.
And if you can just tell me if it's true that sick leave doesn't count towards tenure of service.
Yep, I will do.
Great. Thank you very much. There's a regulation that's being rewritten at the moment around rent collection, third-party rent collectors. This is a new, this is in residential tenancies. Ms. Mann, it might be to you. There's a regulation, or Mr. Tansey, a regulation that's being rewritten at the moment about third-party rent collectors. So this is people who, or maybe it might fall under you, Mr. Minns, when you come into the role, that there are current protections for people who who use third-party rent collectors. Is that correct?
Look, I'm not familiar with it in enough detail to answer.
That's right. Can you just take it on notice for me? Tell me if the regulation's being rewritten and what are the protections currently and what is going to be changed under the new... This is a new thing that...
I can help that. I'm not aware of any work that we are doing in the cluster on that regulation. I'm happy to check with colleagues.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. So this is it's a relatively new thing within the industry apparently that as a condition of lease you have to use a third party rent collector. You can't go and pay it at the office or use a cheque or pay it into a bank as a bank deposit anymore. You have to use these third party rent collectors, and they charge a fee, and there's also some other protections that you lose if you use this particular platform. So I'm just interested to know about the status of that.
There's probably more than one platform attempting to, we talked, I think we touched earlier on about the convergence of financial services technology and property technology, which is happening at the moment. So there are one or two platforms that are in effect instantly dispersing funds. In order to do that, there is specific contracts with the people who are paying, the people who own the property, and the agency itself, which are often separate. So I think that is, we're now starting to look at one of the really key areas, looking at in Project Beyond, is how you enable innovation and reduce friction in processes while at the same time ensuring consumers are protected. So that is an area of work I think we need to do as a government. And I think it is important. It's just going to be a question of prioritising it.
Yeah, I understand. Look, my information was that the regulation is literally being rewritten at the moment. So if you've got any other information around that, that would be helpful. And then perhaps we can continue talking about it, because I think you're right, Mr. Minns. It is there's an emergence of new players which are changing the way that it works, and I'm concerned about the lack of consumer protections as part of that.
Just as an observation, there's over 600 prop techs in Australia at the moment. In a whole variety of different areas of that space. Being able to deal with each one individually and make a determination, particularly when they're often sitting outside the licensing regime, is difficult. But I do think it is important that we have a framework that allows us to deal with that, both from an empowerment viewpoint, from a consumer friction viewpoint, but also a consumer protection viewpoint. So it is important work we need to do, but I haven't heard of any, Mr. Tansey will probably be able to clarify that, but I'm not aware of any actual work that's going on in that space.
Yeah, I'm actually just wondering if it's, sorry, pedantic here, discussions around the property stock regulation, which we're currently working on rather than residential tenancies, but if I can get anything in the session, I'll come back to you now.
Okay, I've just got a few final things, and then I'm going to pass to my colleague to wrap up as well. I wanted to ask about heavy vehicle licensing. Who should I direct those questions to?
Transport Minister.
Sorry, the licensing of heavy vehicle bodywork. I'm sorry, I should be more specific. And car bodywork?
Motor vehicle and repairers.
Yes.
That's us, not the
Yes. Sorry, I should have. So my understanding is that there's a differentiation for mechanics with their licensing, but there's not for bodywork between car and heavy vehicle bodywork. Is that correct?
Man's got to know his limitations. I don't think I might need to take some advice on
Certainly.
that level of detail on the repairers and dealers.
Yep.
I think I'm broadly aware of where you're going. I think there are some questions being asked in industry about availability of suitably qualified people to work on heavy vehicles as distinct from ordinary cars.
Yeah, look, I'm just interested to know if there's a need to differentiate, if there is currently a differentiation between the smash repairers for the who do the heavy vehicle bodywork and the car bodywork, because I understand there's a differentiation for mechanics. The concerns that were raised with me were about the standards of repair and the increasing proliferation of heavy vehicles on the road that are not having the required levels of work that's done. And so if you could just provide me with some information on notice, that would be helpful. Is there any requirement for currently licensed car mechanics to upskill for electronic vehicles?
Again, I might need to seek some specific detail, but more broadly, one of the issues that I've certainly, the team and I have been talking about is that. I mean, I think in short, the current regulatory framework is for combustion engines, and the rapid uptake and where it might go with electrical vehicles is going to probably challenge that regulatory framework. People working in cars are going to be electricians, not mechanics. So happy to. There's nothing currently in the reg, which is been made recently, or the Act, I should say, that's immediately changing that. But I think it's absolutely right to identify it as a quickly emerging issue.
Okay, are you able to tell? I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but if you can tell me if you're currently doing any work, is there a consultation plan in place? Are you looking into it? Are you talking to TAFE or to someone about the fact? I mean, we've got the Treasurer and the Premier overseas talking about hydrogen going into vehicles, and yet our mechanics are still not even trained about electric vehicles that are increasingly on our roads. I'd just be interested to know if, from a licensing component, it seems like that's the key compliance.
Yeah. I mean, the regulatory, Look, happy to take that on notice.
Of course.
We need the broader policy considerations. We'll look at things including but not limited to the licensing framework.
I just wanted to ask about digital licensing. Who's that?
It would be. It would depend, but ask your question and I'll.
Okay. I'm interested to know, has there been a large take-up? Have you got figures around whether people are doing it? Are they...
So we've got multiple digital licences in play.
Yeah.
I'd have to take the specific numbers. I think the white card was the first one to roll out. I think that's had significant uptake, but there's been a number of others since. Do you have...
Yeah, so there's been great take-up of that, Ms. Housos. So about a million plus new licence applications each year. And we're looking to digitise 130 licences, and we're on that journey now. So we're putting more and more online. So it's very, very popular, and we're reducing those times for applications sort of from 4 weeks to 10 minutes. So it's a really huge reform, another digital reform in the space that we're very proud of.
Okay. How many, are you able to tell me how many applications you've had?
I can...
You have to break it down by licence, I think.
Okay.
Or by licence type that's been launched so far, but happy to take it on notice.
You can just take all of this on notice, that's fine.
Yes, I do have
colleagues
some...
getting a little restless.
So I do have some information if you want it. So we have 219,000 holders of the white card, more than 31,000 high-risk work licence, and more than 28,000 contractor licence who've all downloaded the licence in the app. So it's good take-up. So collectively, 200. Yeah, so 280,000 customers have taken the decision to download the digital trade licence into their app. So it's,
out of how many licences are issued?
I will get that information for you. Yeah. And I guess just some good feedback. We do, as you know, Minister Dominello likes the thumbs up feature, and we have an average of an 82% thumbs up for their experience across those licences.
I have just got a couple more.
Yeah, right.
I'll wrap up quickly.
Plenty of time. That's at 5:30.
Licensing, done. Service leave, done. Talk to the Property Services Commissioner. Done those. Okay. Well, I can't finish without talking about Project Remediate. Mr. Chandler, have we removed some cladding?
I can assure you that we have. We've started 2 buildings. One's about 6 weeks away from completion, and the other one is a little longer because it's a bigger building. There'll be another 3 start very shortly, and then the numbers ramp up 12, 15, 17 in the months coming. So the volume of work is now on the up, but it was a case of get set before you go. I know it was a long get set, but I can tell you that there's cladding coming off now and it's not going back on, all right?
Good to know, given the previous history. Mr. Chandler, can you just take them on notice and just tell me how many you've got commencing over the coming months? So give me what you've got in the future pipeline of how many each month.
I'm sure that we'll be able to share those reports with you going forward. So I'll just clear that with the Secretary and the Minister, but I'm sure that we'll be able to share you the fortnightly report we provide on that.
Excellent. Okay, great. Can you just tell me, so you obviously in that briefing, the infamous now briefing that you provided to the opposition crossbench about Project Remediate, you talked about protections you were putting in place to ensure that subcontractors got paid so that there was no one was going to be left. Well, you were taking the best steps possible to ensure that subbies were going to get paid.
trade contractors. I don't like subcontractors.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. What protections are you putting in place to ensure that larger companies aren't taking it, and I'm not going to use the right terminology here, but aren't taking out the contracts and then offloading the work to smaller builders and then taking the profit margin?
Because you wouldn't be competitive and get the work if you play that game, I can assure you. So we're digging into people who work in that space. There's I've been meeting the contractors taking this work on just to understand exactly who's there. They're people who are normally in this remediation space. We're making sure that the scale of projects that we're offering are offered to the appropriate size organisation for different projects. There's some very complex big projects coming up that we will reach into the larger players in the remediation space, but I'm sure that there's no one taking on work here because we're awarding them one at a time, by the way, so we're not bundling them up. They're all being awarded one at a time. Because as you'll appreciate, every owner's corporation is very, very focused on how much it's going to cost them, so we've actually had to give them very detailed per project granularity there. So I'm happy to really bring you on into that so you just understand exactly how we are managing that.
Look, and we can talk about another briefing would be great. So so just two final questions. You talked about a recycling program that you'd entered into. Is that going to ensure that all of the material that's taken off is going to be recycled, or is that going to do a proportion, or?
I can tell you that 96% of all of the cladding that will come off will be recycled. Yeah. And I understand the figure for the balance of the materials is about 80%. I'll confirm that in these notes. I've got the information here, but I won't waste time now. But some of the material that's going to be less recyclable is just a very hard challenge, like some of the insulation material that's got mould in it or something. So there's some material that will be very difficult to recycle, but about 96% of all of the aluminium will be recycled.
But we'll ensure that none of it's going to be resold or sold on to anyone else?
We've entered into a preferred supplier agreement where we have a line of sight to what they do. We'll actually go out and watch it get distributed, but the good thing about the aluminium, it looks as though it gets ground up and feeds into manufacture of steel. So we'll be watching that. We'll be watching all of the other components spit out the line as well. It's a very interesting project for us to be doing, and we're going to make sure that this is a success story.
Okay, I'm going to pass my colleague to wrap up, and I'll put the rest of mine on supplementary. Thanks very much.
Could I just make one comment before you leave, because I know this is your portfolio. This has been a really challenging time for my team.
David.
I'm sorry, but we're currently rebuilding. They are an amazing team. What these people have achieved in 3 years is unbelievable. We've got another big year ahead. I can tell you they're firing up now, and we're into it. I just want to call them out and say they're the best you could get.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chandler.
Okay, I might move on to a different topic then. I wanted to just come back to the Safe Work People Matters survey results. I think I asked for the last year's results. I wonder if I might also be able to ask for the last 5-year results.
We could take you back to 2019 since we were the Department of Customer Service. Prior to that, I think Safe Work was in DFSI, maybe, not sure. So I'm not sure, but I'll go back as far as we can take them.
Is it possible to get to burrow down a little bit deeper in terms of specific directorates, namely the Investigation and Emergency Response Directorate and the Metro Operations and Strategic Intervention section, for as far back as we can get?
So we'll do our best, but we have certain parameters around what we're able to share. It has to be a specific number of respondents, and also we would need to check whether the names that you're asking for were called those things in the past. So have a look at.
For as
we'll have
far
a look
back
into that.
as reasonably possible within that 5-year window, that would be appreciated. Can I ask just about requests for service? Is there a taxonomy in terms of how you record the source of the request? Maybe Mr. Press or Ms. McCall? So for request for service, when you receive a request for service, do you record the source, whether it's from the public or from a HSR or for a worker? This is for safe work queries.
Generally, it's a name rather than a HSR or a title such as that, and that's whether it comes through the Speak Up app or through the online way or over the phone. And then we have 6 categories that it's triaged under.
What are those 6 categories?
Okay, so category 1 is obviously serious incidents, so we're talking fatality, where we respond to that within 48 hours. After that, it's still serious incidents, still responded to by an inspector. Just get the time period on that. Category 3 is when that can either be an inspector response or desktop or over the phone, but it's still an inspector. And then when you start to get to category 4, you're talking about an admin response. Now that could be it's not in statute, not within our jurisdiction, or there's not enough evidence for us to pursue.
Right, I see. But you don't record any, there's no classification in terms of the source.
There's no field for that, so it would only be captured if it was I guess the...
You don't know how many of if you get, reports from a workplace, you don't know whether it's from someone who might be an HSR or someone who's just an ordinary worker or...
Not captured as a specific field unless it's communicated and perhaps relevant to the observations around that request or complaint.
So in terms of request for service, are you be able to provide for 2021-2022 year how many requests for services received, and then the subcategories in terms of that taxonomy that you've just described, and in terms of the ones where it requires an inspector response, are you able to indicate how many of those break that data down by, I think the categories I understand you use are field-based activities, and then within that there's action types: visit, same visit, follow-up visit, visit assist, visit no interaction, verification field, and advice provided external field. I'm not sure, perhaps you can elaborate on what those last 2 categories mean, but if you could provide that breakdown for those. So we're talking about request for service, within that the 6 categories. For the category inspector response, then the ones that require some kind of field-based activity, and then a breakdown in terms of that for the 2021-2022 year, and the same in relation to notifiable incidents. And so that data should then give us the information about for notifiable incidents, how many field inspections were generated as a result of that. Is that correct? Am I correct in assuming that? Yep.
Yeah. So just to give you some quick figures for 2021, when you start to look at reactive, so out of a total of around just under 60,000 of everything we do, there's about 9,500 where it's reactive, so unplanned, so that's a request for service, and also other interventions which are also reactive, so and about another 11,000. So all up, say 20,000 out of the 60,000 are on the basis of a request for service.
Right. So what's the other category in the reactive? What falls into that category? You said request for service, and then you said that there was another category. Can you just repeat that?
Yeah, so we class it as reactive workplace and reactive interventions other. I'd have to get a definition on that, but they're still where they're unplanned. Now that could be, as I said, from a complaint inquiry, but as I said, we haven't done that from a proactive reason, so a surprise visit or where we've actually planned it.
So I notice you'll provide the definition behind that. Yep. Okay, terrific. And are you able to, either now or on notice, clarify what's meant by a verification field or advice provided external field?
So that's verification fields where an inspector's gone out and actually attended the workplace. And sorry, the second one was?
So how is that different from just straight visit? So the categories that I was advised are visit, same visit, follow-up visit, visit assist, not sure what that means, visit no interaction, verification field, and advice provided external field.
Yeah, I'll have
So
to
perhaps if you could provide definitions for each of those categories, that might be useful as well. Just in terms of the question that I asked earlier around aged care, Ms. Mann provided information about 195 requests for service and 67 inspector responses. Are you able to provide for that 67 the dates and location, obviously not to a level of specificity that identifies, but perhaps suburb, I think is the level that was provided in the past for that 67 responses. So the date of the visit and the suburb.
Yes, I can do that.
I think that's all I've got.
Excellent. Well, before we close, I always offer the chance to, I guess, lessen the homework load. So if anyone has any answers they want to give back now.
I'm a true former school teacher.
There's less homework for us to...
Mr Tansey has an update.
Thank you. I have a bit more advice to the question that Ms Housos asked. So yes, it's the property and stock agents regulation that has just been made. It previously had a provision in it that provided an agent must not use the services of a collection agent to collect rent unless the agent complied with guidelines the Secretary may issue. And in fact, no Secretary has ever issued guidelines. And the other question, and this is a matter of design, is we believe this is really an issue related to tenancy because the Residential Tenancies Act requires that there must be a fee-free way of paying rent. So if, in fact, this is starting to arise, as a new service offering, it would probably be the Residential Tenancies Act where you'd want to look at it. So we would need to do something to consult on that. But I think the other part of your question was, by doing that, do people evade their obligations? I don't believe that's the case at all. You can't contract out of the obligations between a tenant and a landlord in the Act simply by using an intermediary to collect your rent.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Did anyone else have any updates? Then can I thank the committee for a respectful hearing?
Thank you. Thank you for your candour. And in terms of the questions that are remaining on notice, the Secretariat will be in touch. You'll have standard, obviously, 21 days to get back to us. But yeah, thank you all for your time.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, does the government want to ask any questions? See, Mr. Paul, I see light bulbs.
No, just for the Secretary, could I take this opportunity on behalf of the government to thank both you and the departmental officials for your attendance today. I've had the benefit of knowing some of your departmental officials in another life. I find both in the past and what I've observed today to be a group of individuals who maintain the highest standards of integrity. We certainly thank you for what you do for this state every single day, and collectively your teams. Thank you very much.
Thanks, that's very kind. Thank you.
Yes.
Delivery, that's right.
Delivery.
Congratulations. Good luck.
I think Ray is just